The PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall is well underway, and we're kicking off with the last chance qualifiers tonight. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host. Mark and Toby joining us on the desk for the first 3 games. Toby, this is, for me, when this got introduced, the concept of the last chance qualifiers, what ultimately becomes a double elimination bracket. This, for me, was like one of the best moves PUBG made in terms of the competitive landscape in forever. I absolutely love last chance qualifiers. How about you?
I couldn't agree more. You hit the nail on the head. I think it's perfect. Given how the group stages were as chaotic as we were, I like the fact that we give teams a second chance, go back, watch some of the videos on what happened throughout those group stages, then come in stronger here, hopefully making up for some of the mistakes they made in the groups.
Mark, it is the most fun because there's some teams that you kind of see glimpses of good stuff from them in the group stages. They don't quite make it, but now we get to see how they deliver in what is possibly is it fair to say, less stacked lobby?
Oh, God, Sam, you can't be throwing words like that. I don't know how it's going to start. Look, let's state the obvious. Twisted Minds made it through in the last game, right? So a lot of people out there will be going, yes, Twisted Minds not here, so it's a less stacked lobby. I still think this is going to play really interesting. I know Martin and James were talking about this earlier, about how do we deal with like Hype Beast when we've got Foot Esports and VP in this lobby as well. So I think it's going to be interesting to see. I think we're going to see some of the household names rise above the rest, but I'll be really intrigued to some of these new names that are coming through, how they're going to handle potentially some open space that they can conquer. Are they going to capitalize, or are they going to try and avoid it, expecting the household names to take it?
Okay, so we're going to get into the teams. We're going to get into what you can expect and all of that good stuff in a little bit. But first, we've got to take you through some housekeeping. Just get you well aware and well versed in how this all works and what PEC4 looks like. For some of you, you'll be able to pretty much repeat what I'm going to say verbatim. But if you've just joined us, we're helping you out a little bit. So first, let's talk about the prize pool, Toby. Lots of money up for grabs. That's obviously what you want. You can only get your share of that $50,000 prize pool if you get into the finals next weekend. So that's going to be playing in a lot of these teams' minds.
Definitely. All these teams have fought to be where they are now, and of course they want to make it all the way and preferably be able to finish up in those top 3 so you can get to PGS and in a good month's time.
There we go. You mentioned PGS. So let's talk about the PGS distribution and how this all pans out. Because, of course, Mark, for all of these teams, the dream is to make it to the PUBG Global Championship at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's the goal. Like, some people will be saying £50,000. That yes, those teams are going to try and get to those higher points to get as much money as they can, but they're looking to try and make sure they secure a spot towards PGS, so they can obviously get some more PGC points. But everyone else obviously is writing their way towards the end of the year with the PGC points. So again, another good win here is more PGC points against your team's name. If you get enough of them, that could be your avenue in. If not, you're looking for that ticket to go to the LANs. Try and go to the PGSs. You get 2 opportunities now because this is the close of the year. Again, you'll be able to get more points against your name. If you get a victory, obviously you'll be punching your ticket as well. So yes, the prize pool is a good amount of cash to be taking a lion's share home. But a lot of these teams, a lot of these players will be going, hey, this is the second half of the year, son. This is our last chance to get to the sort of PGSs to secure our spot and ensure we get enough PGC points.
There was a lot of alphabet usage there, but I hope
sorry.
I hope you kept track. Before we get into what's happening here in the last chance qualifiers, let's talk about these standings so far. Toby, what do you think about them?
I mean, with what we're seeing here, it makes pretty good sense that these are effectively the top performers of PEC, of PEC Spring. Interesting to me is the fact that we have Virtus Pro not yet made it in. GK also not, I would say, playing to the level that most would come to expect from a previous PC champion. BB team up there, they've been playing incredibly well. Twisted Minds in 5th, well, they barely even made it straight into the grand final. So if what we've seen thus far is anything to go by, we could be in for a pretty big change of how this top leaderboard looks right now.
Mark, for me, the biggest concern is Foot. I don't know about you.
With you, completely with you. Speaking to T-Bone, I think this is make or break now. They need to perform. How much longer the team going to be carried? They've had big changes. We've seen 50% of the roster change up as well. But again, as I said before, it's a last chance to try and get themselves to the LAN. And Foot are this team that always are 1 point away, 1 placement away to find themselves just short of going. How much longer can they take that? So he said he's going to go all hell today and try and make sure, because it's only a best of 12, so they need to be able to start. They can't be missing out on games because some of the teams here, they're not going to be giving them the opportunity.
Okay, so those are the PGC standings. That's obviously the teams trying to get into the PUBG Global Championship. Today, though, we're focusing in on the teams trying to get into the grand finals of the PUBG EMEA Championship for fall. Now, you'll remember all those alphabets that were going on there and that Mark was throwing out at you. So let's take a look at the teams that we got to see. Of course, we had 3 days of the group stages last week. Lots of action. And I actually have it's not a bone to pick because Mark has informed me that he did not get on the wrong side here, but a few did. When we looked at the original groups, A, B, and C, one of the things that most of us said was that Group C was the toughest group, right? It was the most stacked. You had Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, Win or Die in the mix. And yet, Mark, I do believe Group C produced the least amount of grand finalists. The majority of those teams now find themselves in the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, only Twisted Minds getting their way through. And a ton of us. So for them, VP, Win or Die, Hive, big names really that missed out on the opportunity to go straight through to the grand finals. I think there'd be a big question mark around VP. I think the expectations were they weren't going to be in this stage. Can they get through, Sam? Most probably. Not too worried about what VP and when VP can perform. Maybe they're doing that ye old trick of, I want to play the extra game, so therefore I'm going through the last chance qualifier. I think not. I do think they are pretty good. Win or Die, that's the curveball for me, right? They landed on 83. Would have expected them to be a little higher. It was super tight at the end, but they're a team that started this year again at PEC really, really well. We've seen them some good points on the board, but they couldn't convert, and it came down to placement points. They were unable to get into those placement points. And back to your point on Foot, when I went back and looked at the games, Foot struggled with zones. If they had a bad zone, they couldn't find a way in. So they've got mass amounts of work. Again, when it comes around to placement, they need to find themselves in a top 4 scenario and get a higher average point per game.
So, Toby, I think we can universally all agree that the concerns that we've all had is the fact that Win or Die, Foot Esports, Virtus Pro not making grand finals after the group stages, having to drop themselves into the last chance qualifiers. Is it fair to say that for the rest of the teams we see here in the last chance qualifiers, we kind of go, okay, that's expected?
To some extent, I will say yes, but also I would say I think the group stage surprised many people with how well certain teams were able to perform. Yes, I know that we have our regional partners who were up there in the top performing the very best, but SlamG up there as well, I think surprised many with what they were able to perform. So I like to think that it's rare that we have all the regional partners, except for the ones that didn't make it now, actually play this well right out of groups. Usually there's a bit of a spread between open qualifier and regional partner teams that make it through to the grand finals through groups. So no, actually I'm not surprised by any of the teams not making it here outside of the few that we've mentioned already, because I think the overall level of play from the teams we expected to play well was just that high.
So what I want to do is kind of dive into some of these teams and what we're expecting from them, what we've seen from them. But before we do that, I want to share a little bit of good news for everyone watching at home, and that is that we have a stack of prizes for you to win during the course of the last chance qualifiers. The G-Coin giveaways are still going on. If you were watching the group stages, you know about this. If not, let me walk you through what's going to happen here. You've obviously got Make the Talent Laugh. It was weak last week, Mark. I thought it was a bit disappointing. So we would like to see an improvement. Obviously, like you can see on your screens, you can scan the QR code or you can head on over to X. I do believe that's where you can make us giggle. There is also the history books, which is live on X right now. The post is up. All you need to do is share your favorite clip from previous PEC tournaments. And again, that's something that you can do over on X if that's your vibe. G-Coin's up for grabs for all of this. Also, the post is now open for my personal favorite, and I cannot wait to see the entries. I think I'm going to bookmark it. It is the art contest where you can deliver your favorite skin or your ideal skin, the skin you'd like to see in the game. You've got to do a little bit of design work, and that will allow you to enter. And again, the top 8 submissions, like you can see on your screen right now, gets you some more G coins. And I have also just been notified that it's very important for you to know that the QR codes are different based on the giveaway. So those QR codes will direct you to the posts you need to go to for each giveaway. There is another one. This has actually been my favorite feature, Mark, I'd argue, that's been added to the show that we've been doing each week. And that is, of course, that end of show Q&A that we get to do where people get to submit their questions. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, look, we've been doing these in Master, so it was a little bit of an introduction, but they're getting better and better each week. I do enjoy it because you get to ask us anything. If you're selected, you'll get some G coins, and then we get to debate, agree, disagree, whatever topics these people start to throw at us.
Okay, I got one final one for you. This one's new, so if you were at the group stages, you wouldn't have heard of this one. It's called Your Team Wins, You Win. And this is pretty sick, because if your team, your favorite team, does well, they'll be giving away some G coins. So make sure you're following them on social media, interacting with them. Be sure on X to be following all of their posts, because there is a chance if they win, you can win. It's there. It's in the graphic. You can read it. It's pretty self-explanatory. So those are all the ways that you get to win your G coins. And now we're going to focus in on our first map. It is Erangel. And I did want to go and find out what our two casters, Kalaris and Avenger, are thinking coming into this. I mean, boys, we'll start with Kalaris. Do you have your eye on a specific team in this first map that you're going to be paying attention to?
Ooh, I guess Foot and VP are the obvious ones, right? But I think obviously as well, win or die, I'm hoping to see them continue on what should be a strong performance from them. They were kind of the third best day of a team when it came to the group stages of teams that have not advanced to the finals just yet. So I'm expecting big things from them.
How about you, Avenger?
Yeah, if VP doesn't come out swinging here, I'd be hugely surprised. And to be honest, like Bushido, they look really good. There should definitely be a team coming in as well here in the top 8 for last chance. I think caliber of that team and the experience on that team should definitely shine through for today and tomorrow.
This fun block setup that you're seeing right now reminds me of like a weird twisted Brady bunch. So I don't know, maybe we could do a strange TikTok. Look at them, everyone's just got involved. We'll cut that, make it a weird TikTok. Good job, boys. We'll see you in game in a little bit. We're going to say goodbye to those two. I love it.
Bye-bye, guys.
Everyone played along super quick. Okay, they both mentioned these teams as well. We have to bring them up. Foot and VP. I mean, Toby, let me just be frank. Why the hell are neither of them in the grand finals yet? They should be.
I think Foot stumbled in the chaos. I mean, Mark talked about earlier how they were simply unable to convert any of the games where the zones did not go their way, which has been, in my opinion, unfortunately, a issue that Foot has been struggling with for a while. I don't know if this is them maybe now having to change up the strategy and try and play more for center early in the game. It does come with the risk involved, of course, of having to take more fights, but I don't like them out on the edge these days. I haven't seen too many impressive things from them, and that comes with a caveat of when they do play well, they get those insane 18 kill wins, and you're like, oh, they're back, you know, they're good, we're solid, but then it goes back to being unimpressive again. So I want to see Foot maybe get off the edge earlier in the game, come out and do some big things, which I think they will be able to do in this lobby. And for VP, I mean, no excuses either. They were not able to deal the amount of damage that I know they're capable of. Yes, they get more damage done on paper, but only 39 kills in their games is just not up to par. They didn't find late game. They were on the struggle bus for a lot of early game engagements. They need to find control among the chaos that they're going to definitely be surrounded by this weekend as well.
Mark, how about you? I mean, what does VP have to do to make sure that they can get their way into the grand finals?
It's a difficult one because I felt VP played well, and the excuse of the zone sort of does come into play, and again they sort of struggle. I think they just need to take that level of aggression that we saw from obviously group stages day number 1, where everyone kind of came out trying to prove a point. VP are a team that are strong gunners, so if they can farm the damage, we know they can convert the kills as well. So I just want to see them be a little bit more aggressive, actually puff their feathers out, claim the space, because in a lobby like this, if you see VP in the kill feed, they're a team you won't really want to go head to head, because we know a single player can pick up 2 versus 1s, 3 versus 1s if they need to do it, but they need the confidence to do it as well. And I think that comes with an early win, and again being a little bit aggressive, being a bully a little bit in these first couple of games, and kind of setting the stance for this last chance that actually, do you know what, VP, they're going through.
So let me set the scene for you. So obviously the big difference between the group stages that we saw last week and the last chance qualifiers here is you've got 2 days against the exact same teams, whereas in the group stages there's a little bit of a shift and change each day with the teams that you're potentially facing, so the lobby changes each day. Here, same lobby, 2 days, and obviously those 2 days will determine who gets the points to get into the grand finals. But what else changes in this particular lobby, Mark?
Well, obviously with the players now coming in, the big thing for me is that, as you allude to, these teams can settle. So expect these expertise, these teams to know, actually, do you know what? We're okay. We can settle in. We can play these 12 games out and understand how we want to play. What I fear is some of the unknowns. Some of these teams that, yes, they've been in the group stages. Yes, some of them have come through their kind of open qualifier, Sam. But they're still a little bit of a unknown entity when it comes down to playing. So when we take the likes of like the Kitchens, etc., halfway through the group stages, they were like, actually, do you know what? We're now playing for the last chance qualifier. We can't get through. And then we look at the other spectrum. Teams like Hypebeast, like for me, they should have been going through. They should be putting a big performance in. Them plus Bushido. Again, a little bit of unknown entities. Bushido are looking good, as James said, right? They will be looking to get big points on the board, a team which we expect to qualify. So for me, the VPs, the Foots, they need to keep control. They need to be a bit aggressive. They can't allow these unknown entities to take over the momentum away from them.
Toby, I'm going to have a little bit of fun here because Mark tweeted something in the week and I would love you to weigh in on this.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask that this was the tweet. I'll read it verbatim. Was just thinking about last chance. VP, Bushido, Foot, Win, all need PGC points. I'm reading this off another screen, so I do apologize. Does it make sense for teams to hot drop the teams in front of them in PGC points if they have a good day one?
If you have, okay, we can put it this way, very brief answer. If you have a good day one and you're in guaranteed, there's no, I mean, you can literally do whatever you want. So I'm not going to go out and be the one to tell you what to do, because good on you. You played well in the first day, therefore you get the right to do whatever you want. Having said that, seeing all these teams playing group stage, if a team that performed poorly in group stage goes out and yes, has a great day one, but then just kind of throws the, all in the air, does whatever on day two, I think that is a greatly missed opportunity to go out and improve your consistency. Because in the end of the day, that is what this game is all about. Yes, you might have beef with another team, or yes, there might be a certain team you don't want to see make it through. But I think in the end of the day, consistency is key, and you don't get a chance to, I don't want to call it practice, but like you don't get reps against this caliber teams anywhere else than in these tournaments, and we only have so many of them a year. So if you do that on day two just because you're ahead, I think it's a missed opportunity.
So I think that Toby is a really nice guy.
I try to be. I know you just want to cause chaos.
Sam. Not like Sam's answer. Sam's answer
Wait,
is
Sam,
like along the lines of
what was your
100%
answer,
yes
Sam?
for the fans. I'm here for the fans, I think it was.
So I
Sam,
have
wasn't
this
it?
lighter. I have this can of gas. You want to see what happens? Yeah.
So all I said was, I think it would be fun for the fans. And
Probably.
It's me. I'm like,
Fair.
I mean, but Mark, you tweeted it, which means you thought about it. Was this something you would want to see?
I think it's a possibility. Look, I am an agent of chaos. Everyone knows that. I would love to see the chaos, right? I do get Toby's point, though. There's a level of consistency at this level that these teams need to kind of practice and ensure that they can continue, because if they do go to lands, they're not going to get the opportunities potentially in the regional circuits. But there's also a dark side of me that thinks, do you know what? If we can take the opportunity to deny points and we look, let's go to a Foot Esports, for example. They've got a few points. They need a lot more. And if they can stop a team that could potentially take it away from them, I think they will go out and do it. And we've seen Foot, I know I said they're not in this lobby because they have qualified, but we've actively seen Foot gatekeep, try and cut off teams like Ascend to ensure they couldn't get into zone to try and get points. So I can see this. This is the last chance for the year. So Sam, I think we might see chaos day number 2.
I'm kind of for it just because I think it is a competition at the end of the day, right? And if there is a way to use this lobby, Toby, I do hear your side about consistency and opportunity to compete. But then there's another part of me where I'm like, well, if you're stopping people from getting PGC points and as you a chance to go to PGC, then hell, that's more land time and more consistency for you. But as much as I say that, Mark, I do feel like a lot of the players are gentlemen. They're pretty good at being like, oh, this is like the gentleman's agreement, the handshake. Maybe it's not going to happen. I mean, I am curious, though, do you think today on Erangel we'll have any hot drops to start the day? Because this was something very common in the group stages early on.
I was looking earlier, so there isn't any indication of initial hot drops per se. There is this kind of maybe gentleman agreement, but then we just go back to group stage. Yes, we might not have had aggressive hot drops. I know we had Jocko go in there, which we've got to factor in them in this scenario as well, because they were the team that were going aggressive. I do think though we're going to see early engagement. So yes, it's Erangel. We've seen chaos with Erangel being on game 5 and game 6. I still think we might not see a hot drop here, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see maybe phase 1, phase 2 engagement where teams are trying to cut off or crash into compounds early once they've got looted.
Is it going to be a little bit chaotic in terms of pace, Toby? Because that's obviously the group stages again. Day 1, we see that chaotic pace. Or do you think for last chance qualifiers, we all play it a little bit more careful? We slow the game down. We get a read early on.
I think it's going to be chaotic, but not in the same way that it was chaotic in the group stages. Because group stages seemed like everyone just kind of, slamming into one another, trying to, or hoping that everything goes their way. This, I think, is going to be select few teams, and most likely the teams we were talking about, your Foots, your VP, your Win or Die, that will go out and try and assert dominance early on. Show that we play with no fear. We're going to take a fight to you no matter what you want to do in return. And then some of the, I don't want to call them lesser teams, but like some of the open qualifier teams that might not have the backbone in a competitive environment like this yet, see how they respond. Because we have seen it before. Once Foot goes losers bracket, last chance, whatever you want to call it, they start just popping off and you go, wait, where was this team through the entire group stages? What happened? Same thing with VP as well. I think it's going to be a competition here of these select few teams trying to dominate. And the chaos, the bar of chaos we're going to see is going to be set by how well the open qualifier teams respond.
Toby, curious, what do you think of the level of competition we've seen here at the PUBG EMEA Championships in comparison to PEC Spring?
It's been incredible. I think it's way more chaotic, but I think that also is in part with what I was just saying, teams starting to dare more. Maybe respecting the top teams a little less, knowing that they aren't immortal, they can come out and win fights. And we talked about last week how the individual mechanical skill overall has gotten so incredibly good, whether you're a partner team or a open qualifier competitor. All these teams can fight one another, and the open qualifier teams are now starting to realize that, hey, you know what? Maybe we don't have to fear face. Maybe we can actually take a fight to them. And I think that's good for the esport as a whole.
6 games today. We're on the first match here in Erangel as we take a look at that playing path. I mean, Mark, do you want to jump in there in terms of the level of competition we've seen here at PEC 4?
Yeah, I think it's a really valid point. It has been a lot more chaotic. I think Toby's 100% right. These teams are not as fearful of the household names, right, anymore. I would take FaZe out of that, because FaZe are definitely trying to prove that name again, especially from what we saw in the groups. But they've got nothing to lose. This is the last opportunity now for these players for the year when it comes down to major events. So if they want to be in it, and these players that have come through the open qualifiers, they've gone through the length of that journey so far. So why not throw everything at the wall? Why not try and get as many points as you can? And that would ultimately end in some kind of chaos, Sam. So I'm looking forward to it. They've got nothing to lose, as you mentioned. There are 12 games less, and this is the first one.
So tell me now what you're expecting from Erangel, Mark.
I think, as I said, it can be a slower start. These teams are going to sort of find those sort of initial drop spots to E4, but I wouldn't be too surprised of a early engagement with the southeast towards the northwest or northeast, sorry, playing path. It wouldn't be too bad. Any zone shift towards that west could be dangerous, but I think, as I said, the first sort of drop spots here, we're going to see these teams kind of land, get looted, get a few items against them, and then potentially go look for something. But as I said, there's not going to be too much early engagement, but I can see it in that phase shift.
I tell you what, I think it's time to get into game. Kylaris and Avenger are ready. Our first circle has popped. Let's get this going.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much, Sam. None of these teams were able to take an Erangel victory in the group stage. That means the lobby's wide open as we get into game number 1 for a last chance here, Avenger.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting stuff here. Last chance, of course, always great with this double nation. You have one more chance, one more shot here, and some teams were closed. Our last game in the group stage was absolutely insane here, and obviously Twisted Minds to just sneak it in, tying Bushido 1 point ahead of Win or Die here. Like, that was just insane.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I did not expect to see it after what was going on. For example, was able to get those blue chip reses off in Yasnaya, and then they make it work from there. However, here in the last chance, there's some big talking points. I was poring over drop locations, figuring out how all of these teams were going to kind of move around with each other. I want to bring up two kind of more wild cards compared to the teams that we expect to be kind of the shoo-ins to go through into that final here, Avenger. I think we're looking at them right now. Jogo Benito, I think actually has a pretty good chance if they can avoid hot drops. They've already claimed Twisted Mind's spot here on Erangel, which is a fantastic starting point. And I think there's a world where they might move to other locations on those other maps, like not challenging Krafton, for example, in, you know, a power grid situation over in Miramar.
Right.
And from there, they could actually see some good success. What do you think?
Yeah, they might move over to the eastern side. I mean, honestly, we saw Jogo Benito obviously have some sort of success once we got to our group stage here. But still, they're a team with, you know, veteran leadership in Naleb, young guys that are really hungry, motivated to make things happen. And then again, it's also our last big regional of the year. This is the time that you come in and have to make a difference here. If you don't come in this time around, you're looking at waiting potentially 5 or 6 months until the next regional where you have a chance to prove that you are really worth it at here at the best tournaments in EMEA.
For sure. We're on board with 8C at the moment, for obviously with a They have to qualify for a final. If they do not, it will be a catastrophe as 8C moves closer towards where we're seeing Man Negative setting up for Krint. What is going to be happening here? Finding himself along this shoreline is a bit of a problem location for the moment. They don't feel too much urgency about moving from this western position on military. He is just scouting forward, seeing if he can hear anything, maybe up the hill or something like that, but not for now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we've been talking about it for quite a while here, like after them losing 2 crucial players, how much of an impact it had, and them being here in the last chance, I would say that just speaks to itself. It has been quite difficult for them to really get things going, even though Scav is an experienced player. Kabi is a great mechanical player as well. I mean, these guys on paper should easily be one of the top 8 teams in Europe right now, but yeah, they were 20 points behind, actually having 1 more kill than Twisted Minds, but the placement points are just not there, and the kills were not high enough to really contest the other teams in the top 8.
Now, we weren't on board with 8C when this happened, but 8C did hear a vehicle reposition itself from this spot whilst T-Bone was looking afar, so they know that someone is across here, waiting, lurking, potentially for their movement. So that's good scouting by 8C. Even though he's not really in a vulnerable position whatsoever, they're still just going to have to bide their time and wait before they can make that cross, or adjust and go somewhere else for their crossing. As we now see Jogo Benito, another team that I think should have a good last chance, technically, Martin, is Hive. Where were they in the group stages? I expected a lot more from them. Hopefully they're able to do it here in the last chance.
I can tell you where they were. They were in a spot where if you doubled their points in the group stage, they still wouldn't have made it, James. 37 points for them. That is just so far below what our expectations to them. You know, they were great in PPT. I don't know, are they just the TPP masters? I don't know. Right now, for me, they still are a team right now that should scrap in and really get into the top 8 here of the last chance. But after what we saw in the group stage, I really don't have high hopes for them in the final, to be honest.
Well, yeah, if they can make it to the final, right?
Yep.
You'd expect them to, but we will see. Obviously, a lot of what they were doing in PPT was coming in a calculated manner on that edge and then finding an entry point and being able to take really strong fights on those edge positions and then kind of leverage that towards a strong win down the line. However, nothing worked for me in the group stage. So we'll see what's going to happen. Hypebeast is another team that I had some question marks around. They're kind of one of my, I guess, wild cards to try and make the top 8. It's not like they don't also have veteran leadership as well as some great kind of caliber on their roster. It's just that, what points did they get when it came to 56
55
points? Was it 65?
55, yeah. They were middle of the pack of the bottom, right? So it's still with a good kind of run here, they could still make it, but to be honest, they're also one of the teams for me that should be, on the cusp of the top 8, maybe 8th, 9th place, maybe 7th or so, depending on what happens. Then again, like as you say, veteran leaderships, like seniority, almost pensionists compared to when he started,
octogenarians.
It's at this point here, Fuss is just like one of the most legendary players that's been in the game for quite a while throughout time, right? But still, it's been a while. I mean, if we take out PNC this year, it's been a while that since he's been playing the very highest levels of tournament. I mean, he was coach for the former Team Liquid guys in Dubai 2022. I mean, after that, not a lot of big showings, for him. Still playing in all the PECs, all of our regional tournaments, and still in there and going through different mixed teams, different emotions, you could say, with different mixed teams throughout the couple of years that we had. Some with Marslick, some with other players, and still had final showings, but unless you put a team together that you believe in that should be going to a final, like, you're not going to make it as a team.
Hey, if I'm a pensioner, I'm looking as hench and jacked as Fuzzface. I'll be okay with that by that time, all right? That'll be fine by me. And maybe you can leverage some of that strength into this lobby. For now, though, they are coming in from what seems like just a kind of more suddenly position from that Milter kind of split that they were going for. They've moved into the middle of this circle. As for this circle, it's centering kind of northwest of Shelter's position over, and it does give teams like Yoga Benito, who kind of took away that Twisted Minds drop spot, a little bit of positional advantage. Meanwhile, the Mythov also finds themselves some nice compounds as well. So all these other teams going to be entering late, as Foot is now finally making their move. I guess 8C's heard the vehicles moving away from Krint and has signaled to the boys it's time to come back over the West Bridge.
Yeah, I mean, with that information, they obviously know that there's going to be a team moving ahead of them, and they are going to have guesstimates of who it is and where it is. And then once they see them in the kill feed, they're going to have that information. They can kind of follow and track those footsteps and, the gas that's going to be on the floor here. But very easy, calm first circle here. And actually for Erangel, I actually really enjoy this once we're starting on Erangel here, to get people kind of into the groove a little bit, feel the lobby out. It's very fair for everyone compared to some of the crazy circles we saw in group stage.
Yes, it is. We'll be waiting for that shift to come on in. Obviously, if you're just tuning in after a little hiatus with PUBG Esports, we now have those res stations in play. So these teams can potentially make some insane plays from the back of it, considering how crazy it was that Twisted Minds was able to qualify through to the final off the back of those res stations. So let's see where we're going to go, Martin.
Yeah, we're going to have the first circle up here. Obviously, there's some water in play, and actually that's going to have quite an effect here. Obviously, phase 4, not the next circle, but the next circle after that, it's going to move away here. So we could see a Yasnaya ending all somewhere in the fields, and we've had so many endings south of Yasnaya recently here, and also on ranked, so teams are definitely going to be setting up for that, depending on, how greedy they go. Right now, a really greedy split from TMO, that could be sniffed out by some of the teams. If you're driving by here and you're only hearing two players shoot, you're going to know that, well, this is a two-man split for sure. Otherwise, there's going to be more guns shooting at you.
And across a position like this, there's usually a lot of two-man splits of teams trying to be greedy, kind of soaking up as much space as they can. Who's going to be the greediest, though, and go for that wizard tower in the middle of the fields early, south of Yasnaya? Because once you're there, it's not easy to get out from that location. Your cars are going to end up getting blasted to bits, but you are hoping and gambling that wizard tower is going to be a focal point in a circle.
Yeah, for sure. You're betting that you're not going to having to be leaving with your cars. Ooh, again, Novik taking shots here. Joker Benito flying in. Phosphate also falling off. It's a 2-2 split, actually a 1-1-2 split that did not pay off here for Hypebeast. They're very unfortunate for them. A really great spot here for Joker Benito to get into the middle here. And now they have 2 bodies to loot and a great sensor spot.
Yeah, the craters are the best of both worlds, right? Relative to that wizard tower, okay, yeah, technically if the circle went to the wizard tower, cool. But the craters, you can keep your cars covered unless somebody kind of takes up a position in another crater next to you and sends nades all over your way. Maybe that actually takes your cars down. But at least it is relatively central at this point. Yoga Benito, that's a great play from them to start. Bombilovo is here by the wizard tower. Krint is rocking up. They want this location.
Yeah, tons of damage done to him already. The guys are running at him. Salik turns. Oh, actually just shoots him. Get the SKS. And Kera, now last player here for Hypebeast. Not a great start for them to get things going. And again, we talked about it. Who's going to get the greediest and who's going to get punished. And this time around, it's Hypebeast.
Yep. I get the attempt. I guess they thought maybe in Circle 2 somebody wouldn't go absolutely gun-ho on some of these locations, but that is far from the truth. Everybody was big sending for those prime spots in the middle at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Foot is very much so going big Western wrap, big Western rotate to try and get themselves on in. On the north side by the looks of things, but even entry points. I mean, if you come in north and wrap all the way down into the north of Yasnaya, that could be a play. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think definitely that's the call right here. It's like, okay, guys, there's some water in play here. Most of the team should be south or southeast of that water. So if we're going in on the northern side here, it should be less populated. We should be able to kind of get pretty deep into this circle. As we see more shots of warp and swords here on respawn. Respawn only playing as 3 for this round at least. And yeah. Oh, did I see a big boy gun there? The green machine. Oh, it's a dragon off. Never mind.
Oh, well, you know, it still is able. It can do a bit. It can do a bit for sure. As Vorpal Swords will be careful and curious about the position that Respawn's taken up. But as you mentioned, only 3 and now playing Edge means you're at quite the disadvantage here for this game for Respawn. So you've got to be very careful about your movements. Bushido's setting up an emergency pickup. Where are they going to go? I won't be surprised if they just kind of waited a moment for the pop, or at least timed it with the pop, and then maybe go into Gasnaya, or don't move at all. We'll see.
Yeah, this is a really good timing for this one here. They can wait until it comes close to them and see this next one here. Yeah, it's very classic. Water's not going to have any effect here. Surely it's going to move us slightly away from it, but still, the feels, as we were talking about here, having a huge impact. Krint looking good, Joker Benito looking good. Kref at this point here, they're going to be coming together from the 2-2 split here, and they're going to have the yellow houses on the east side of Yasnaya that are now light blue. TMO actually also managing to stay 2-2. Going to go to link up compound here from being top of Volcano on the southwest side of the map, so that looks good too. Virtus Pro, though, in this kind of prio spot where they are right now, and they're going to go a little bit deeper too, to kind of have a hold onto both sides of the road, depending on where the circle goes. I like it, but still not the best spot right now. Ooh, Kitchen. Moving on to win or die.
Sometimes I forget that those can blow up, but there it goes. Even debris flying everywhere. Kitchen and the kitchen sink going to be throwing the way of win or die here in a moment. Trying to find an angle around this corner, and just as this continues on, an update from that Bushido emergency pickup. They sent one up for scout, but did not take the rest of it. So they're still kind of on that south side after the scout. Yeah, makes total sense here. But now they're having to drop smokes and keep themselves alive against the 0-1-0 pressure that you can see in that bottom left corner.
Yeah, they're getting pressured here from the southeast side. And again, I mean, if you're not the last team to come in from that spot here, you should definitely try to defend it. And they're going to have a bit of a fight in Hall of Fame. Right, currently, Squeaky still have an angle here in the high ground of that. Crossberg and Bushido here with the 1-on-1 fight, as you were pointing out. A lot of utility being thrown here and committed outside the zone currently. And less than a minute, they're going to get pushed. And once that circle closes, we're going to go from 1 damage per second to 3. So this is a bit of a delayed time. That's a great nade. Did not get cooked enough, though.
Yeah, I think 0-1-0 knows they need to get moving. They're on the bad side of the circle for this one. Celtic, though, finds himself a nice off angle to try and put in some shots. Flurry's already down. At the same time, while this is going on, Foot did decide for T-Bone alone to go up and scout, but he got shot by the entirety of the lobby. So Foot loses one. They're still on the edge coming in from the west. That's a problem.
Scav found Squeaky, though, and now Crossberg's here finding Tarkus. Bushido managed to get the rest of here. That's massive, but now Global Army set a bit of an anger, but Nail Cup says no. Dragonov headshot sits him down.
The nose on that one. He was able to sniff that out so well through the foliage of the tree. Really well done. Celtic still holding them out on this angle as well. I think 0-1-0 has put themselves in a bit of a predicament here about their entry point and how they've tried to put on pressure there. I think if they hadn't have shot at Bushido in the first place, maybe Bushido wouldn't have even looked their way. But because they kind of like poked the bee's nest a bit, this has really gone not the right way here for 0-1-0.
Yeah, and it's, you know, unnecessary delay for both teams, and it's not mutual destruction assured here, because Bushido is definitely the winner of these ones here, but CCI next, half HP now, finds Celtic.
Nice.
That's very unfortunate for him, but he's inside the circle. Next circle pop did move away from them too, so they gotta finish this and wrap this up quickly, otherwise they're gonna be dying to the zone.
Finish it up quickly. Foot is very desperate to trying to make a move as well, though. 80's already down. You can see it on bottom left once again. I was mentioning that we were very, very desperate to find a spot on that western side, and their entry point was an attempt at going over the bridge and crashing this gas station, but it's hard to crash. Like, how are you supposed to do this when there was already a team fighting for that position prior?
It's also not a good spot to get out of. Like, once you have to move deeper, it's actually difficult to kind of play out of. But yeah, Crossberg here being obviously the anchor for Bushido. Maybe you should just leave him and actually focus on where do we get deeper here. Keto finds a double nade onto TMO, State and Justice. Could be a little bit of a salvage in terms of points for them.
Maybe.
But Bushido still here trying to commit. Actually, Keter just destroyed alongside X-Racer. He had all of TMO. Super well executed by him. I hope we're going to have a highlight at that point for him.
Yeah, that's already a win from this game. What a great angle from Elska. Brilliant stuff here against Scav. That's foot gone as well. They were just too late to this circle. Keta takes down another one from Vorpal Swords. Oh, he's gone. He's gone, though. They should be able to get that res up. But yeah, for Keta, that has to be a win. I didn't expect anything from him for this game, considering how quickly Hypebeast went down.
Yeah, for sure. That's just absolutely amazing salvage punch here for a solo player. Shouldn't have happened. Rox finds nib out for Kitchen. Kitchen really delayed fight here. Winner Die seems to actually getting out pretty free from this one here, being all four alive still.
Now, this is a really good hallmark of what we've seen from Hive in the last couple of months, right?
Yes.
These are the kind of positions that actually they've been able to take really good games from, despite, potential future terrain problems down the line. Let's see. Let's use this as a case to see how Hive is going to fare in this lobby throughout these next 2 days, because they should be able to get something from here. Maybe not a win, because it might be difficult with the fields in play, but we'll see.
If they're getting a hardship far east, it's going to be difficult for them, but they could still backfill into VP's compound. But yeah, the question is really, are they going to have time for that fight? But still, 3 kills, 3 points so far of this game here is acceptable, being in that position that you just want to avoid those 0 and 1 point games. You are at one point going to have your double-digit games, but just avoid those 0 and 1 point games. You just really got to do all you can here. Bushido now backfilling the old spot for TMO. Diogo Benito still holding on to these southern crate fields here. They're set up really nicely here, spread out nicely. Not really in a position where they're going to get pushed and hurt a lot, like we saw Hype got. So they can really back up each other, both with util and everything. Now we're going to see a Phil coming in here.
Yeah, they knew that they was going to be pushing on, so perfect timing to be able to retreat out there, stick close to your cars, be ready for when that push does come forwards, as you're not able to shut it down completely, that movement. However, Bushido does lose one. 2 Vorpal Swords in the distance, so that means they will be a little bit debilitated, as they're going to send some flashes forward, trying to deal with Diogo Benito. I had to agree with you. I liked the space that Diogo Benito was controlling before, but again, they've got the wherewithal. Ooh, I'm surprised that didn't completely kill him off there.
It hit his helmet and knocked himself, like it fell off. But Crossberg finds Nodi. Now Simon and Naleb has to open up. Simon with a great nade here onto Crossberg. Bushido down to just 2. Simon has more utility in hand here. Great flush. Tons of damage onto Metabay as well.
Molly's being hooked up as well here for Celtic. Sends them forward. Simon continues with these nades. Celtic, I think, is kind of going to be scrambling from this one. He's burning as well. Damn, Simon hits so much great utility there.
Yeah, great spot for him here. Celtic only being a little bit of HP left here. Malta coming in. Is he going to connect? No, it goes onto the Bushido craters, not coming onto Diogo Benito. Vorpal Swords took the opportunity to actually leapfrog, but versus Bros is another great opportunity here for Diogo Benito.
Hive's going to be destroyed here by Kref if they're not careful. This was a bit of a desperation attempt coming in from Hive, considering the circle. It went far east against their position, so understandable that they weren't able to convert something from that west side. Great stuff by Toygar to take down Dante just over that vehicle. They tried for it, and it was unsuccessful, so we can kind of scrub off what we were saying by Hive's position, because it went so far east. They had to make some kind of wild play.
Yeah, again, sure, that's something you can do. You could also went into Yasnaya, but trying for that compound right there. It's not inside. Yeah, didn't really pay off for them right now. But Virtus Pro, yeah, definitely had an impact here onto Vorpal Swords. So 2-2 split here. Coming in, Beamy has a Panzerfaust. 1 first aid only, so definitely not going to see a lot of blue healing.
Yeah, this is a kind of an aggressive little... First aids. No, exactly. He tried his best at PGS to bring in them. He was having none of it. He did not like. But Vorpal Swords here, kind of stuck in a bit of an odd spot against this, with Virtus Pro being quite aggressive on this wraparound. Smokes are down to try and alleviate some of the pressure that could potentially come that way. But look at this. Hands of Hope has leapfrogged forwards of the position of the Kref and taken a great nade first forwards against this. If they hit these behind these hay bales, this could be catastrophic for Kref.
Kref doing tons of damage here. Hello, my bet knocked as well from Circus. Baco coming out offensive here, trying to push onto Sup. Great. Oh, he actually gets knocks as well. Gets one down also. Circus helping a little bit on the Hands of Hope. Not bad on Hero. Last 2 players here. Surely that's just a few spots that they can hide there. Tries to go for the rest. Also has a Panzerfaust on Hope. So, and on C4 as well. He had it in his hands. Yeah. He might have gone for it actually even. Sup gets Hibako flushed here too.
There's a whole world where it may have tried. And looks like Krafton is going to be very aggressive on this push around after the previous knock that they did have, but it may come with a little bit of a handicap there, as now through these bushes goes for a little bit of a spray here, does Nabat. We'll have to fall back here. Not much ammo on board for him, but it should be enough to shut them down if they do push forwards. Dequel is down from Hope. Nabat goes from Circus as well. From the distance, that's in Yasnaya. They know they have to put on a lot of pressure. Hands of Hope falls here, but Circus being instrumental in dismantling these teams, but they're so far out of the circle. They've got to get moving.
I mean, this is a great information kind of gathered for them here. They can push out on that side and actually take that northeastern side of that new circle here. So Circus really having a big impact on some of the teams here. Now, Jorgo Benito trying to see like a little bit of an opening onto VP, or does look like VP.
It's like
there's just one spot that can be. Yeah, something like that. 200, 210. Oh, a little bit too far. A little bit too far.
I would love to know what range he was aiming for, but... Ooh. Nope, still way too
further. Okay. So VP disengaging from this fight here is smart as well. Like, they don't have really anything open to play at this point. So they're going to have to fight eventually win or die on that northwestern side. But they can do it as a full 4-man. And win or die only being 2 should have an advantage here. That great shots connecting straight onto VP as well. Krint really benefiting from taking this Harry Potter early off from Hype.
Yeah, we spoke about it at the beginning of the game. When a circle like this presents itself and you've got this early on, it can pay huge prizes out at the very end. Circus Crew trying to make their move now over to that northeast side, trying to find a little bit of a spot to work with. Arthur already found himself a spot to work with, and of course, the rest of the team is slowly kind of moving in behind him. Might be successful here. Smokes go down on Virtus Pro's side. They're moving up against Winord.
Surprise!
Jeez Louise, careful. Nixie hits him with a P90. Oh! What's going on?
Oh my god. The seat swap in the burning car. That is ballsy, Nixie.
That's crazy.
Now, utilities coming in as well. Was that a blue zone onto Nixie? Could be. Lukrux does find Levante. Winner Die goes down in 7th place here. More utility committed to ensure that was the last of Winner Die here. Krint putting out and peppering tons of bullets towards here Virtus Pro, trying to make sure they don't get too close. Silas finds soup as well from Kref.
I'm aghast that he tried for that seat swap play. That was nuts, but that was awesome at the same time. Crit's still going to try and hold on to this Wizard Tower here, knowing that Circus Crew is probably going to be the first threat that they really need to deal with. Virtus Pro, though, do still have vehicles, I believe, coming in from that west side, so maybe that has to be a bit of concern as well, as Krint hits Lukarux very quickly off the back of that. You can just see him over these little bit of farmland. So brilliant stuff there by them trying to hold this position down.
Yeah, that's just exactly what Krint was hoping for here. I mean, this point, the only thing they don't want is a sandwich from both sides here, but Circus just trying to really hold them at the distance here. Eventually, if we do have a southern shift, Circus should just be going straight to Kref instead of trying to contest Krint. Or maybe they just want to fight and try to be that last team. But let's see, are we going to have this Harry Potter in or not? It's really going to have a big impact of who wins. Actually, huge for VP here. We're looking at 4 teams that has to move in here. Jorgo Benito, Bushido, Kref, and Circus from that side here. That could ensure them even more. Nice shots here from Vanos here. 8x, straight smack bang in the dome of VP.
To be able to see that through the foliage, very well done. Of course, they play with different settings than we're observing with, but anyway, as now Kreft here under pressure again here from Circus Crew. They've been able to do pretty well on that side, but now they knew that they have to clear this side out. Another nade goes forwards. Toygar goes down. That's good stuff by them. Even though Marcus has fallen at the moment, they need to try and get him up somehow, some way. Blue zone enters. The position doesn't quite reach the rest of the members. Oh, but Service takes a big shot against it. They're putting in so much damage to Jorgo Benito from behind.
Yeah, he caught a headshot below the car through the smoke somehow. And Severus still standing here. Yeah, let me lob a few nades with 10 HP. We're not going to heal. More shots coming in as well. Dequel finds Godfrey here. Really difficult fight for both Kref and Circus Crew to really get this wrapped as it's outside the zone. Jorgo Benito looking great. They had that kind of southern side, middle side, little hill to work with. Severus, 6 HP, not using any... Oh, here we go. First aids yet. But he really wants to use this. Panzerfaust here. Look at this. Backfill from Vanos taking down Silas here. Huge play from Krint.
This is big. This is big. If they can get even more kills off the back of where they were, this would be fantastic here. Zervis will be able to take one completely, though, by the looks of things. He's trying to go for a little bit more. Marcus is gone. But while this is going on, Jorgo Benito, Cristiani had moved into the middle of this circle as an anchor position for the rest of the team. There's more trying to rendezvous with that. That could be huge. But there is still threats lurking on a lot of angles here for them to potentially be susceptible to.
Huge game here. Very interesting opening here. Actually, Poppycock just destroying Lucarooks and Gorexi. I don't think they had any more smokes, any more cover to work with. So they're trying to sneak in the fields. Look at that. They're actually in the 2 small bushes there, but they got spotted quite easily here by Poppycock. He had a great angle, but Severus actually trying to backfill, trying to connect here. Matt Negative says no. What a great effort for Severus and Kreft, though. 5th place for them.
Virtus Pro stuck. And more nades are coming forward. Krint is flexing in every direction here. Taking a little bit of blue damage here while this is all going on. But they know cleaning up these kills is very, very important, very impactful. Maybe they can just lie down and get a little bit of cover. Get even more utility on board if Virtus Pro has a little bit left available to them. Salink knocked by the blue. But they're controlling the north side whilst Yoga Bonita, if they take away this snake in Celtic, I think they've got a really good shot of being able to take this, and they take him down. That opens up a lot of room for them here to work with. 3 versus 4, though. But they do have a great spot inside the circle here. Good cover on this ridge here. A little bit of Doritos on the side of Naleb as well with an arc in hand. Simon, great utility. Hopefully he has a few nades to use in the end. If they get within nade range, he will just absolutely batter them. But look at this. All-in-one repair kit for Vanos. Nice. Just looting all of Virtus Pro here at this point. There should be a P90 in play too, so I wonder who's going to be able to grab that. Unless he somehow, somewhere used all the ammo. Here we go, Vanos. That would be crazy. But let's see. Yoga Bonito looking through a lot of this foliage. They have rocks to work with. They technically have the center of the circle. They're waiting. They know that Krint has to be the ones to make a move soon. Curious as to what they have available to them to try and make it work. Just maybe. Let's see here. 8 kills already in the 2nd place for Crane. What a great start for them here. 12th place in our group stage. Alongside Germany, the 16th place in our group stage. Great start for both of these teams here. Simon finds Salek with a headshot. Simon popped off this game, mate. Simon says no. We're winning this game. All right, I've got to say no. All right. Let's see if Simon can do a little bit more with it. As he throws some more util forwards. He still has some emergency flare covers as well. That's crazy. Poppycock finding Crystalline here is not good for Jogo Bonito. 2 versus 4 at this point here. They're going to have an opening. Utility coming in. Look at Krint. They have tons of nades still here. Just going to be lobbing everything at them. Simon hitting Hopcock here through some of the smoke as well. He gets him. He gets him down. Salek's also down from nail up. This is an opportunity for Yoga Bonito to continue converting. Man Nuckative's pushing up very close against the side of this smoke. Going to throw a nade forward here to try and distract some a little bit with this flash. What can he get done? Sees him on this corner. He gets taken down. Yoga Bonito here with a victory. We said it at the beginning, Martin. If this team can avoid those hot drops, they can convert on victories. Yeah, and a 19.9 kills victory here for them. Again, we talked about at the beginning of the game as well, right? This creator here, if it goes anywhere, somewhat sinister, you have so many playable lines, fighting lines towards the next part of the circle. They played it perfectly. Taking out Hypebeast, of course, kind of wrestling it away from them. There were only 2 men there when they kind of crashed into that crater. So what a great game for them to start things with. And I just said it here, not getting the hot drops, getting great loot in from the beginning, and actually prioritizing some of the rotations early on here paid up huge here for Jogo Bonito. Yeah, this is what I was talking about as well. With this lobby being wide open, there's a great opportunity for some of these teams that have not been able to ascend into that final before to make it through this last chances. We take a look back at Yoga Bonito and what they were able to achieve. Great stuff by them. Let's head over to the death to break down our first Erangel.
Thank you so much, Kylaris. And there you have it, JB, Justin Bieber's team. They take the victory. It's Yoga Bonito, obviously. I mean, gents, let's just talk about how this went down, though, because I felt like mid-game came, all these teams started activating, and then we were like, cool, VP's got this. Then straight after that, at one point, I was like, ooh, Circus, not in a great position, but getting lots of kills. That's awesome. They stand a chance. Then there was Krint, like it was Krif, and it was constantly changing up. So Yoga Bonito was in the conversation, Mark, but maybe not the team that you thought was going to win. How did they get that victory in the end?
No, I will hold my hands up. I was like, this is a VP. This is an easy VP win. But how did they get the win? They took Twisted Minds off the drop spot, and as the guy said, if this is a team which has like depth of like leadership behind them, and then sort of add some young guns to them, the change has been avoid the hot drop, right? They didn't get through because half their games they were hot dropping in the group stages. It didn't result in the way they wanted to. Some of them did, some of them didn't. if they avoid the hot drop, they've got the mechanical gun skills to take the victory, and being joysticked into the right position from the guys is insane. So good play, good hold. They came in late, they then sort of worked their way to the middle of the zone and was able to control that win. Really, really good play, all driven by Naylor.
It is a great lineup, Toby, to watch, right? So there's potential here if this team is activated to keep this momentum going. What do you think about Yoga Benito?
No, I mean, I think we saw glimmers of exactly that in the group stages. They had some good performances, and as Mark was saying, and they were saying in the game as well, it's when they don't hot drop. It's when you don't put yourself in a coin toss situation in the early game, but just play to your strengths. You're able to do so much more, and they did so here. I mean, they came in, they took out the hive split pretty much before they even got their foot down or out of the vehicles. They'd already taken down 2 of their players, and then they were able to maintain control on the south side of the circle in those craters, and most importantly, create buffer space. That was the issue for all the other teams. Everyone was within nade range of an opponent, or, you know, forced to take an up-close fight. By the time all those fights happened, when we were down to, I mean, 7 through 5 teams, Yoga Bonitos just had space. They had the entire south side to themselves. They could flex out, they could get off angles and kind of dictate the flow of the chaos up in the north. So really good understanding by them of how to play the mid game to set them up for a good late game, and that's why they get themselves a 19-point game here.
19 points. What a way to start your first game in the last chance qualifiers. I mentioned all 5 of the teams that are sitting at the top there. They all popped up at some point where I went, maybe one to watch for you. I mean, Toby, who was the team that you went, okay, I like what I'm seeing today?
I think this game was hard to tell on because it was a bit of a curveball situation with everyone being forced out into the circle, into the open so early. But I will give it to Yoga. I mean, it's the obvious choice since they won. But still, I mean, the way that they were able to make space in the south and kind of flex out and engage in other fights from a distance, I thought they did an incredibly good job in a circle, or in a game, I should say, that was by no rights kind of written off as theirs to win.
On the side of VP, obviously, Mark, we've chatted about them at length during the pre-show. We've chatted about them at length during the group stages. We see them here in the mid-game activate that aggressive VP, which I was expecting last week, pops up and comes into play. So, I mean, let's chat a little bit about this. Why were they unable to convert this to a victory?
It's very difficult when they sort of found themselves at the end, right? So they found themselves on the west. They were really split. They were the ones sort of firing mortar fire into the bunkers as well. Lukrux held back. He had the elevations down, so trying to pick up. Now, Jogger didn't move, so that forced him back across towards that west side. And the only fight they could really take in front of him was win or die. Now, obviously, a type for VP, if you take out win or die, you're going to stop a team which could potentially from that position go get the win. Obviously, the zone shift slightly away from him. And with Krint having no pressure at all to them, they're able just to focus in. They had that elevation. We saw them standing on top of the table. And VP just had nowhere to go at that point. No open terrain to play, no cover to hide behind, and it was just, unfortunately, a bit of a bloodbath for them. But up until that point, Sam, I think they played really well. Held the compounds, they held the elevation, they had an anchor player as well. They were just getting point after point. They just ran out of zone in the end.
Toby, overall thoughts about this Erangel that we've seen?
I liked it. I think it was a good, kind of get everyone shaken up, ready to go for the games to come. Because while the circles tried to cause some commotion here with these last couples shifting out to the open, I honestly think the teams played a surprisingly structured game still, given how difficult these circles were to play. There were some really nice splits in the early game, some smart heads-up rotations, like kind of calling bluffs. I don't really know if I like the E-pick-up phase 5 onto the planks in the open in the end of it there, but you know what I mean? But even then, that was a plan, that was a strat. It did not work out at all, but I liked the idea-making from some of these teams to come up with a play even when they were given some really hard situations to have to deal with.
First game has been completed. The first match here at PEC 4 last chance qualifiers. 5 more today, 6 more tomorrow. And at the end of this, we'll know which teams are making their way through to the grand finals next week to compete with the teams that have already made it through during the group stages. And I wanted to kind of bring up something. Toby, you spoke about it in the pre-show, and it was actually part of a different question. We were talking about consistency, the need for these teams to play in these lobbies, to have some competitive opportunities because they are few and far between. So I'm kind of wanting to pose the question, and I'll start with Mark, of like, how important is it for the teams that we're seeing here in the last chance qualifiers to get through to the grand finals? PGC points, prize money out of the window. From a playing perspective, why is it important?
It's the last chance, Sam. These guys, as again, following on from Toby's point, the only way they're going to get consistency is to be in the lobby, right? And they're going to need to make sure they finish in the top 8 here in the last chance to go through to the finals. Then they'll be looking to try and get that sort of top 3, excluding our global partner teams, to make sure they continue playing at the highest level possible. So it does come down to that consistency. You take out that first game for these teams, and some of them might have ended on 1, maybe 2. I think Martin made the point. They can't be going down with 1 or 2 point games. They've got to make sure they hold up to a higher standard. Now, that being said, there are sort of some random things that throw at us, Sam, and like this plane path coming in from the east down towards the southwest, and it's pretty much only covering military. This is where those consistent reps come into play, because they should be ready and waiting to deal with zones and deal with the chaos that this could bring.
Toby, this is your favorite Erangel. Come on.
Yes, no doubt. No doubt about it. I love me a Primorsk ending. I'm just going to throw it out there because that's incredibly unlikely. But you know what? I'd love to see it. It's yet another game that sends us insanely hard towards the east, as you can see here. So back-to-back games where Gatcat almost, is quite literally out of reach for these players to get to. And another one where I think a lot of teams are going to have to change up their loot spots. We are having way more teams down on that southern coast of the main island than what we're used to seeing. So teams will have to, dig deep in their playbooks and see, wait, what is the third drop spot for some of these teams? Because as you can see here, teams are just too close to one another. Already from the start, Jogobanito able to, start off where they finished off with a kill in the back.
Okay, a little bit of chaos. That's what we love to see. Avenger Kalaris, I think it's time we start talking about what is on the screen right now.
That's right. Thank you very much. Erangel 2, Electric Boogaloo for our day number 1 of Last Chance. Already Bushido wounded at the hands of Yoga Benito. It's all Yoga Benito today, Martin. Wow.
Yeah, what a plane path here, though, James. And we're starting off with a military zone here, like this, but still with a slight chance of it being, slightly more north here. So I feel like we're gonna see tons of fights on at least the western bridge, but also potentially the eastern bridge here, since it's still somewhat close to it here. So difficult. After a structured, slower start, we might have a little bit more chaos, as Toby was expecting and hoping when we started the day.
When it comes to a circle like this, mate, this is... I'm all for it now. Let's do it. Let's do it. It is going to be interesting. One thing to also note, though, which is very telling, is that Yoga Benito, game 1 of Last Chance, more points than day 1 of their group stage across 6 games. Yeah, this is obviously going to be a really nice spring in their step for this Last Chance, and seeing if they can continue things on. Vorpal Swords here, already trying to hobble off Hype Beast. Ooh, careful. Jiggle. Okay, more jiggling.
Oh, okay.
He's out. He's fine.
He's gonna get it. That's fine. But yeah, that's what you get when you don't hot prep as much. Definitely, Novik also styling a little bit kickflip on them as well. In a situation where Hype Beasts, they're looking at that last game. We're like, damn guys, we were literally on those 2 last spots. Yeah. We held it together here. If we were not that greedy, or we were playing closer together as we were kind of planning to, then that might have been huge here. 3 cars in the water, that definitely means that a boat is coming across. I saw an MP5, a bolt action, and some other stuff. That's going to be some crazy stuff for Respawn. They're going to have to go in and loot on that northern side, and hope they get more cars, and hope they don't get spotted by Hoppies that's actually rotating just past them currently.
Love me some MP5. Although recently, I was watching Tiggleton, and he was saying people that use MP5 are rats, or something to that effect. But I disagree. I love it. He can shut up.
He also called the former team for Falcons with 2 years ago. They called them rats no matter what they did. So I think it's just a general term for anyone he dislikes, or anything he gets killed by. There was a point where they actually dominated quite hard regionally. So I think it's just a general term for when you're losing. That's just what we go to. But yeah, obviously. Oh, look at that. We're talking about it's not Respawn that got spotted. It's Kitchen on the other side. It's so unfortunate for them to cross over here. And now it looks like 3 points here potentially for Keta and the boys.
Maybe. I'll just finish it off with, I hope Tig's listening, and I hope he's outraged. But anyway, Kitchen's going to be outraged on this coast if they go down. Squeaky's still swimming. Oh, he's so vulnerable to this. He did take a few shots against it, but Bombilova reprioritizes, knowing that the threats on the beach could be quite significant as he looks towards those trees. Already Squeaky is now knocked with that Dragonov. He's dead to rights here against them. They should have this in the bag. Kitchen has no room here.
Oh, great shots here from Bombi. Actually connecting quite a lot. There's so much. There's 4 free points here running on the beaches. Maybe they could get backfilled here, maybe by Respa, maybe with some other teams here. So a little bit unfortunate. Coming in here in the boat here for Kitchen's just, yeah, very unfortunate. Have to just delay as much as they can here. There's a Panzerfaust on Bombi as well, so yeah. Not a good look.
Meanwhile, flying overhead, it's win or die, just being able to find themselves a better position whilst all this goes on. They hear the shots downstairs, and downstairs, what am I on about? And Keta takes Nipper in the kitchen, so they are gone. Everything's about the house, I suppose, for now. Fuzzface is going to be able to do some remodeling on this beach, maybe. See if he can find forwards. He is very far forward, so he's being a little bit cautious about his angle of attack.
Yeah, definitely aware of it. Oh, it's not healing just yet. I think he's getting the rest off here, maybe. On Never. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, in the glider, potentially taking shots at the boat here. It's full naval warfare coming on here. No, Novik and Keta coming
turning around. Is it? Or are they in 2 gliders? I can't tell, but I think the boat from Virtus Pro is turning around. Hypebeast finish it off. That's an easy 4 points, as you were mentioning. This is what we need to see from Hypebeast, not the previous game.
Yeah, for sure. Now with this, I mean, the amount of points they have in this one here, already up to 7 here, so salvageable game for them in this one in terms of total points for sure. And Keta, I think he's going to be the top fragger at this point with 5 total kills. Great effort for him so far. And it's Kreft that they're seeing below, but also having another boat in the water for Virtus Pro. One guy jumps off, and Glider continues to get some information here that's huge for VP. Could be getting a 4K from this one here as Kreft is full foreman coming into Novo.
Yeah. Might be delayed, though, a little bit. Obviously, you can hide in some of those crates in Novo. It might take a little while, or you hide up against the beach as a whole. But the 2 down south of Virtus Pro... Actually, no, that's the 2 north. So they're just kind of navigating away from that. They don't particularly want the fight. I think they just want to prioritize a little bit more spot in the circle. I mean, it's a circle where, technically, it being so east their position right now, they know that a lot of those central positions are now already taken.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the bad thing for Kref here is that Volpasort looted this spot here, so there's not going to be that many cars, if any. Should be maybe 1 for them to kind of come in here. And now Bushido gets their player back in. Korsbeck got flush in the beginning, and now he's going to have a chance here 7 minutes into the game to start looting. Might be some sniffed out respawn, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. They'll need to find a crossing point eventually here. Hypebeasts, they are on the warpath, man. They're just like, I don't think they know.
Oh, surprise!
No, they do not. Ooh.
Wow!
Oh, it's a horror film here for Voldemort. He's gone down. Schofield, though, replies. As we mentioned before, though, Respawn is still only 3 in this game. They're a man down. Keta, very vulnerable here. They're looking for that man on the hillside. Keta goes down as a whole, but here's Katie. Now it can hear him reinforcing, but here comes the rest of Hypebeasts.
They know they're 3, so definitely with a knock here, 2 man standing, gotta do a res. Definitely worth committing to this fight for sure. Also one of the more vulnerable teams in this case here. Katie has a great spot on the roof here. Space, don't know if he sees it yet. Shots coming in, connects quite a lot. 0-1-0 actually, third parties. This is not good for either of these 2 teams here, only being a 3-man.
Definitely not. That means also Katie has to move off of the roof here, especially with Novik's position and angle. Good stuff. He takes him down. Already Voldemont's gone. So is Schofield. As quick as that. Respawn. I'm not going to be doing any more respawning for this game.
They just need to get Keta back up. They actually have 50 seconds before this next circle closes here. They could make something happen here if they want to commit to it, especially being such a frag-heavy player as Keta is. Got an opening on Respawn, got 3 kills in TMO in the last kill here, and last game, and also on Kitchen, got a kill or 2 on that too. So, great player so far for him. Hive now, again, speculated. Can they do some great things here? Coming in with this circle closing here is not a bad EP for them.
Yeah. The big potential advantage of an emergency pickup this early with a circle like this is, it's very likely some of these teams are going to be trying for those 2-2 splits. If you can hit a compound fast and hard, you could potentially overwhelm a strong position. However, it's still a gamble. There's still shots going to be hitting you whilst you're trying to come down from maybe the other two that are in that 2-2 split, or a lot of the other lobby as well. So you've got to be careful. As well, that was interesting. I'll shoot you for a moment. I guess he wanted to start his healing?
Oh, yeah, maybe. It could be something like that. Next circle pops here. We are going to Military Island. Vast majority of the team's already sitting in this spot here. Still has some water in play. Foot looking good. Winner Die looking good. Virtus Pro looking good. Just looking at their circle positioning right now and their ability to kind of scout further into this deeper circle here and maybe take some higher priority spots now that we see circle 2. Bushido, though, are going to be going to Novo from this. And we still have TMO, Hope, and Kref that are still on this same side here. We could see a potential clash, but we are getting a BDM in here for Kraft, so that was the strategy all along.
Yep. Good stuff. Good position to have it as well, coming in from that side. They could just worm their way through some of those hillsides, as well as maybe even military now, seeing that this circle has shifted quite far west. So a lot of the teams will be prioritizing more western locations for a central spot. Winner Die already sees this coming down, and they were in a 2-2 split. But they're going to drop on the high ground to the west side of this. A few shots go in. A little bit does connect. Vorpal Swords taking out the rest of Virtus Pro, though, here. Look, Rook's trying to salvage the situation. Down on the corner side here of military.
Great shot. 6 rays that took down Lugarooks here. Gotta get away from the nade now at this point. 17 HP down to just Corexi, and he's actually alone over here in this spot. Not looking too good. Lugarooks obviously gonna get flushed in this spot here. Scav's gonna steal it, but Corexi knows it's a 2-man. Should be pushing on this potentially to get the kills confirmed or even a vibe. But let's see what happens here now. Do they connect? Do they commit? I mean, if Vorpal gets the rest here, they know it's just one player from VP, Corexi, in that Grandma.
Only the one alive, but Corexi is a good one to try and do it. As the Mythov here, stuck against Kref. Now, looks like the BRDM won't be too super impactful against this position, considering they're in this building. We're retreating back, though. Did take some shots to the back. Realize also that Hands of Hope are going to be moving across this bridge here pretty soon as well. So Stage sends a nade forwards here to try and greet Kref's spot. And it can... a little bit of a connection around that corner.
Good amount of nades here. Has one more. Could actually potentially connect here. Rux gets a flush on to Dante with the Duso. Connects a little bit more. Hands of Hope might actually just get out scotch-free from this one because of TMO and Kref fighting.
Yeah, it's kind of bold to take those shots, right? Like, he was leaving himself a bit exposed to Kref there for a second, so took a shot to the side whilst being able to do that. So, but everybody's in the blue now. They got to get moving.
Yeah, gotta get things done here. 1-on-1. Rux finds the entirety of 1-on-1 esports here and gets a few kills here for Hive. Now that we've seen BRDM in play in esports for quite a while here, or some time, what are your thoughts on it from an esports point of view?
Still rough. Still rough. I mean, obviously the lobby and lobbies across the world have found some decent solutions to it, right? Like a lot of people are carrying the Panzerfaust here and there to try and deal with it. And obviously, if you really have the luxury of having a Lynx, you could rip it apart. But a lot of lobbies are just blasting it with clips. As we take a look back at this replay, Bad Boy 2K, unfortunately, was behind a car and then under a car very quickly.
Yeah, that's TMO. Again, we were talking about this eastern side here, so many teams coming in. And Kref, being on the receiving end here, trying to just go in. Yeah, I think they're trying to go on the southern side. Next circle, very donutty here. Goes center, Foot. Looking at a greedy split here, has to consider what are they going to do here. Are they going to stay in the split? Or are they going to get together? Potentially could be punished later on.
I believe you probably echo my similar thoughts about it, right? It's still rough, but there have been adaptations to it from the lobby.
It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I mean, in the open qualifiers, there's been some teams absolutely abusing it, having one or two of them and, taking full advantage of it, really knowing how to play around it. But there's so many teams that's just peppering it. So many teams are playing with Panzerfausts. I feel like it has less of an impact that I was worried it was going to have. For me, it still kind of takes a little bit away from what I really love that I think is centric in this game is the amazing gunplay and the amazing time that you have to kind of shoot, and like I just love shooting guns in this game. Like it's so rewarding when you're connecting both bolt actions, both DMRs, you know, ARs, SMGs. Everything is just so rewarding when you're connecting bullets. And Keda getting back in here, we were talking about are they going to go for it, and actually managing to get in to his own body himself here and have time. But have it been delayed enough? Are they going to have, you know, time to actually get back to the other guys? Bambilova and Fuzzface is ahead, and now Novik here, you know, driving, coming in. Are they going to take shots at Hope, or what's gonna happen here? Potentially Hope doesn't know that they're here.
There's reinforcements coming in behind them as well. Here for Hope. So let's see if they can do something about it. Hibako is dead to rights though. Goes for a spray, connects with a few shots here, and a third one will take him down, as that's Hibako gone. But the rest of Hands of Hope does turn their attention to this, realizing that this is becoming a bit of a problem. Across the hill there, Hero with M249 does take down Keta. Only a little bit remains here for a high beast, but Novik takes down Hero. They're not doing too badly here, but they lose Keta completely.
Good shots connecting here. Actually, Hands of Hope here getting a lot of damage done here now. Phosphate and probably have to consider, are they going to go in and try to, you know, clear up the kills here? We have a few knocks onto Hands of Hope. There's potentially 3 points to come their way here for this one. With 8 already gathered in this one here, I think they are maybe considering what's going to happen here. They're too far away, though. I see on the map, so I don't think they're going to commit. From below, taking a bit of shots at them, but I think they already crawled behind cover here. Godfrey from Circus Crew takes some shots at this BRDM, as we were talking about.
Yeah. I thought maybe they'd have kind of retreated and repaired that a little bit, but it looks like it's still kind of low on health, but not low enough to be going down just yet. Just stopping here, trying to shut down Circus Crew. Silas already gone with that little mini. Let's see if they can take down Godfrey as well, who's kind of stuck a little bit here. There are some reinforcements trying to find Silas' position, so if they can just cover him with vehicles, get him back up, that would be great here for Circus Crew, because they are ahead of this. And actually, Krafton's going to be retreating completely almost with this BRDM to another location, or at least towards the circle, to try and make this work, but they're all going down.
Yeah, so much damage done here. Great angle here. No, nice shot as well coming in for Godfrey. And Kref is eliminated in 13th place here. And as you said, it was still damaged a lot. They didn't have an all-around repair kit, so they couldn't. And now Circus Crew is going to be that only team to come in from that southeastern side here. But having lost one player, they're going to be hurt a little bit.
That was just a great flick. Oh, yeah. At the very
insane.
end. Realizing that there was a spoiler left in the back from all of that, but Hero now finishes off Bombilovo. This fight still persists at the moment. Well, that was something, and we can see as Hands of Hope trying to realize now that there is a big push coming on from Win or Die here. They're concerned about this extra little attack angle coming on because Fuzzface has retreated away from that, and the myth of is being big pushed here by Bushido.
Yeah, this is a great commitment here for Bushido. Has to clear out this eastern side. Tries to take shots. And Nail Cup connects onto Sparta. Really well executed by them. Still standing 4 strong. He needs the points.
Trying to find more through the smoke. Seeing if he can do anything with this. Sparta will completely fall. Bad Boy 2K down in the south side after being run over by the car, and the BRDM is up and still alive, ready to go, but I don't think he can get much done from this location. He realizes that there are threats down in that south side, so if he exposes himself to take some shots against Bushido, he would be completely open to shots from that south side.
Yeah, Team O being just down 2. Circus Crew on that southeastern side here. Actually they're up to 4, so looking good for them. And with Skrint being on the south side again, they might actually have a great spot into this here. Mad Negative finds Marses. TMO not looking good in this one.
No, definitely not. And whilst the circle kind of develops in this game, we're seeing that Vorpal Swords wrestling away that position from Virtus Pro will be big on the corner of that military island location, or military base location, I should say. As Win or Die finds themselves some great nades against Hands of Hope here. They've only got 1 member remaining to try and deal with this with Hands of Hope. Win or Die is on a march through this position as they took a little bit of damage there, and even coming around from the wrap on the back. This is a really bold play coming out from Hands of Hope to try and maybe get a flush, anything here. Let's see.
Yeah. With this here, and they're just going to take complete control of this northern side here. It looks like Hive is trying to backfill this fight as well. Coming in close. Hive actually diverting just a little bit. Not sure what their plans are here. Maybe trying to get into the military base itself. Hello, my bad finds home. Yeah, that's Hands of Hope out in 12th place here. Win or Die standing strong with 4 as well. Few cars may be available. could have a deeper campaign into this one here. Phosphate finds one. That's Presenti.
Getting a little bit, at least a flush. Very good, important. Very good here for Hype. I mean, the thing is, they've got 9 kills from this game. So again, it's a decent salvage. The previous game with 3 kills was a decent salvage. Now with only one member remaining here with Fuzzface, this is not bad at all. Celtic does some damage. Fuzzface still stays alive. No Zimmer frame required for this man. He's staying up.
Definitely trying to get into the placement points here with just 11 teams alive. So many teams on the edge just trying to get in here. TMO trying to get an E-pick up. Maybe try to drop on one of the teams. Maybe try to get something in the center. Are they both committing? Yeah, they are. Okay. Ooh. Questionable and bold maneuvers here for TMO, but let's see if it pays off or if they go down in 11th place.
Yeah, that's a very late game E-pickup. Where are you going?
Just try to get out of there, maybe. Yeah, they are. Okay, easy shots here for both Warble Swords and Bushido. Getting TMO down. We're down to top 10 here with 30 players alive. So a few players are solo here at this point here. High Beat being one of them, BP being another one. Hive down to 2. Circus down to 2.
Circus has that little compound across from the corner, so it's not too bad for a circle like this.
Right.
Kurexi just finds himself a free point. Again, it's salvage time for them after losing 3 against Vorpal Swords. Win or Die is pushing against this wall and seeing what they can get done, as they know that Hive moved in ahead of them. They watched them drive, or at least heard them drive forwards as they were trying to wrestle away that spot from Fuzzface. The fact that Hive hasn't taken Fuzzface away from this spot and potentially will go out before him, that's again another win for Fuzzface.
Yeah, it is. Could be another point coming their way here. Correx has been found. Now we're down to just 9 teams. Correx finds Nail up with an 8, but I think the rest is going to come off. Rock's also taking shots here now. Hive really getting a lot of damage in. Winner Die trying to get in this northern side here. Tons of smokes out. Foot has entire control of this northwestern side of the circle. Also has the Harry Potter that AIDS is in currently, as you see in the minimap.
So Winner Die tries to push through these little avenues once again. These little dips that do exist. There's only one member remaining here for Hive. Schengen finds Gedrock, so that will slow them down a little bit, but he should be gone here, as from the distance, One-Eyed King takes him out. Win or Die on their bellies entirely. They know that there's a lot of shots coming their way from Foot especially. They have just a higher angle to try and rain down some shots on this position. As Gedrox, can they get him up?
I mean, now Foss knows there's a knock over here. He could be looking at it as a blue zone potentially. Yeah, could be a blue zone. That's 2 blue zones. That's crazy. That could be good. Could be another one. He has another blue zone and a nade as well. Could be doing tons of damage here to Win or Die. Can he pull a Keter and potentially wipe a team here? They got the res off. Nade's connecting, but blue zone's not connecting here at this point. Gedrock is low. Levante half. If he peeks over, he could get more done here, but he's hoping for one more placement point.
They got him up just in time to get
a little bit too late.
Oh my. And they get the shift. That's huge. Wow. That is huge. Now, it's big for Win or Die, of course, and big for Fuzzface, but I feel like shouldn't Foot be able to somehow leverage these angles and be able to push them out of that spot? What do you think?
I think the ridges are too deep for them, and Foot has to figure out. Yeah, the ridges here, it's very steep. It's very deep. Like, you look at kind of the level that Foss is in right now, it's all the way around for the same for Win or Die there. So if they just lay low, they can play slow as well. And since they're inside the circle, they should be doing that. But Foot should be pushing one of the directions that either, Foss is in or that Vorpal Swords is in. So let's see if they fully take on Win or Die with utility. And Fuzzface, reaps the rewards of that and maybe gets a flush or 2, or if Foot gets the full wipe on them.
Well, here comes the siege. What is Foot going to do? They've put down a lot of smokes ahead of them to try and find themselves a little bit of a wiggle through into this. They're going to take this spot, which is a little ridge that covers them from those positions, but at the same time, they're very open to some other locations. Nailcop does take some shots, doesn't quite fully connect over the position that Foot has taken up, but if Foot are standing up, they will be visible through when those smokes do dissipate. He's got to be careful, and Leosh lands a nade earthily smack bang alongside another one into Cappy. Leosh,
another one.
That's crazy stuff. Is it
three nades here coming in, and obviously one of them being from Levante. T-Bone's been found here. Foot just falling apart from this push here. They should have considered if this was the exact play here, and they should maybe all have 4 committed for this fight here. Hindsight, of course, but still full form. And I mean, it would have been a lovely time for them to have a C4, considering how close. Winner Die was sitting there, but they probably didn't have it available here. Jogo Bonito now trying to cross here onto Wobble Swords. X-Rays with the sword off.
Yeah, I was dead wrong about potentially Foot being able to leverage that position, unfortunately, but that's how it breaks down. As you say, a C4 in theory would have been amazing, but Vorpal continues to hold on against this spot. They do know that 8C is pushing up against them on that west side. Goes for a little spray, connects a little bit, but Slow Jacket also takes some damage, so has to be careful about that push up. And also, there are some threats lurking from behind. Krint is moving into this spot as well.
Krint really trying to leverage this. Xalic finds Slow Jacket and himself. Great here, and they're going to be able to get the rest off, so now down to just 2 players here. Shots connecting, not enough. Tries to get more, finds Vanos. The other guy's on the other side of the road, and now I have to get in. Jogo Bonito's down in 7th place.
Nice.
Osprey's still alive here. That's another placement point for them.
Good cleanup by Vorpal Swords, but this now blows this game kind of wide open. They have 4 down in this corner, and now with only 2, it's going to be a lot harder to do something, but One-Eye King alongside with X-Razor will shut down anybody moving in from this. 8C's looking to play spoiler here. He's so close.
Yeah, he's on the outside of the fence, trying to get close to Vorpal Swords, potentially taking out X-Ray. So that's 1 point for placement for eliminating one team, and 1 point for a kill potentially for them. Look at that. That's perfect for him.
They've lost track
Easy.
of him. I think they lost track of him completely. It was Sloy looking his way, but with him gone and maybe not feeding the full information over about exactly where he may have been, 8C was able to creep up and now hold X-Razor to a very difficult angle. Ooh, be careful. Gonna flash out. See if he can deal with this. Flashes himself. Smart moves. Run away.
8C has a limited amount of time here to get this fight as he has the blue on his back here. X-Ray is obviously close, 81 HP for him. 8C a little bit more, so 1 less shot in theory needed to kill X-Ray compared to 8C. Comes around the corner here, 1 more flashbang available. Has to use it smartly, has to make, tries to leave a little bit of jiggle here. 8C comes in, damage done again.
I think he needs to make a mad dash to the door. I think 8C's doing exactly that. I think he realizes he needs to bait his attention to that window and then try and seize a bit more of an easier angle against this. Goes for the flash, tries to go for the big push in here. It's being aggressive. How much can he do with this? Looks like he went upstairs to try and negate any potential angle 8C's trying to get on him. He's now back down against X-Rays. He goes outside. He sees him through this door, through this window. Flash, nice turn. Goes for the shots. Oh, X-Razor takes him. Nice 1v1 there. X-Razor wins it out.
Yeah, really well played here by X-Razor. Wobble Swords getting a 3rd place guaranteed. And 11 kills go their way here. 4 of them coming to X-Razor. Really well played by them. Winner Die really trying to survive here, but Bushido looking good. Of course, X-Razor is going to go down. Bushido had 3 guys outside his house.
Yeah. Really, really good foresight. Just to say, well, okay, we know that a lot of you have been knocked down there, Vorpal Swords. We know we've taken you out as well. We'll be able to wrestle away this position, win or die. Taking those little trench areas up to the north, those kind of flooded dips, has really paid off very, very nicely for them. Layer's taking quite a bit of damage here as he moves forward. Surprisingly, they were able to win out that fight. Medibase should have won that.
Medibase should definitely have got more damage done. Potentially knock even from that one. Levance at 46 HP gets a nade out. Could connect actually quite nicely. It's just close to the car here. 1 more thrown his way. Gets the heal off. Does not connect on the first one. Other one does 45 damage. A lot of pressure being put onto Bushido here, and the rest is not going to be immediately available. 2 blue zones here stacked. Oh! Celtic.
Trying for more. Trying for more. Trying to shoot up on that high ground here. Blue zone will push him up the wing for a second there. That's quite an uncommon angle that you would see someone have to try and be forced to take. But Celtic still here on this off angle. You can't help but feel that Bushido should be able to do something quite good from here, considering the angles that he have and the eventual moves that Win or Die needs to make towards this circle.
All right, slowing down the pace here a little bit for them. Obviously have to try to figure out who has the better advantage of it. Right now, Bushido looks to be moving slightly closer to the center with still being in cover. And that's definitely the advantage that they have. 8 kills for them too. Good. Not a lot of cover currently for Win or Die. 2 of the players, not inside cover.
Losing Nail Cop to blue. Getting flushed down out as well here from all of this. As things are slowly crumbling for Bushido. The problem is that with not being able to get Medibay up after all of that time, has definitely caused them a problem. Now this has really limited the angles that they're working with. You can see Win or Die, because they kind of isolated that angle on that south side of their position, they can take all the way up on that wing. Again, an uncommon angle of attack, but Levante has it, and he's raining down some shots on the position of Bushido, kind of keeping them suppressed.
Yeah, really good suppression here currently. The flush comes in for Levante now. It's an active 3 versus 2 here. Actually gets lots of damage done straight there. Doesn't connect any bullets just yet though, but
I feel like that's information being fed forwards from Hello My Bad about exactly where he is. Not only being able to see some of the pixels through kind of the grass, right, but like just saying, okay, well, he's definitely here, just kind of pinging that mark position and seeing what they can get done. I think a blue zone might have got thrown forwards, or might have been. Yeah.
It's good. Gets them off the ridge here and actually delays them a little bit. Although it could have been timed better with the zone, I think in the end, Win or Die is going to have a better spot for phase 9.
Well, I mean, Leosh has taken the other wing where Metabay was. So they have brilliantly spread themselves out to the point where now Bushido has a difficult puzzle to solve. How do you deal with this? You're going to have to take a few 1v1s here, try and open things up against Hello My Bad. Not going to be the case. So he now has a Lynx in hand from that, and he's going to make it work. Crossbow goes down. That's one already gone. Now it's all on Celtic to try and do something. He's gone as well. Win or Die plays a blinder at the end here in Military Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. Having those 2 wings, or somewhat say wing, but
wing.
Those 2 spots here just crunching down from that high ground there just made it impossible for Bushido to do anything here. Win or Die, we talked a little bit about it, of course, once we started the day, and you pointed it out, I pointed out, the desk pointed out, everyone pointed out, Win or Die should be coming in through the last chance here to our finals, and looks good for them so far here, James.
No, definitely. What a game. I sometimes kind of wince a little bit when it comes to a military island finish. How is it all going to play out? Where are we going to end up going? But you can see kind of all the moving parts of these teams. Really calculated attempts to try and take some of these spots, like the Win or Die position, of course, which eventually yielded absolute gold. I can't help but feel for Hypebeast again, though, who kind of tried to dash for this position, and in the previous game had a potential winning position, and they get these spots ripped away from them, Avenger.
I mean, we talk about it so often, right? That if you are resting too late, you're potentially going to get split up with your team, or you're not going to get close enough and you're going to lose players, and that's exactly what happened.
All right, well, let's head over to the desk here. Our Erangels are in the books. That's game 2 done, and we have Win or Die looking awesome.
Thank you so much, Carlos. The boys there casting mentioned this, Mark, so we might as well bring it up nice and early. We saw the highlights earlier on the Hypebeast play at the start there. The question, of course, is Keda, is he man or machine?
I'm not sure, Sam, to be fair. He's a go, I know that. He's definitely holding that team together at the moment. The early engagement for them, is that a make-up from game number 1, or was it an opportunity to see, obviously, the guys from Kitchen Beach there? So, good start from them. Obviously, we saw them sort of run into respawn. They're going to take that fight because, you know, they're a 3-man, and then they got caught up with the hands of hope. Yes, it is a bit of a send towards that middle zone. Fuzzface did hold out for as long as he could, so give him some kudos there as well. So, a bit of a recovery game, I felt, from Hypebeast, but it was good to see early engagement.
So what I really loved about this, Toby, is that when you take a look at the group stages, we had in every day there was a select group of teams that were consistently in the top 4, top 5. The names were very similar. We've had 2 Erangels so far on day number 1 of the last chance qualifiers, and it's shaken up considerably from what we saw. I do think that the military island finish might have played into that. What do you think?
I mean, it definitely could have. Having said that, though, I like to think that the 2 teams that did come out in the top of this one, being Win or Die, and I mean Bushido, obviously they didn't have the same amount of kills for Warpool, so they will surpass them in the total scores, but Bushido were the last team to get onto Millie Island proper, so for them to get into a 2nd place finish in this sort of game was actually incredibly impressive. Win or Die, though, I mean, yes, not the team that we saw victorious in the first game, but even then, a team that we all talk about being, they are supposed to be like at least top 3 in this lobby. So just showing us what, I guess, what we expect from them.
Mark, you wanted to add? I thought you wanted to add to that. I heard a little agreement.
I agree. I 100% agree. They're there. Look, good placement. They got caught. That zone shift down to the south was difficult as well, right? So the fact they could control. I think the most danger that Win or Die came into was kind of that push potentially from foot, but they denied them entry really into that sort of end zone. And then, as the guy said, that play out in towards the wings gave them that victory at the end. So really, really well played under a lot of chaos from Win or Die.
Shall we see the overall standings? Is that something we should bring up, boys? You want to see where we're looking?
I think so,
okay.
Yes.
Let's do that. 2 Erangels in the books, as Kylara said, and here we are.
Oh, wow.
Win or Die and Bushido and Jogo Benitez. Look at that.
11.
All on
Is that a typo?
It is.
I love this very much.
Imagine if the tournament ended here. Now, how fun would that be? A 3-way tie for first with same placement points and kills as well. That'd be something
What is
for
that?
sure.
I mean, how well do we know the rule book? Surely they have some sort of provision.
They definitely do. There is a very, very deep, what do you call it? Deep dive of tiebreakers that will set these teams in position.
I presume in this particular instance, if we had to end it right now, then Win or Die wins it because they've had an actual win in game, right?
Damage. All day. That's what it will come down to.
There's damage on the top. There is best recent game, which right now is Win or Die since they just won the previous one. So there's a lot of tiebreakers that play into play. I will not lie and say that I know the tiebreakers, but I don't remember the order in which they come into effect. So I think right now it's
the leaderboard is correct.
I think obviously the leaderboard is correct. And you know what? It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter right now anyway. So let's just casually move on. Sam, thank you.
I think what's very important here is that we've all shown that we did not read the 72-page rulebook that was sent to us before this. We figured out the first 2 ways and then went, it'll never get to like a tie like that. And it won't, because it's only the second map of the day. We got 4 more to go, and then we got 6 tomorrow, so we should be all fine. But so far, I mean, Mark, from you, I quite enjoyed that Erangel. I think we've had a good start to the day.
Yeah, look, Military Island obviously is a bit of chaos. Good start for Military and Erangel overall. And as you say, with different teams really working their way into sort of the top 4s. So definitely the top 8 feels like the same. Not as many teams getting caught out so much on that rotation. Interesting to see Bad Boy coming back quite late with no gear. And then obviously those guys trying to do that emergency pickup into the zone. A bit of a throwaway, a couple of points for me. Like we saw Bushido win, good control from them. I think they made a comeback after game number 1 as well. So they're going to push themselves a little bit more up that leaderboard as well. And then I know we was talking about this during the break, Sam, actually the change that we've seen from this solo team, Jogger.
I wanted to bring this up because it is so interesting. So what we've been able to do is pull their results from the first day of the group stages, match 1 and match 2. To be fair, that was on Miramar, versus what they've been able to do today, Mark. And it's like day and night.
It's a completely different team. It's a completely different team. Now, again, we go back to what we spoke about before. They were engaged in hot drops, right? So one went well, one didn't go well. So that's had a massive impact into this. They've avoided the hot drops here. They were actually planning that rotation early. We saw this last game. They came in on that west. They rotated it in and over the hill. They came in trying to find the teams out on the outside edge. Really good play. They found themselves in late game and back-to-back games. Big amount of kills. That is huge. If they did this potentially in the group stages, there might have been a team that went through.
So
the argument, of course. Yeah,
so
Toby,
what
you
we're
jump
saying is if we ever, because it always comes up, have the debate of whether hot dropping is worth it or not, all we have to do from now on is just show this graph and go hot drop on the left side, not hot dropping on the right side. Duh.
Okay, there. I mean, I was gonna say, I was gonna jump off the back of what Mark was saying and say, well, you know, yes, if they had done this in the group stages, but there was a whole different lobby in the group stages, very different teams, a whole different dynamic. And now, as we move on to Tego, the question is, will there be a different dynamic here? What are you expecting from this particular match, Toby?
I'm hoping to see, I mean, we called it chaotic, the previous game we just had on the Millie Island, but honestly, I think given the circles and where we were, I didn't find it overly chaotic. It was the teams in the best position that kind of played out well in the end of it, and yes, of course, you're going to see some crazy pull-ups, but that's just, I mean, a given in that area of the map. So given where we were, I don't think the game was overly chaotic. I will say, though, it's very hard for games not to become chaotic on Tago, just simply due to the landscape of how few compounds there are, of how often you're forced way out in the open, and therefore, again, been forced into making some pretty weird-looking pull-ups very early on in the game. So I'm expecting to see more uncontrolled chaos, where in the previous 2 games, while they have certainly been chaotic, I like to think they have been somewhat structured either way.
Mark, what are you expecting here on Tago?
Chaos. I'm the opposite. Pure chaos.
You can't say that for every map, Mark. It can't be chaos every map.
It has to be, Sam.
Or can
it? Has to be PEC. No, it's because it's quite a shallow playing path. We're coming from the southwest towards the north, but we do favour that west side of the map. Now, if we do play towards the southwest, we've got the swamp, open terrain. We've already seen some chaos there. And obviously, if it goes towards the island, teams need to rotate. But I think we need to pause this. Looks like we have a potential fight for the cast. Let's throw it over to the casters. James, Martin, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, seems like we have Circus Crew going to be kind of prioritizing getting those guns on board, just in case they can maybe get some pot shots off against Hands of Hope. Looks like they're already scarpering, tucking tail, running away. I don't think they'll get any shots here, Martin. Oh my, we get a northwest circle straight away off the back of it. Good for them.
Go dog! I love it. Great circle here for so many teams, and also, I mean, with the circle, with this playing path here, you kind of saw it coming a little bit, right? So, again, a lot of teams already up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams. Half this circle here, half this server is in here, James. Already on the northern side, obviously. So there could be some camps, some calculated moves. Although I will say this, on Tago we got an immense kickflip. We got an immense amount of bridges, so it shouldn't be a problem later on. We don't really see as many bridge camps on Tago as we do on, let's say, Erangel.
Yeah, the only place that we usually do see them is that bridge over on the far west, where it's even like double layered anyway.
Right, which is great.
Then, yeah. So there's a lot of options, as you're mentioning, as we have good old Virtus Pro here. 13 points currently, big split from them. Usually they're going fishing camp, however, they're taking advantage of the fact that a lot of this lobby is just very focused on one central drop location for them, which is a landmark. So they're able to get a lot of loot on board with this, knowing that prison would be open. Their usual fishing camp split is totally open as well here, so maybe they can be extremely well kitted coming into a circle like this, get on board and get good to go.
I mean, if Nixie doesn't come out, full kitted out of his mind here, that should be something wrong. Maybe he leaves too early, we'll see. Then again, right now they know that they're not going to be one of the first teams crossing, but they could be, camping on the other side. The fishing camp, kind of other side bridge is also a pretty nice setup for bridge camp. So let's see what happens here. We're going to go a little bit deeper once we get things going here, but all the teams on the northern side, they're just scrambling. They're just, full sending it into compounds that has high prio around Godok. Already going into Godok is not really valuable, as the golden rule, don't go into the city unless you know it's there. And Krint already moving. I think Krint is going to be fully aware of Virtus Pro here. Maybe not the exact spot, but that they already had shoots in there, because they're obviously coming in from Hosan. They're going to see them potentially drop in there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Considering that they have a location like that, and Virtus Pro is so well known for that fishing camp kind of split that they like to do. There'll definitely be some caution as they move on forwards. What they won't be aware of, though, is the fact that Nixie will be coming from behind them. So there could be a little bit of an awkward world here in a second when we go over these bridges, as that is not normally where he'd be coming in from as a direction. But we will see if it comes to anything.
Could be scary. The comms could be, the bridge is clear, and then they're coming just in between them, threading the needle, and nothing's going to happen. But yeah, we'll continue to monitor that. As we see here, Bushido coming in on the southern side of Godok. Masses is kind of close here for Circus Crew already, as well, taking that actually further southern side here of these small concrete buildings. He's actually disengaging from the fight, just fully running out in the field here, trying to get away from it.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams, in EMEA especially, have a little bit of PTSD about Godok and our previous PEC. It felt like every circle on Tago was
we had
there.
So many.
Yeah, we did. We really did. And the fact that it just became full urban warfare as well really throws a spanner in the works for a lot of these teams that aren't even already there. Never mind the idea of having to transition out, as you were mentioning before, the golden rule. But We'll see. It's very early days, early doors for this one, as Hands of Hope just driving on past Circus Crew, two teams that had already potentially seen conflict with one another earlier on, and still they're kind of navigating around one another. Here's the drive-in, does Arta, but nobody crashing his compound solo.
Yeah, and with the level 1 helmet, he should definitely keep looting here. In front of level 2, just saw him running in there. Simon, though, takes shots here towards Schofield. Connects quite a few. Did not have an EMAC. Did not have those extra spare bullets to continue those shots, but did get the damage and the info. And now Respawn are moving further west, and Simon is disengaging. He does not want to take a chance here that they're pulling up into this fight here. Again, they're not inside the circle.
No, not keen for it. Books and Sar, and the position that they had to be able to play things out was actually not a bad drop spot, kind of open, considering FaZe was not actually in this lobby. But here comes Virtus Pro, trying to find a south side go dock position.
Yeah, I mean, at this point here, they're thinking that there's not going to be that many teams already in here. I mean, it's not a guaranteed go dock ending just yet, so we could get somewhat center and get Diba, and then maybe scout and get info. And also, if it goes south or if it goes anywhere else, they can kind of leave it quite easily. More shots connecting, potentially on the cars, but not on the players just yet.
Gosh, imagine if he knocked him as he's going over the jump. Love the jump. One of my favorite parts of this map.
I myself had a rank game today where I got ripped out of the car. I almost smashed my table. It was like 300 meters away. I was like, how did he hit that? There's a respawn station in the game. We were playing ranked, so it was great. I still got back into the game and we were fine. So it was fun.
Cool. Yeah. Well, sometimes the passion is overflowing, Yeah,
it's true. It's just the worst to get shot out of cars. Like, you have a plan in your head. What am I going to do when I arrive at my destination, right? And it's just like it rips everything apart fully for you. And here we see Respawn, Bushido, and Krint very close to each other already on this south side of Godock here. And, I mean, is it worth taking a fight unless you have a huge advantage? Maybe them, randomly running up on you? I'm not sure it's worth it.
Respawn being 3, still a problem, sadly for them. Only 1 point on the board at these last 2 games. It messes with your mentality when you're playing squads as 3-man compared to 4, unless you're mega. But this isn't just ranked. This isn't just a scrim. This is the actual tournament, the actual real deal. So it definitely will mess with you, as they're not even in, not in Godock. They've kind of positioned themselves in a way where if they've got vehicles, they can maybe try and make a mad dash for Godock if it actually becomes the big focus point. But who knows if they even survive to that point, right? Because they're kind of wedged between a few teams here that would eventually have angles on them, even if they do and try and drive away and get knocked out of cars, like my good friend Avenger here.
Yeah, for sure. And Bushido, this compound that they have I think is actually the best kind of entry to still have an info spot inside to get into Godock later on, but also to get out easily without losing your car, without having too much durability loss, too much utility being used here. We're not holding this northern side. They're expecting someone to come up here. I'm looking at the map stream right now, and I can tell them they're going to be waiting for a very long time. Maybe, unless they're lucky, that Kitchen drives straight into them.
Yeah, and doubt it though. We'll see. What I think is cool is that rock was dead to rights, and so is Dante apparently, as Virtus Pro has been sneakily, slowly moving through the south side of Godock, and Hive has let this one slip, let it flub.
Yeah, now Presenti driving obviously away here means that they're going to have this information that they were players on the western side and they have now disengaged from the fight. Circle is slowly closing here with 35 seconds left. Win or die, actually, I like this. This is a great timing e-pickup here, and I would assume that they're taking it no matter what happens here. Unless it's complete northeast half shift, they could probably drive, but they're going to have a pretty easy entryway. The only problem is that when you pop it before the circle, it goes center towards it, but their kind of angle of approach is actually really great. It's going across over Godock, but also opens up on the western side.
Now, what's interesting about this emergency pickup for me is, technically, if they see the circle shift to them, they could just get off it and go and continue. However, if it goes far west, they should be thinking in their minds, we have a fight going on. Let's talk about this fight here for a second and see if nobody can do anything about this. Benita pushing up against this wall already. Cristiane is down, sending some lethal utility forwards against Ketzer. So Simon does once again connect with another nade here. He's able to do so much here with these nades, but walks straight into Fuzzface with that orb.
This kind of stuck here. Fuzz is really holding this angle really well. Novik down to 29 HP. Nailup goes down for the flush. Killer going out early here is rough, but Simon drives away, it looks like. Joker Benito is disengaging from this fight completely.
Yeah, I don't mind that, considering that I think that was a futile battle in the end, so just retreating on out. What I want to say about Win or Die's E-pickup is that it's very likely vehicles will be taken away from that western side, right?
Yeah.
So they're probably thinking to themselves, do we really want to go on those western roads to try and find vehicles, considering how likely it is that teams have rotated past here for a circle like this and a plane path like this?
They have dropped out over Godot, could potentially go north of it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, get closer. Pickups have been spotted by Hive here. Dante being obviously having lost his life. Winadai actually might get out scot-free from this. A little bit northwest of Godog in a pretty decent spot. Uncontested, not that hot. Simon knows he's still alive, considering if they want to re-engage in this fight with Hypebeast or maybe try to get the chips out. See if they can get a rest. They're actually, in a decent distance to Palace and could get this done here. Getrox does find Schofield. Esports is really being on the receiving end today.
Yeah, they feel like cannon fodder, unfortunately. They're just not being able to do anything with it. 16th place, unfortunately, for Respawn. Not having their 4th definitely does hurt them. At the same time, though, I mean, even if you were 4, you would have probably been caught in this spot, and it would have been precarious, to say the least. But meanwhile, Vorpal Swords finding themselves a spot against this roadside, not quite committing to go dock just yet. Smoking up some of these vehicles, keeping them safe, keeping them sound. Maybe they can use them if they have to go in or have to move north.
All right. Hugo Benito still in the spot here. Again, trying to approach. It looks like an approach for a grab the chips and get out of there.
Is it even possible, though? Can they do it? Okay, it's coming
worth
in.
it?
There is nothing. Oh my, that's a huge knock. To be able to arrive just as that knock hits, that is perfect timing coming out from Yoga Benito. Simon's been on one today. Takes some shots from Novik, but lies down instantaneously. Now Noddy knows exactly where he is, but Novik, jeez! Great shots coming in from him.
Nice to spot Simon here. 3 vests for him available. Fully.
Where's Fuzz?
He drove away. I think he went for the rest in Palace.
Right. Oh yeah, he's miles south. Oh, well, Novik something now trying to hold on. And trying to hold on against these 2 players at the moment. I think they realized that he drove away, right? They must have had eyes on the fact that Fuzz went away for that res. So they're trying to utilize their advantage here in this 2v1. This is perfect timing by Yoga Benito. I love it.
Yeah, and then again, you're kind of questioning it. Should you have been all 3 driving down to Palace without any information? I mean, I agree with the play leaving players here, but Yoga Benito, they're just looking at it, trying to get everyone back up. And let's see here. If no, we can get anything done here. Yeah, Phosphorus did go for the rest, did get it done. It will be coming back in, but they're still going to be a guy down with Bombilovo for sure here. Next circle did pop, and Winner dies straight smack bang in the center.
Yeah, this kind of circle with these hills, it can co-inhabit a lot of teams. Novik's still trying to hold on against this.
Oh!
Goes for the shots. Oh, shotgun up the stairs. Simon just swapping out guns left and right as well. Gotta say, really impressive performance from him today already. As now that does cause Fuzzface to have to be doing some other stuff, as already one res has gone out here for Hype.
Yeah. Let's see what Foot is able to do from this eastern side, though. Here's Kitchen driving in the distance. Now, Verbal Swords driving straight toward Winner Dice position here. Shots coming in. Connects quite a lot. Headshots coming in. Get Rush in the Hello My Bad. Finding Sabila Horan King.
Brilliant stuff from them. X-Rays trying to do something about it. Gedrox already goes down here. One-Eye King is completely finished off. Layosh in the distance, though. Will be able to take down X-Razor. Everything for Vorpal Swords is vanishing. There's nothing left here. Slow Jacket on just a sliver of health is going straight through them as well.
No way. Slow Jacket down. That's them in 15th. Couldn't, maybe committed a little bit too deep for that, but yeah, he tried to get a different spot here. Tarkus finds Kitchen. Snipper goes down. Elska goes down as well. Looks like we're just down to Squeak at this point here. He tries to go for a drive-by. He sees Inex close to him as well. Shots connecting. Has to swap. No EMEA on the Dragunov 2.
Crazy sends going on here at the moment to try and make this work in these hills. Not too surprising, though, considering there is, as we say, a lot of locations you can take. But if there's already a load of teams up here and you have to drive beyond them, what are you going to do?
Yeah, not much to do for sure. Krafton. Good shot connecting onto Hands of Hope here. Finds Hero, connects potentially onto Hope as well. Completely destroyed here. Hands of Hope, well played and executed by Krafton for sure.
That's the kind of thing you need the EMAG for. That is for sure. Just that big spray transfer against that wall. Oof. Brilliant stuff by Toygar. Well done by Krafton.
Really well done by them. And they're in the northern side here for sure now. I mean, the teams coming in from Godok has to figure out where is our angle of approach. There's so many teams, all the compounds are already occupied, and obviously going to be playing slow here. Bushido and Virtus Pro on screen, they're going to be inside Godok. And now Joga Benito with the chips in hand have to figure out, are there any teams inside Godok and are they close to the rest station? Surely there's going to be someone guarding it. Currently, the closest player is, as you see in the distance, Keda with a it's a Vector.
He'll try and do something, but this is this is going to be a little bit of a mad dash for them. Also, time's slowly running out, right? Like, especially with them having to move on a circle like this. But they do have Nail Up and Cristiano already getting up to the top here. Replay back to Toygar on that spray down. Lovely stuff by him to clean it all up.
Double headshots as well,
and the nade, perfect.
This super nade to connect it on the end there is great. Joga Benito in the distance. Did they get them in already? And Alo was actually already in. So that's quick. Oh, they did. They went south, obviously. Squeaky gone down here. Kitchen is out in 13th place. Naleb trying to get close to Nodi and Simon, but they're getting shot already. So much damage done to them. And they're landing straight onto the corner of where Bushido is holding on.
Yeah, there's going to be a hope for Nodi as well as Simon to try and shut down the angles of Bushido, but not too easy whilst they get looted up a little bit. But now Bushido knows. Well, I mean, the parachutes sort of give away exactly where potentially Nodi and Simon are going to try and reinforce from, as well as them entering to get themselves stuff on the board when it comes to a transition like this and how all the kill feeds have been going on, if they've been tracking it a little bit. But let's see what this Virtus Pro is going to do, because they're not only in this west side of Godok, they're also on the north side, so they're going to have to start launching themselves forwards against those hillsides. And north of them is a compound that Hive does currently control, which is pretty strong of a spot for them. So I'm wondering where they're going to go.
Need to find some Bushido actually using two players here. Crossback mid base still standing. Very unfortunate for them here. Joga Benito having a bit of an impact. Keter also getting a flush onto Kristowny. Elcup find the flush here. What damage done here? Midabay looking good. He has more HP. Picks up a player, puts him in the car. Ready to drive.
Zone?
Is that a blue zone? Yeah, it is. Midabay. Can he get something done here? Oh, that's a great play. He heard the smoke come out. He heard the utility in hand, and Naleb swings around and gets down Midabay. Really well executed here by Joga Benito. And yeah, we're down to, it's just Naleb and Simon. We're down to two players. Very unfortunate for them. Again, they tried, but it comes back to, is it worth trying to get your teammates back by losing time for getting spots inside the circle?
Always value those sound cues. How am I bad here? Taking up Print, and Gedrox will be the one to be able to shut all that down from Vanos, making a mad dash on through. They know that those smokes have been deployed in order to keep them covered for just a little bit, but they are outside this circle. Leosh on the off angle gets taken down by Circus Crew, so Win or Die here could find themselves in a spot of bother.
Yeah, they could.
That's Pro too.
This western side here has so many teams going to be contesting each other. Virtus Pro on the southern side of this ridge here, but Levante already in the fight, potentially engaging onto Luca Rooks.
Panzer.
Gunplay.
What do they do with it? More nades get sent forwards against Virtus Pro here, but Win or Die is absolutely scrambling. Panzerfaust connects with Beamy already, though. They're trying to get themselves out of this. Levante does go down to Nixie in the end. They're getting absolutely sandwiched here as Win or Die. As much as they technically had a good position to try and play into this circle, there's just too many teams around them, Avenger.
Yeah. It's exactly what you want to avoid. Obviously, being in the lower ball dip here, some teams are going to take the high ground, going to take the ridges here. Circus Crew also coming close here. Salek, last player for Crit right now, could also backstab and potentially take down Gedrox. Oh, hello, my bad. More utility to be committed here. Lucarux gets found by Silers here, and Virtus Pro is trying to, stabilize a little bit off this fight here.
Yeah, the thing is that Circus Crew and Virtus Pro might wound each other across the kind of cavernous area that Win or Die does persist in, but they're not going to eliminate each other completely. So that will mean that Win or Die eventually has to somehow move out of the low ground because of the circle, and then probably get torn apart.
Literally all the smoke in the entire southern side here, and actually finds low my bad though. Circus Crew's really setting up for a gatekeep inside. Sub does find Phosphate here, so Hypebeast is out in 10th place. Gedrox and Levante is still staying. Levante looks like he's repairing a helmet or a chest piece with that repair kit. Nixie has a great angle, but he's also the first that has to move here. He's going to get held by Circus Crew.
Maybe. Shoots a little bit into the tree next to the smoke. Potentially a spot where they could try and have taken some hard cover compared to just the soft cover of those smokes. Also, there's vehicles there, so even just trying to pepper a few more shots into that to try and make that explode, just in case there was someone next to it, will be a great move. But Virtus Pro still scrambling a little bit. What can they do about this? They know that potentially Hive has an opportunity to swing out of that compound while all these fights are going on. So they're keeping an eye on that whilst trying to still put on pressure to these teams on the north side of them.
Phase 5. 5 damage per second. Gedrox still outside in the zone. Virtus Pro. All players are going to be inside the zone shortly. They're going to have a fight with Circus Crew. And as you said, Win or Die and potentially Hive here. I would like to see them come out and make a move here, make a push on them. It'd be a great opportunity for them.
Some of those teams on the north side are going to have to be laughing at this. Schengen does knock Lukarux from a distance there, so they didn't quite swing out, but he does see him from that warehouse. Virtus Pro is smart to know that there is a potential vulnerability there. Speaking of vulnerable, Silas makes a predictive move against Beamy, who sprays him down with the AUG in the distance. Gedrox though knocks Nixie. Still Virtus Pro under more pressure. 2 knocked and Nixie's completely gone. Win or Die is playing it very well, considering I thought they were just going to be completely gone here.
Yeah, they're really blue, so healing. Gedrox actually gone down here. Correxy, a lot of shots from Rocks. 40 damage done to him. We might get the rest off into Lukarux here. Nixie down though, as you said. 3 players could get foot HP and get a fight engaged here with the remainder of Win or Die, which is a little my bad. Or maybe Circus Crew. This circle though is absolutely dire for all these teams on the west.
Dire for them, but big for Foot. Foot has to make a statement off this kind of circle. They're not only getting a decent circle for themselves, they're also getting hand-delivered crates. So what can they do? As they can shut down 0-1-0, they're going to have a lot of room to work with. Hello, my bad. Still trying to heal up, still trying to keep himself alive. Circus Crew on his back. And thankfully for him, they don't see him just yet. But as soon as he has to make landfall over this ridge, he's going to be seen instantaneously.
Virtus Pro just got so much damage done to them once again here. 2 knocks on them. Beamy potentially getting rest here by Correxy. Delayed a lot by the Hello My Bad and Win or Die fight here in the lower crevice of this ridge here. Tries to go for a deny. I like that. Lukarux gets bled out here by Schengen. Now Beamy and the boys has to figure out, okay, what do we do? Timo has a really good high ground, actually looking down into the entire valley here.
I don't mind the potential move of Presenti to try and find an anchor point in this circle, but at the same time, he's fully aware of the fact that there are teams north of him, and he is vulnerable. So he drops the smoke to try and deal with it. Stayed. Now looking over at 0-1-0, who has opted to not go the way of Foot, considering they just got hand-delivered some crates, as well as better angles as well. But 0-1-0 is walking out of the fryer and into the frying pan, by the looks of things. Has stayed with a P90. Might have a great opportunity to strike at them.
Yeah, they are slightly inside the zone here, but 0-0 just getting absolutely peppered by multiple angles here. 6 teams left alive, but TMO trying to hold their ground. Yumi's out. Virtus Pro out in the 6th place here. 2 placement points for them alongside with the couple kills that they managed to get. So decent effort here, but not really what they're hoping for, being 4 alive coming in from Godok on the northern side.
State's just waiting for a chance. 3-3 up. P90'd up. As you said, he saw him. So he's just going to wait for this. Just dropping some smokes to delay it a little bit. Someone get caught off guard. There is going to be a nade thrown forwards against his position. Another nade. Try and challenge the spot here of Tarkus. Just throwing down a heal. Trying to get things going here. There was Bad Boy 2K. Stayed though. Getting those energy drinks going. 0-1-0 has been able to survive quite handedly in this north side. I'm surprised they've been able to do as much as they have from that spot.
Yep, for sure. Circus Crew really setting up here with 2 folded shields and a couple of cars. I like it. Hive, yeah, trying to get multiple angles inside the zone here. Could get backfilled by foot, though.
Yeah, I think that angle is vulnerable of Rox's against foot if they just move a little bit further forwards, and they have the circle players to do it. Circle Crew's going for a mad dash, though. Going around the corner here. Oh! Double onto Silas as well as Marcus. Going down instantaneously. Great stuff from Rox as he's able to shut down that move.
Yeah, Panzer Faust in a nutshell here, getting 2 easy kills onto Circus Crew. No counterplay for that, but that's the game. You can just pick one up yourself. Stay it. Look at that. Tries to still P90 and Panzer. What a disgusting setup.
Yeah. Where is he going to go with it, though? If he just sends that into that smoke down there. Okay, never mind. Presenti comes around the corner and he takes him down instantly with the Panzer Faust. That being said, he could have probably done it with a P90 as well, but this is much more clean for him. Bad Boy 2K is going to reinforce his position as well. This little spot, but the entirety of the lobby is shooting on this location. Godfrey is able to go down as well. Godfrey takes down Bad Boy 2K, but he does get him up in the end.
It's going to be a res in. Circus Crew backfilling this location here. Knows there's 2 reses.
Good timing.
Potentially here for them. Really well played. That's a stun. There's a stun outside too. I like that. Counterplay here for them, but Bad Boy's 10 HP. Has a gas can?
I'm not sure what the play is, but blinding yourself's not going to be it at the moment. Little underhand nade, little flash. Oh, good nice cook, but he just mitigated. Okay, is everybody dead? Is everybody gone?
Yeah,
he's not. He's alive. He's alive.
Godfrey is chilling. He's 10 HP, healing. He's just bandaging. Doesn't need a first aid, just chilling here. Has 2 left. Arta's like, please res me.
Can he res him on that corner? I don't think he can. I think he has to go through.
To move it. Okay, that's smart. Okay.
Smart.
Oh, look at Kut, though, taking the opportunity to take Hive down and then potentially getting a better spot inside the circle here. Exactly how you want to see Foot play. They are playing for the win. They did not want to overextend. They did not want to go for the kills here, but yeah, the 10 point for the win was their target in this game here.
A 0-1-0, a backfill in the position that was left by Foot on that north side. Not a bad play either. Pretty smart to try for this once they saw that movement coming in from Foot. That said, though, the angle is too strong from Foot. It looks like 0-1-0 is going to completely go down. And now it's up to Circus from a shack to try and deal with the off angles as well as the position there. And they don't realize T-Bone's still up there, or maybe he did and needed to get some more hard cover in that compound. I say compound. Again, it's just a shack. There's not much.
Easy. Oh, great shots. Yeah, connecting quite a lot. Foot getting this win here. It's only 6 kills, but their goal was the win. And that's exactly what they got here. Pushing themselves further up the leaderboard, putting themselves into 4th place.
Bit of a mad dash at the very end of this game for these high ground positions, for all of these cliff sides, for all of this little hills that you can try and play with. But once that circle shifted over the way of Foot with those crates, Martin, it was going to be difficult to take it away from the Foot boys.
Yeah, I mean, that spot exactly right. It could have been a spot for 12, 15 kills from them, but they were like, okay, we got the crates, we got everything that is setting us all up for the win here. Let's not throw it. Let's make sure that we're getting the necessary kills for the win to close things out. But that win, that's exactly how they were orchestrating everything from that eastern side.
Absolutely. Some important points for Foot on the board, some important points for Hive on the board as well here in our 3rd game of the day. Let's give the call to the desk and see what they have to say on the other side.
Whew, this could have gone very differently for Foot. They had the advantage. It was their circle. But Toby, at one point, I was very worried that they were being very passive towards the end there, where a lot of the other teams had kind of picked up the pace and got a lot more aggressive.
There was definitely a moment for me where 0-1-0 was fighting Kref up on the northern side, where I think in tournaments past you would have seen Foot try and make an aggressive play to get even more space to themselves. I mean, in the end here, you can't really fault them because they did come out victorious with a 16-point game, so good on them. But I would maybe have liked to see them try and make even more space for themselves because I feel like that was a 3rd play opportunity that was almost too good to let go to waste. They did run up there, but thought better of it in the end. They kind of went back. I think in the past, you would have seen a Foot team that would have just, sent it.
What did you think about their performance, Mark?
Look, I think the guys are right on Krafton. They were always going to get that win on that side. But I do want to emphasize Toby's point. Like, they should have got more kills. Like their game number 1, what was it? It was 2 points out in 13th. Game number 2 was another 2 kills, but they went out in 4th, so they got 6 points. Is 6 points enough from this game to kind of make up? Now, I don't want to take anything away from the actual team and the actual win there, but more importantly though, they could have potentially pushed on a little bit further. They could have taken that fight in the north. They could have applied more pressure to 010 earlier. They could have applied pressure towards the south. They had full control on that east, and look, take the win. Maybe that's what they need, but it just felt too cool, calm and collective for me.
Do you think that there is a chance that Foot is in their own heads? And maybe we won't ask Mark this just because we know that he does a podcast with Tea Time. But I mean, Toby, they were playing it safe. I feel like they could have made a bit more of an effort, you know?
I think it's a Foot that's still trying to get comfortable. I know that the roster that they have now has been together for a bit, but even then, they, as much as they've been together, they haven't really been in a whole lot of winning situations together. So make the most of what you're given here and try and secure yourself. Like, get the safe win. Yes, it might only be a 6-kill finish, but you would rather take the 6-kill win guaranteed than risk throwing it all for a potential 8-kill win. You know what I mean? So I think in this case, for Foot, in looking back at it now, I mean, kind of contradicting what I just said, I think it was a smarter decision to play it the way they did. Yes, I know that it doesn't amount to the same amount of points that it could have, but given that Foot still needs, with this roster, some late game like podium finishes, I think it hopefully it will prove fruitful and give them a lot more.
I would argue that maybe they found themselves in the last chance qualifiers because they play it too safe, Mark. But we won't focus completely on Foot. Let's look at some of the other teams here, because there is starting to be these teams that are stepping up, the likes of Circus Crew, who are making sure that they get kills on the board every game. It's going to make sure that they move up the overall standings as well. And I like the aggression we're seeing from a few of these lineups.
Yeah, look, Circus Crew would have been one of the teams that would have thought maybe not started as strong today. They're a newer name. We know the players, but a newer group of names, should we say. Were they in the best position? No, they had to fight really hard to get that. And they've been putting good points on the board. This game for them is another 12 points. So it's, again, more adding to their total. 010 Esports had to fight tough as well. They had to dig themselves out the trenches from that compound, make that play towards the north. That's not an easy fight as well. And that's before all of the chaos we saw from the teams coming in on the south. So it was an interesting game. The zone didn't help that, especially going towards that northwest corner, and with Godok in for so long as well. A lot of teams were teasing themselves by sitting on the outside edge, and I think that really had an impact to their mid to late game. They were maybe expecting a crazy southeast shift. It didn't happen, but that might have stopped them potentially playing more towards the north or more into the mountainside to try and maybe think about maybe a north zone.
Okay, so you might be a little bit confused, I'm sure, when you're taking a look at the match results here, because over to your right, you see Krafton says -2. Just to walk you through that.
I didn't want to say anything.
Okay, I'm going to bring it up. A little bit of confusion. Okay, so I will tell you the official reason for this is they've actually received their second warning today for delaying the start of map 1. So it's a 2-point penalty, but we made it very visual, you know? So there it is. That's what you need to know. Let's take a look now at the overall standings, though, because we're halfway through day 1 of the last chance qualifiers. 2 days of competition, 12 matches to play, and right now it's looking really good. 8 teams wanting to make it through to the grand finals, to join the 8 teams that made it through during the group stages, and you can see there, I would say, most of these teams sitting with 20 points are fighting hard. I think it's going to be a pretty close battle all the way through to the last game tomorrow, Toby.
Oh, definitely. I mean, as it always is, especially here last chance. I mean, we asked earlier how important it is for these teams to make it into the grand finals. I mean, you can put it pretty bluntly. If you fall short of top 8 by the end of tomorrow, you're looking at playing your next, top level regional game of PUBG we don't know exactly what next year is going to look like, but my estimate right now is that you're playing your next competitive game, if you fail on Sunday, in a half year.
Yep.
You're going to be sat back wishing that you made it into the grand finals if you don't tomorrow, because you might not be doing anything until April next year.
It is a painful way, and I think that's why, yes, the prize pool's up there, Sam, right? But they're looking for the PGC points, but they're also looking to continue out this year and playing, and they have to get through. They have to get a top 8 from this scenario to still be in a fighting chance, and then they've got to go and do it all again, but look for a potential top 3. So it's so critical, because Toby's right. You fall short here, and there's been a lot of teams that have already fallen short to get to this point. You're potentially looking at half a year before you're playing again.
It's mental. Okay, we just want to do a quick reminder because we've reached the halfway point of day number 1. So a quick reminder that there are G coins up for grabs. The first opportunity that you have is make the talent laugh. Memes, GIFs, funny things, post them over on X. You can use that QR code. If you're a bit of a boomer, make sure that you pick up your phone, you open the camera, you scan it over that code, click the link. There we go. You are now at the post that you need to be at where you can put your meme or your GIF. To be fair, though, I think if you were using the QR code and I had to walk you through how to use it, we may have a problem with your meme. But you can try. Post it, see if you can make us laugh.
Sam doing the full tutorial here of how to phone. I love it.
Do you know how many people I've met who don't know how to use QR codes? Most of them are, and most of them aren't. They're not old. They're like, my mom knows how to use a QR code, but I've met some youngsters that are confused. The other one where you can win in the history book, sharing your favorite clips from PEC and previous tournaments. That's what you can do there. Go way back in the archives. I'm sure you've saved a clip somewhere along the lines. Find it on Reddit, post it there, and you can win some G coins. There you go. Okay, I get to say goodbye to Toby and Mark now because they want to go commentate. They don't want to be on the desk. I get it, boys. It's fine. Rondo's coming up. Seems more exciting in-game. So we're saying goodbye to you. We're going to do a quick swap around. So to keep you entertained while we do the swap around, I do believe that we have something called Face Morph. And I think the name explains it all. So let's check it out.
Hey guys, welcome into some more amazing content from PUBG where we get to do the face morph. We've been joined in by myself, Mark Powell, the amazing Luca Rux. It's Chris is back for another time, and the amazing Vard joins us in as well. Guys, how is everyone doing? Luca Rux, you ready for this one?
Of course.
It's Chris, you're back for a second time, mate. You're going to get the win this time?
Hopefully not last again, yeah.
Yeah, you.
Oh, don't worry, bro. I've got you covered.
Okay, and there's some confidence from Vard. Nice. We'll wait and see. In this game show, this is going to be super fun. Where we have more players that everyone would know in the EMEA region. We're going to be taking a body and a face and morphing them into one amazing, outstanding dating profile picture for PUBG. So you have a point if you get the body correct, and also a point for the face. Let's get things going though. Here is image number 1. We're all in. Let's kick things off though. We're starting at the top of my screen. Luke Rux, you under pressure, mate. Who did you pick?
I mean, I think body is Spyro and face is T-Bone.
It's Chris.
I only saw T-Bone, to be honest.
I got the same two as Luca. I said T-Bone and Spyro.
So, yeah, Luca and Vard, you did get both parts right. Yeah, it is Spyro, though, obviously with the wonderful hair. And then obviously the eyes, the soul was T-Bone. Image number 2 coming up. Right, let's start with Vard this time. Come on, Vard. Give me.
I only said Kiliakai for the hair and the face. I actually have no idea who it is, so I didn't guess anyone.
Yeah, I only see Kili as well. Kiliakai. I have no idea about the face.
Luca Rux, who are you going for?
I also got Kiliakai, but I didn't pick anyone for face.
Kiliakai is there, but it's also so sadiq. It's the stance. That one was good. 12 hours of photoshopping, and that's what you get. That was image number 2. So you guys all get 1 point on the board there. Image number 3. Don't forget, we need to know who the bodies are, but merged. Fine, Chris, come on, give me the answers. Who do you think these are?
Aduzi, and I did go for Bimi, but it's not Bimi.
I picked Aduzi and Battlegrounds. I think it's Battlegrounds face.
I said Aduzi for the hair, and then I just said Levante for the face because I had no idea. I just picked a random name. I think Luca's got it.
Easy.
Got it, bro.
Battlegrounds is really good, bro. Nice.
Children's and a doozy. Moving on to image number 4. Okay, we're locked in.
I went with my 2 last competitors, Gustav and Bimi.
They're the exact two same. Gustav and Bimi.
Yeah, same. I got same. This one was pretty easy.
I can confirm you are all right. 2 points all the way around. It is Bimi and wonderful good stuff. Final image though, image number 5. Let's start with Vard. Who have you got?
For like the eyes, I think, but I don't even know. And apart from that,
okay, you've gone with latency for the eyes. Okay, Luca, you've got one
I
guess
have same,
well.
like 80 for the head, eyes, and then I don't know body.
I see a little bit of Lu and Aizi.
Chris is right. It is Ainty and it is Lou. I don't think it was that difficult, but we've got to end it here. We'll come back though with episode number 2. We have 5 more Majors images before we get to crown ourselves a champion of the face morph.
Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
You're watching the PUBG EMEA Championship for fall, and we are halfway through our first day of the last chance qualifiers. Of course, last week we had 3 days of group stages. 8 teams confirmed their spots in the grand finals, and now we are here to find out which 8 teams will join them. So far, it's been a rather interesting day, and seeing as we've had a little bit of a shift up on the desk, Kyle and Avenger are now here. I mean, gents, I posed this question to Toby and Mark, but we can chat a bit about it. I mean, how have you felt so far? You've been commentating these games, Kyle. What have you thought about the PUBG you've had a chance to see?
Very fun, very fun. I just realized the time has already started for Rondo as well. Jeez Louise. But also, I think, I'm surprised mostly by Circus Crew. I think that they've been able to really accrue some great points so far, keeping up with the top dogs. Happy to see it.
Fair enough. I mean, Avenger, what are you expecting from Rondo, real quick?
I'm not going to say chaos because that's all the guys have been saying on the desk the entire time here. So, Rondo, although, is a very hard map to predict because we have all these rivers that is going through the map and all these pillars that are through the map that have these, land ratio effects in phase 4. So it's very difficult to play. So I'm expecting, the teams to come in and a little more cautious and smart and calculated. Once we see Circle 3 hit, that's where they're starting to make their moves for sure here. But we were talking about in terms of the teams that have been playing so far here, yeah, but definitely surprised with Circus Crew, as James said here. I want to echo that sentiment for sure, but also not really seeing from Virtus Pro what I wanted to. They're a team that should come in here and absolutely dunk at this lobby.
I agree, because on the second, it's the second half of the day now. I need to see VP put some. I'm going to actually just jump straight into game. I think let's get into this. Toby, Mark, tell us what we're looking at.
Well, we're currently looking at Yoga Bonito, trying to get a few extra easy points to kick things off. And luckily, for Krafton, not able to get the flush. I believe one of the win-or-die players there's a circle. Swings hard west. Would have been nice, though, for them to take down one of the win-or-die players early here, Mark, to start things off. Of course, win-or-die, I mean, to go back to what Martin was saying, where VP hasn't impressed early, win-or-die certainly has.
They have. And don't forget, we can't say chaos anymore. So we've got turmoil, havoc,
cataclysmic events.
Oh, cataclysmic circle towards the west. Jouting's in the middle, and we got no phase because they've already qualified themselves through to the final. So completely free. Interesting to see actually for teams being around here. No one's jumped for that spot. That was an open loot spot for these teams, especially with that flight path.
I want to ask you, this Bushido split we're seeing right now, how do you like it?
Is it a split? I think they had an argument. They are from Bamboo, outside edge of Test Track, all the way through to Jouting. They are conquering as much. Could pay off, but I worry, even if we took Respawn, a rotation into one of their compounds, into one of their positions, they could get caught. And it's a bottleneck. Their position from here towards Jouting is very dangerous because there's only a few avenues in which the cars are going to rotate past.
I would say this. I mean, being it that Medibay landed next to Jouting and saw that no one went into the city proper, with this circle, Pop especially, tell your guys, tell everyone, hey, this city is free. How about if we just get closer? And I think actually they are all moving now. So maybe he heard me say it, or maybe he just thought the same thought that, hey, guys, we actually have the entire center to ourselves. Let's claim it before anyone else comes nearby.
Yeah, you're right. It's a potentially missed opportunity, but we'll see how that kind of unfolds for the team. Esports coming in on the south to southeast side. They are passing back to VP, and back to your point before. I think you're right. That Win or Die has performed really, really well. Like, they've shown up and they are a household name now. We're expected to be up there as well. VP, on the other hand, yeah, they're just not firing on all cylinders. Caught on a couple of circles. I think that first wrangle, really good for them. But that second and Tego just didn't really look settled for me.
Nope, not at all. Not at all. We'll see here if they can make more of it. They have plenty of space in the southeast as for right now, but we can also see, looking at the map, that there are a lot of teams still yet to make their way in that are going to be coming in from that southeast. So I mean, you know what, looking at it now, wouldn't be surprised to see VP up to try and bounce all the way west side on this circle to get away from what could be chaotic on that southeast. In the meantime now, Kitchen trying to hunt down Bushido. Panzerfaust slop forward, but not hitting the target. In the meantime, Nipa is down to low HP, actually taken out of the vehicle now altogether.
Musket's one. So they do lose one. Nipper is down. That should be a flush as well. Red Spade just about to bleed out. So 1 for 1. Bushido, we spoke about their split. Lucky enough they're a little bit closer together. They're now collapsing in. Celtic now on the other side of the compound, but taking third-party shots. Just be careful. Has to duck in towards the inside. Kitchen get a little bit of a reset.
And this is exactly what we're talking about. I mean, they had the best position in the circle. If they throw that game away this early on, that is not what you want to see if you're Bushido. If you then, in the end of it, end up falling short, this is a game that could have been your qualifying game, and now it might just not be. Nilkop gone down as well. Elska able to find him. So it's just Crossberg and Celtic left alive.
Taking initial shots here. Celtic has to back away. His position has been found. Elska been spotted. Crossbow waits for the perfect lineup. Doesn't quite get the full connection. Goes for the swing as well. Squeaky takes a face full of bullets as well, but not enough to get a knock here. Kitchen still with the upper hand. Now piecing together the final bits of the puzzle.
This is stalling out a bit too much for my liking. You're seeing Yoga Bonito actually in the nearby vicinity. You see them now coming in. Nail up in the minimap on the bottom right-hand side. He will have definitely heard these shots. They will have been tracking the kill feed as well, seeing that this is where this fight is going off. And given how comfortably Yoga Bonito plays right now, you can almost guarantee that they're going to try and get something off of this fight.
Okay. This is exactly what they're looking for, and that's the difference. Obviously,
there you go.
The leader, Nail up. He's kind of putting the cogs in the machine, and the master machine has been Jogger at the moment. Shot so Celtic does the damage. Crossover doesn't get the full knock. Has to drive forward. Resmoke will now happen. There's that first kill. Yoga Bonito, they're going to be happy with that one. He'll be calling for the rest of his team to collapse on him, because whatever's left here might not come out this compound alive.
Such an awkward 1v3 as we now go far outside circle here. Foot Esports, you said in the pre-show, Mark, they like to do these camps if they have a feeling they can get some good points with it. And, well, here indeed they do. At least one. Garnet can't be able to get the knock on James. Scav actually finding Subarus now as well, so one could become two. And indeed it will be as well, as we see Bushido fall down and out 16th place. A 1-point game off of a blessed phase 1, or circle 1 I should say. That is not what you like to see.
No, the confidence boost from the win, I think, is key. For Esports, looking to try and get an early couple of points. Yes, we see this a lot from them if they can get these bottlenecks, as we say, and this is one of them. Great positioning for them, great setup. Back to that replay though, and Nail It though sees the body, gets two, gets a final connection as well. Celtic will fall down. So yeah, rags to riches. Bushido unfortunately out, and as you alluded to, Toby, there's only a wild card map and it's one a day. And Rondo, I feel like Bushido have missed a massive opportunity.
Oh, big time. Big time. In before the circles literally end right where Metabay was to begin things, right? And then they're really going to be hitting themselves over how that could have gone a whole lot better. In the meantime, though, back towards Yoga Bonito we go. They are hearing the vehicles from Respawn. And they too are trying to set themselves up for a little bit of a gatekeep here. And I think Respawn might have thought better of it. They know that there were fights taking place a bit further west earlier. Obviously, they came in a little later, so they don't know exactly where it was. But playing it slow here, and understandable that they are in the compound they are in, because, I mean, how many circles now have we seen end up going straight back towards the east here?
Yeah, it's such a good spot. We've seen some really good fights from that position as well. So, yeah, no surprise for Respawn to maybe second-guess that. And on the other hand, though, not happy with the glider. Goes towards the ground, goes for a swap out. I think there'd be more of a gas can exchange and a refuel.
There you go.
Keeping the gliders in the air for longer. That's really help. Getting that information. Yeah, definitely a refuel there.
There you go.
Yeah, so Vanos will vamoose to the skies again.
Yep. Get up in the air. Scout your way forward. For now, I think they will suffice with the north side of the circle they have. I think the main thing right now is not so much to look inward. It's more to make sure that not too many players are backfilling their current position, which we can see that both the Hands of Hope, at least parts of them, because it's Hibago who's flying in on his own right now, him and Win or Die are coming in on that northern side, and actually the remaining players from Krafton are doing so too. So smart on them to be a little extra cautious here on the edge of the circle.
Being cautious. On the other side of things, though, Hive, a bit more of a centralised position. Catch Jogger. The shots will go back from Dante. Don't quite get the connection he wanted. Has to be cautious though. He is sharing 92/2. Okay, I'm popping a couple of shots, and they are really spread as well from this little line. They could take the compounds, and then they've got a 2-2 split. on the other side of the town, where we've seen the zone end so many times where it bounces out towards that sort of northwest. So I think they're hoping, Toby, here for the zone to sort of play a factor as we've seen before, with lots of it unplayable in the west. There is a world that we might get a repeat.
Definitely. See Levante here, able to drive off with his teammates, was almost taken down in parachute in the early game, and I think the rest of the lobby outside of him and his teammates would have appreciated that, given that he is currently the top damage dealer here in the last chance. I know we're only 3 games in, but still a pretty decent performance, and I think Leos has just gotten trapped by EMP zone, so he's going to be a bit delayed as the circle swings somewhat further towards the central north, just kind of across off of Jiaotin.
Yeah, VP will take the Jiaotin opportunity now, so they do collapse in that north side. Hive's drawn that 2-2 split, Circus Group, and like I said, I just can't emphasize enough, actually, how much they have impressed me today. I did have them down as a team that were in the last chance qualifier, but didn't expect them to qualify through. I think, like, even though, yes, we've had 3 games here, Toby, it's a team that has taken those 3 games and capitalized as much as they can, and that's going to put them in good stead for the remainder of these remaining games for them.
Yeah. VP, as we mentioned earlier, we're a team out on the very edge of the circle. Oh, there comes a glider. No person in it. Okay. Safe.
Circuit got shot out.
Beamy is like, wait, someone brought me a
down.
glider? Yeah, but I like the fact that they are taking the north side of the city here. If the circles come south, they're golden. If they go north, they have an escape path out into the into that north. So a good positioning for VP, claiming this very specific spot in the circle, and now, of course, aware that they have Vorpal swords next to them, which I feel like they're going to have to try and dislodge, which they're going for now. Subila, okay, despite being headshotted by Nixie, able to commit to the trigger and finds him.
Great angle. Great angle. I'll be cautious. Blue Zone Nade will come in. Has to now skip over. Does take a little bit of damage here, Lucarux, but it's an opportunity just to reset. Let's see. He's going to get the res. Able to hold enough position as Zubida pulls up in the slowest fashion. Beamy doesn't miss those. He's going to get the opening knocked back towards them, and now the res has happened. Nixie back up, so numbers back in the favor of VP.
Do VP continue the push now, though, or do they try and figure out what's ahead of them before doing so? Because Masters, now you're starting to see Circus Group pull up on this as well, and obviously now VP is realizing this one. Maybe now there's not the same urge to try and push forward into this, because the more teams join the party, the more awkward angles that you can't expect, the more randomness gets thrown into it. And I feel like that's where Virtus Pro has been on the losing end. Like, whenever they lose track of what's going on, or lose the opportunity, like the ability to figure things out, that's when they start taking casualties. So for now, I think it's smart on them to let Circus Crew and Vorpal Souls kind of duke it out for a bit. Hold your ankles still, but play it smart. And then if you get a golden opportunity once again, then you re-engage.
Yeah, you could see the stance. They wanted to cross that road there where Lucarux is, but I think Circus Crew entering into the fight might have just dropped the anchor, so to speak, with them. Hype Beast, on the other hand, though, they do come in with that southwest corner. They are taking a bit more of a passive approach towards this zone. They have been caught out maybe some of the earlier games where they have over-rotated or maybe been caught on a rotation in. So nice to see them maybe getting options to hold the outside edge of zone, maybe see exactly where this sort of zone will take effect. Part and parcel of that is going to be Pomelovo. Eyes in the sky. It's farming a lot of information.
Don't fly over the city. Too many anti-air guns set in here waiting, peeking out the windows. But I like the fact that these edge teams are staying on the edge. When you have Foot doing the same thing, Squeaky from Kitchen coming in now, just got the res on to his teammates, so they should be back up to 4 real soon as well. But I like the fact that they're playing this one slow. There's no reason to over-aggress before you see this next circle. You know that it's going to be phase 3. You know that the circle after this is going to show all the unplayable. And with that, now is where you make up your mind on where you want to go.
It's a good zone shift. This side of the stadium. Obviously, Choco Benito was in that kind of respawn area. That hillside on the east is so powerful. So intrigued to see maybe if we see pressure being applied there. He's going the other way. Rest of the team's obviously rotating in. Interesting that Winnow Dwight didn't take the emergency pickup. They did jump out, but they went back. So I think they've got a plan now to sort of drive into this zone. Maybe they're going to become one of these edge teams in the northwest corner.
It could be. I mean, there's a lot of unplayable in this circle, so it's going to be interesting to see where the game will take us come next circle. Krafton now looking towards the north. They know they have Hands of Hope behind them. They've kind of been rotating in behind one another for a bit now. So what they're trying to do is, I mean, if they can get points off of them, obviously you're going to go for that. But primarily just dislodge them, force them to take the fight elsewhere. You can see the exact same thing we're seeing on the south side right now. 0-1-0 trying to surpass Hype Beast on this rotation, and so far it is working.
Yeah, got the connection eventually onto that tire, so One of the Gazelles are wounded as the Lions Hype Beast looking to get the Hype Feast on the go, but no kills at the moment. We need an explosive game really from them just to sort of step up into the precipice of a top 8. They are on the cusp at the moment. 0-0 Esports, though, might be looking to limp their way into the safety of the town. That's really going to have to maybe change how Hypebeast work their way into this next zone.
It's going to be a weird decision they're going to have to make, because do we cross south over the mountain, not having any idea what we're rotating into? Obviously, they came from the west, so they won't have had a chance to scout east at all. Or do we now backfill knowing that 010 knows quite literally exactly where we're coming in from and probably just sat in there waiting for us, right? So, big-time decision-making to be had here for Hypebeast. Seems like they are going to wrap all the way east around. It's going to take them a bit. They're going to have to tank a bit of blue. But, of course, it's only phase 3, so still doable. So that should mean that they're going to be coming in just on the southern side of Kitchen. And that then begs the question, does Kitchen want to try and keep them out, or do they actually allow for a team to be sat right next door?
Right, see, they are crossing the mountain, as you say. You can see on the map feed here. Baku, though, on the other hand, he's full dive. As that glider's now gone, he has to try and get to the remaining players that are beneath him, not overextend. And as a reward of climbing the mountain and conquering Rondo, they find himself with a Groza. So they are going to come in towards that southeast corner. They are going to potentially apply pressure towards Kitchen. I'm very intrigued to see what we see from Foot Esports. Do they play cool, calm and collective and let the fight engage and maybe look at a third party or try and hold their compound? I think the question comes back. Looking back on that last game, T-Bone was saying they didn't push into the kind of Kreef 0-0 fight because they didn't have the utility. So I'd be intrigued to see actually what Foot Esports have in their back pocket if that fight in the south starts.
Well, I think that answers your question. There's no reason to fight south because you have a circle to play for. I would be surprised, though, with this circle if they do end up going towards the south. I think they're going to sit where they are, honestly, right now. Even if they could go somewhat center, sit where they are and just try and make sure no one backfills. Because you can see where the city is right now. VP, Vorpal, 010, all these teams now have to get out of Yao Tin. And you can only really go east on this. Like, you can't wrap north into those open swamp fields and expect to stay alive. You're backfilling into teams that are sat on a mountain ridge with vision and full control. So whatever wounded teams are going to be coming out from this city, either obviously they're going to E-pick up, as we're seeing Vorpal set one up right now. Either they're going to do that, or they're going to have to come in from the south-southeast.
Well, a lot of these teams are going to have to escape the concrete jungle. But for now, I'd be going for a crash. I don't know if they had the full information, but they do now. They are sharing his compound. Let's go on the hold, though. Waiting for the peak to come around. Ketzer does get the opening, though. And they get the second bomb over, charges in. And the reward, climbing the mountain. The Groves will put them down. And it is in shambles. Unfortunately, Kitchen can't keep bodies up.
And look at Foot, what they're doing immediately as this fight pops off. They all go down towards the southern side of the compound. 010 now trying to come in, overlap. What we're seeing, and they did it to Kitchen and also to Hype a bit early in the game. Now they're trying to do it again. Avoid the chaos, get inside circle. But they're pulling up on Foot. They think maybe they should have gone further towards the north, but now they're pulling up on this.
This is huge, though, because Foot Esports did address towards the south here. I would have seen the opportunity, knowing they could potentially go towards that north side of the compound. Hypebeast do clear it, so Kitchen will fall. They do get the kills. Now T-Bone has been knocked. They will come out from Cappy. They have to readjust here. CCI next comes for the reinforcement. Comes for the reinforcement, though, with a Panzer in hand.
I mean, Hypebeast might be blessed with a golden opportunity to pull up on this, because once again, knocks come through and they go the way of 010. Foot had all of the time in the world to position, but they were looking south, did not anticipate these vehicles coming in, and now they're down to just 8C.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Great opportunity, though, taken from 010 Esports. So he's got too many angles against him. 010 Esports collapse here. No. Tarkus deletes the team. What an opportunity. The fight ensued towards the south. All guns were south. 010, they were the kings of the north.
Yep, equally important fight now taking place towards the southwest. 3 teams engaged in this one. The myth of coming in a PRDM might want a piece of this party as well, as I think VP is just going to try and get out of here. No reason for them to stay put. And oh, Noik almost taking down that nade because of hitting the fence, but able to get out alive. And 010, okay, a bit of a parting gift there. Finds Noik on retreat. We'll take him down.
Yeah, Fuzzface taking the middle ground in between them and Vorpal's sword. TMI, the BRDM, getting punished slightly with Schengen. Smart up. We'll try and hold, provide the cover in line. Utility dump will go out first. We'll go nade. Good follow-up, though, with the blue zone nade.
Great
Pretty much
nade.
good. Does bounce off the other side. The blue zone's going to bounce up and over the top, looking for that re-knock. And then they put up Panther in hand. That surely is going to be one with the blue zone. Will they launch the BRDM, or are they looking to try and take it?
They sure are expending all their utils to try and get this, and they do so successfully. Hive able to take out the myth of an important fight for them to get done with, because
they left
they
it.
need to reset. They need to reset as fast as possible, because Will or Die is backfilling here. VP just over the other side of the hill as well. They need to try and contain as much as they possibly can here, but there's so many teams around them.
They've actually retreated back. They left the BRDM there. VP now on the fight here. Bombelovo so does have that Groza in hand. Confirmation done for them. Number 5, but down to 2. Bombelovo now edge the outside of the smoke here, using the line of the blue. Phase number 5. Expectations our players will be on the inside of this, but you never guess when Beamy is store up in the lobby, right? Smoke dissipates. Eventually seeing the body and tries to get the flush.
He has more 5-5s, but running around with the Groza, well, ain't gonna tap in that much faster. First does get the flush into correction, though, as they're forced to push further forward. You have Vorpal Sword with eyes from behind. Racer once again active, able to find first face. It's just Bumble now left alive.
Yeah, Beamy, though, moves into another position. He's going to see the smokes. He's going to have to get activated shortly. And so many of those first stage, we know he is king of the blue. Bombelovo does not want to drop the ball there. Beamy waiting for the potential res. Will Die. Leosh, though, put some heavy shots, but as you said, 16 shots remaining on that Groza. It's not going to be good for Bombelovo. And that confirmation comes in from Beamy. So another point on the board for VP.
Yep, Beamy went for the flush, and first that means that Bumble well aware of where he is. Leo's Budge Beamy as well, so that's VP down in 11th place. Hypebeast gets to stay alive, but honestly, I don't know for how much longer.
Dangerous. They opted to come away from it. 0-0 Esports might be the kings of that southeast. Now here comes the push, taking the open ground. Nades will go in. Hive still on the hold. Still got their Panther at the moment. 3 kills on the board. They need a big recovery game here. Hands of Hope doing the same thing. He comes around the corner and sees the target, pulls the trigger, but he puts himself down to a final player here from Hive. He's got to try and hold the compound.
I get the suicide strat coming around the corner, but when you're alone and your teammate is inside the building, I feel like it comes with a bit too big a risk. Trying to take out a player like that. Presenti now, only player left alive for Hive. Will maybe get placement points. He's one team out of getting an extra point secured. See Leosh in the blue, in the BRDM. Not too soon to leave, but here, now he goes as the circle creeps further forward.
Gotta remember, this is the BRDM that they actually took away.
Yep.
They didn't opt to grab it and go, so they left it, and then Leosh having the opportunity now to provide as cover to now get up into the compound. Technically, 1 versus 1 versus 1
Exactly.
here. You stand a chance for anyone to coming out alive.
3 solos in one house. It's very rare that we get to see that, but here we are. It's just these 3 here, all fighting for placement point. Vanos will be the first to fall, and now Presenti is well aware that Leosh is not just next door, but literally in the opposite end of this living room.
Well, the Hive is not much of a Hive no more. Maybe the Queen Bee, Presenti, will try and hold out. Does he even know? That goes back to the safety of his nest. Can that be RDM? The zone will be ticking shortly. Vorpal Sword, though, who has been causing damage on the outside. They have to work their way in, and there's one team sitting, watching, and waiting, and it's Joga Benito again.
Yep.
Looking to try and clear out anyone that comes in on this west.
I mean, this is the thing for Yoga Bonito, right? They've played really well in the previous games, having had some pretty tough rotations they've made the most of. And now they're getting themselves a game where they have sat here since phase 2. Leosh will fall in the Infinite One-Eyed King. Reaching over the Rich line, able to get him. How's Razor there as well? Razor's been hitting some good shots this game. We'll see if he can get more. If they can clean out this last Hive player, they might have a rotation to make to the north.
They might do. If they crash on in,
Wow.
they go out. Kref taking 7th place.
Oh no!
The Molly causing the damage. Oh, the nade eventually clears it up though. They're not there for much longer. Straight down in 6th. Vorpal Sword fall in 5th, and we instantly activate a top 4. Hands of Hope with 4. 0-0 Esports, who took the position away from Foot Esports, also remain as a 4. And Joga Benito, they're 4 in the compound.
Never have I seen self self-destruction to a bigger extent. Voldemort shoots Katie. Katie is running with a molly in hand, and because she gets knocked by a teammate, or he gets knocked by a teammate, drops it on the ground, and then takes out his teammate too. That is... that's a feels bad, man. But here we are. Presenti did get to survive the onslaught. A little bit of help from the compound down south, I think. But in the end, able to outlive, get himself 4 placement points guaranteed. Still has 9 first aids. There might be even more if he can get over to, I believe, the body of Leosh there.
He's going to find himself a few first aids, but Jug Benito have no intention of looking at anywhere else but the west at the moment. So the moment he crests over that hill, I think he might be eradicated, but has found himself in a top 4 position, so additional placement points will happy. Anything else is going to be an extra now. Hands of Hope, much position to move, a little bit of a ridge here. ONO Esports, though, have a wonderful ridge on that east. I think it's actually how far does this zone play to the west? How damage is it going to be to these 2 other teams?
And this is the thing. I mean, I think if you're a Foot fan or the Foot players right now, you are frustrated with letting that one go the way of 010. Because, I mean, this would have been where they would have been playing from, right? Go over, take the ridge line, or the rock, I should say, on the other side. And now you get this circle, too. That could have been back-to-backs for Foot. In the end, now they get out of this lobby with practically nothing to show for. Instead, this is what we're given. Yoga Bonito with a great compound, but it's outside the next circle. So you have your ridge just on the northeastern tip of that swamp, and you can see that's where Nod is trying to get to now.
Yeah, a good play from them. Really good play. There's like a little compound out towards the west as well. Well, a compound, a little shack and a few fences. Not really much to play. So actually trying to get to that ridge line early is the right play. They only send 1 car, so obviously these teams can consolidate their fire onto 1 position. Hands of Hope only got the 1 kill at the moment. Again, in the top 4 scenario. So going to try and clear up as what they can here. A win here for them would be a good stance to coming over the halfway point. And Presenti, well... Fortunately, presents himself an option to go down to zone and say, no more points. I'll take 4th. That's enough. Tab me out.
The fact that Hands of Hope are actually inside zone is pretty fortunate, I guess, is the best way to put it. They've been playing it slow and on the northern side for the majority of this game. Kind of just been backfilling, been able to avoid confrontations for the most part. And here they are, just 1 kill, but top 3 guaranteed, so that's a 6-point game. For sure, and if this goes the way that we expected to, which would be 010 and Yoga Bonito fighting to some extent, this could very well end up being a Hands of Hope win.
Interesting. Something tells me Yoga Bonito is going to come out and get the win. The fact that Nod's got there as well and Simon's on that south side. Simon says a win. Simon says might get a win. Can they get these last 2 players to the same ridgeline? That's the big question. They're going for the dart now. They're into the car. There's a little bit of momentum here. Hero does pop up and over the top, but they find safety just in time. The knock does come in, but he's on the ridgeline.
This next circle is going to dictate a lot, I think. If somehow the Hands of Hope gets the hard north shift that allows them to utilize this ridge for longer, they could be good. It is unlikely, though, and now, well, as you were saying, because Yoga Bonito were able to make their rotation, it's really on Hands of Hope, but I don't think they're doing anything until they see the next circle.
No. If they were going to go, they should have gone straight away, especially on that knock, right, and play across towards that west and expose. It depends on the zone. Like, if the zone plays across down towards the sort of Yoga Bonito, like there, do they play west now? Come into the dips, obviously provide element of cover, or did they go aggressive towards 010 Esports? Either side for Hands of Hope, it's really difficult, but it plays back to Yoga Bonito. They made the early dart. They got to this position. That put them, give or take, roughly in the middle of the zone. Now they find themselves for another shift. Only Simon is left on the outside edge, but he's got a wonderful ridge just to work his way back in on.
You have a rock. You have maybe 2 rocks you can pull up on, but you also know Yoga Bonito has been playing at a distance the entire game in that compound, so they should have all their nades still available, right? I think if you're Hands of Hope, you're lobbing some smokes, driving a car down to a tree, and hoping that you can stall for the 2 other teams to fight one another. Because 010 has to get off the ruins they're set in right now, and it's a hard call. It's definitely a hard call, but I think Hands of Hope would be better off trying to slow play this one than sending it into the pit. That would be, in my... like the way I read it, a clear loss.
Well, both have got to move, haven't they? 010 Esports and Hand of Hope, right?
It's a matter of how far you take it. Like, how far do you dare go or feel like you need to go exactly? Smokes being deployed now by Hands of Hope. Same thing happening from 010. It's only Yoga Bonito that are really sat back here waiting for these two other teams to make moves happen. 2 cars now being utilized. Third will be activated as well. Smokes deployed. They are going down to the rocks we were just mentioning, but look at this. Instantly nades are being pulled out.
This is the play. You said Yoga Bonito have been sitting in that compound for time. Both 010 Esports and Hands of Hope had to go. It was a dance of who was going to move first. Well, Hands of Hope went first. They received the most damage. 010 Esports coming in second, but still not quite in that zone just yet. Yoga Bonito able to sit tight. They've expelled quite a bit of util. They haven't really got the reward just yet, but they found themselves in a position again to take the game.
They were actually able to survive this, surprisingly enough. Navak stayed behind as well, but I was just going to say now he's been seen. So Global Army able to take him down. 010, I mean, they're playing an incredible game. From the pull-up, from wrapping around High Beast early on, to then doing it again and pulling up on foot, cleaning them out, and then breaching in here from the east. They have played a really good game, but they still have a pretty tough opponent in Yoga Bonito left to try and take out. And right now, you'd have to say the advantage is on the side of Yoga Bonito. They have the ridge line, they have the dip that they can play from, duck back down behind, where 010, once these smokes are gone, mate, you're just sending it.
There's only one key to press, and that's the W key. They have to keep so much attention on JB on that side. Yoga Bonito have to keep their heads like whack-a-mole down, but then they have to draw their attention back towards Hands of Hope. Simon, well, he says to get the first knock. He gets one down, though. Spray comes back from Global Army, but like that, he has to get down towards the grass because he cannot drop the ball in Hands of Hope.
Exactly. They can't allow for that angle to be open either because they didn't get them out early enough. Now they're caught in between two teams, and it's Yoga Bonito that are currently cleaning this one up. Incredible game for Yoga Bonito. Again, didn't have to do much through the early game. They were kind of just chilling in a compound, but it's what they've been able to do in all the other games. That means that for this one, it's just going to boot them even further up the leaderboard. Hope gets one, but in the end, Yoga Bonito cleans it up and gets himself a 10-kill win.
Yoga Bonito, aggressive stance, shooting down for the victory though. It's 10 kills, it's another 20-point game though, and that is huge, skyrocketing them up to 49 points, Toby.
Definitely. It was the play for the rich line there in the end of it that really set them up for the win. They knew what they had to do in order to win it. I was surprised that they weren't able to take out the entirety of 010. Oh no, sorry, not 010, but Hands of Hope. But in the end, it didn't matter too much. They got their position, as you were saying in the cast as well, Mark. They got where they needed to get to in order to, well, I mean, have the upper hand against both teams going their way.
Nail it. He's joysticking these kids that are absolutely on fire at the moment. He held the compound well. They rotate their way in, and it was difficult. The rotation from that compound to where they played at the end was huge. Both 010 Esports and we saw from Hands of Hope, they could have pinned that position down. They got across the ridgeline. At that point, no, it was looking for a victory for them, and they played well. They even kept their heads high and got that final point, putting 10 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people had a lot of high hopes for Yoga Bonito, even through the group stages. There are some big names in that roster weren't able to deliver, but they sure are here. So we finish off the wildcard maps. 2 more Miramars left to play here today. But first, let's go back to the desk and break down what you saw there.
Thanks so much, Toby and Mark. We are going to break this one down. And I think, Kylaris, we have to start by talking about JB over there. That is their second win today. What a day that they are having here in the last chance qualifiers.
Yoga Bonito, Yoga Bonito. I'm so happy, man. I'm very happy to see them performing this well, right? Like, I think we expected them to have the potential and the chops to be able to do something like this, especially in last chance, where you've got, some of those big dogs kind of out of the way. They're not going for those hot drops, which was kind of where we thought that might be a fall down potential for them, and they're just finding some great spots, good position for them to transition to in that kind of field area up against the edge of that field and just play it out perfectly. Really happy to see them doing this well.
I mean, Avenger, from your side, if you take a look at this final fight, walk me through what these teams in the top 4 were doing right.
I mean, as James is pointing out here, taking the control and just assessing the terrain ahead of you is exactly how Yoga Bonito won this game, right? I mean, all the other teams kind of come around. It's more of a waiting game. They're not making any proactive moves. It's all reactive based on, okay, next Yoga Bonito here, we are going to have to move here. They're not doing anything proactive, except for Yoga Bonito. They made proactive moves. Sure, they had that compound once you saw circle 3-4 pop, but playing out of that, getting the 10 kills is massive. It was really well executed by them. Obviously, with Naleb and Krastalny here being the IGLs and kind of leading the charge in game, the guys just like young fraggers, and it's really coming to fruition. Sure, it's last chance. They're going to have to do this again next week in the finals if they're getting any hopes of trying to get to PGS or PGC, but it's looking pretty good so far.
What do you think about Hive, Avenger? Because they've had, I would say, Tego and Rondo have been good games for them.
I've got Hive hopes for a living, but it's not really coming to fruition here so far, to be honest. Like, for me, Hive was a team we've been looking at through PPT. It's a team that's really strong in the TPP tournaments we've been having throughout the year, right? And that should have been easily copied coming in here to PC, but it just feels like, everything is kind of falling apart for them in some of the decision making, and they've been they're now becoming, the masters of TPP, and maybe that's what they should focus on for the rest of the year, maybe.
That's an interesting way to look at it. I also love the fact that we had you with your little pun there. We've had Kylara singing. This has been a really fun desk. What else will they throw at me? Who knows? Should we take a look at the overall standings, though, so far? As we move to our final map of the day. 2 matches on it, but it will be the final. Let's see how this is looking. I would argue that Jogo Bonito, if they continue, probably are going to qualify today, but otherwise it is it's open season, Kylaris, for a lot of these teams. It's so close.
Yeah, Jogo Bonito and Win or Die are kind of emulating the runaway that we saw from some of our big teams in that group stage to start things off. So, fantastic start for them. Again, I am impressed by Circus Crew. I did say at the beginning of this game that I was impressed by their position. Obviously, this game was a bit of a disaster for them. They really didn't get much on the board. But also, Vorpal Swords. Damn, I mean, these names we're very familiar with for a long time. So, to have 28 points on the board for them, I think they've been able to do good in terms of getting some central positions, kind of working from those. But again, only 3 or 4 games is still a small sample size. It could crumble whilst they're up at the top, which is actually quite a close middle pack at the moment, honestly.
Let's have the conversation about Virtus Pro now, because they are not delivering yet again. There's 2 games left today, and even though they're in contention, it's just... Avenger, you said it before, like they should be dominating this lobby.
They should be 40 plus at this point. And then as we're looking here at the overall, obviously, we have to realize the facts here. There's 9 teams within 5 points of each other. Like, one good game for Virtus Pro, bam, they're in 3rd place, right? Because Jogo Bonito Win or Die has been really sponging up, and our mid pack is really starting to solidify themselves. Even Krafton with one good game, boom, they're in 3rd place. So it's really just come down to 2 sponges at the top, and the middle pack not really making anything happen, not really getting anything to work. And again, as I said, multiple times here, and even in the group stages last weekend here, if I'm not seeing Virtus Pro with triple digits at the end of this last chance here, there's something wrong, and my expectations for them going into the finals would be super, super low. And I'm really questioning myself here. Well, what's the problem? What's the issue? Is it, Scoom departing? All those first stages that he delivered at PGS should have been, coming through and staying there, but still, that change should not have this sizable impact that it is right now. And they could go out and get a 23-point game, doubling their points in one game, boom, and we're like, okay, they silenced us in one game. But after 4, I think it's fair, Sam, to point out Virtus Pro should be at 40.
Yeah, there's definitely fights that are going on like these edge situations, which this is a team that should be winning out those edge fights, right? And then being able to convert that into more late game positions, central plays and stuff like that. Obviously, we had our Fields in Yasnaya, they were on the edge, and they were able to do some pretty decent stuff from that position. But like coming in on this game from Zhao Tin and committing to Zhao Tin when they did, to then have it shift away from Zhao Tin really causes so many problems for them, for teams lying ahead of them, like Hive, for example. So there's all these like knock-on effects that are just not going their way, and I have to agree with Martin. I would like to see them much higher than where they currently are.
I'd like to encourage you, if you are watching, to find your creative spirit and create a skin that adequately communicates why Virtus Pro is currently struggling, and then submit it on our G-Coins giveaway. You can just scan that little QR code and you could win stuff. That's me trying to just get those artistic juices going, because Kalaris and Avenger don't have answers as to why it's not working. Maybe you can share your answers in graphics.
Well, bring me my red shirt. Bring me my brown pants. Because, I mean, like, we need to hide things, I think is fair to say here for them at the moment. Because they need a little bit more than this. And right now they're being shot and that red shirt can hide some blood.
I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so we are now getting ready to head to Miramar. That is going to be our next match 5. Obviously, we got to see Yoga Bonita take that win in match 4. What are we expecting from Miramar today? Now that we've had a chance to see these teams, we've allowed them to settle into the lobby a little bit, Avenger. How do you think Miramar will play out?
I mean, the team's already at the top there. They're going to continue their campaign for sure. I mean, that amount of confidence you're going to be able to have, averaging 10 points per game on an average after 4 games here, that's just definitely going to come through. So if I were the other teams, just avoid Yoga Bonito, win or die. They're coming at you for sure. I mean, Miramar for me, actually my favorite map by far, both to play and to watch, just because of the amount of terrain and compounds and playable space that you have, but also the fighting lines that no matter where you land, where you go, you almost have an option to where to go next, where to fight, what kind of direction to go into the circle. And that's really why I'm thinking the teams that we're expecting to do well might be able to have a small comeback here. It's your Word is Pro, maybe your Hypebeast, maybe Bushido, maybe Foot might be able to have some good games here, because it's more of a constant and a stable here.
And this is the map that I had most questions marks around on terms of where people are going to drop. Because Yoga Bonito obviously was having that Kref situation going on in Power Grid. Looks like that's not going to be the case here. Kref has decided to go towards Monte Nuevo, which technically speaking in the group stage was Respawn's location. But they've been 3 all day, so they're going to be pushed away from that. They're going Chumacera, and it looks like Hive is just going to be moving a little bit north of the position here of that Power Grid, as Nailup is technically hovering around here, but he'll probably kind of muddle back and go towards Power Grid anyway.
Carlos, were you expecting some hot drops? Was that something that you thought might happen here on Miramar?
There was a world where it could have occurred, but I feel like the rest of the lobby kind of figured things out, like the Power Grid situation, obviously, as I was mentioning. Los Leones was a big one for me as well, obviously with Virtus Pro being kind of the stalwart position there, but sometimes Hypebeast would like to go there. Hypebeast gets Picardo of all places, so technically that's worked out brilliantly for them, especially with this circle.
Well, now that the circle's popped, I tell you what, let's get ready to jump into the game. We've got Miramar action for you.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yes, Miramar underway, Mark, and a very center circle to kick things off. And you know what? We'll kick things off with Krastalny, where he missed on Win or Die and Parachute with the first shots of the game on Rondo. He does not whiff here. Schengen down early on, and Yoga Bonito continuing their great performance here with the first one on the board.
It's what we talk about though pre-show, isn't it? Again, it's not the chaos of the hot drops. And I was talking off air with James about this. There was a world that it was going to happen. These teams weren't decided, and obviously coming into the last chance qualifiers, it's like actually hold on. There's a lot of crossover here from potential hot drops or team kills. And there was a concern. Last minute, obviously, teams change up the hot drops. Hypebeast going for Picardo. That's going to be huge for them. But coming back to my point, I think we'll see a lot of early engagement. Yoga Bonito, like they've nice up on 50 points now. They are going to be aggressive. If you are neighboring them, expect them to come knocking.
For sure. I'm just surprised that we just saw Medibabe flush his teammate. Not sure what that was all about. Maybe they... No, I can't figure it out.
Ronin Samurai. He was on his own. He was now cast.
I was going to say maybe they flipped on a bike and he couldn't get to him. Or he fell off a cliff. I'm not sure. You're seeing a car that just kind of rolled past the hills across there. And there wasn't anyone in it. So maybe they flipped and he fell out. And I'm not sure. Maybe our observers called it and we can get a replay. If not, then I don't fault them because I don't think anyone anticipated what just happened to take place.
Ronan, don't give him.
Don't question it.
Don't question it.
Yeah, exactly. It is what it is. We move on.
Samurai.
Yep.
He lost his master.
But also, I mean, you know what? To stay on Bushido for a second, talk of missed opportunities. Now, of course, we don't know exactly what led them to being down to 3 in this game. But looking back at the previous game, oh no, Celtic. Good thing Dante is playing at Hollow on that gun, because if not, then you would be down and out. I say that, but there is the 6x, so make that an 8x right after, and Celtic will be found. Crossback does do damage in return, actually quite a bit of it. Able to find one. Almost get the knock on the second, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. No, it'll then say falls. Confirmed, down and out. But can they get Celtic back up is the question. Oh, the perfect timing for a Sandstorm as well.
Perfect time for the Sandstorm. There is a world that Hive doesn't know where that box is as well. So if Bushido want to bring them back into the fold, they can go get the chip and get to the recall station. VP, team which we're looking to try and step up. Now step on towards Respawn, who are back to a 4, by the way. So they have found the 4th player. Now looking for the push, though. Goes for the cross at the wrong time. And Lucarux punishes, though. Vorderman will go down. Now he goes for that reposition. Looking for the first. But you can hear the footsteps, though, on the outside.
Yep, don't get greedy here. You saw Lucarux eyeing the next building already, waiting for some sort of response. Maybe wanted to push initially, but waiting for his teammates to pull up. It does allow for Respawn to think twice of their decision making, and you know what, good on them to just disengage this. They have another compound downhill they can play from, and with where this circle is right now, they are as center as can be, so pretty good odds that they're going to be in the next circle as well.
Hey, I'm playing as a 3, so why not continue? So,
True, we'll change it up for a bit.
Yeah, it's consistent. It's consistent. Bushido have lost one, so though is bleeding out. The res is happening in the distance there, as he's just going to scout his way forward. Hive leaving the original drop zone that we saw from Joga Benito, pushing more towards a north position. This is on the outside edge as well, so very unlikely to see the zone continue. It is a possibility, but to stay onto this compound. But I think they're maybe fixated on getting a couple of other kills, maybe making up for their lost comrade in the early game.
You know what I would like to see with the next circle? A eastern shift. I mean, right now, for anyone not having the map open, by all means, please have the map open. Right now, we have 2.5 teams on the eastern half of the map. Or I should say of the circle. The remaining, 13.5 are west. Given how the plane path was far towards the western side and a lot of teams jumped out early, it's only, as you can see, thank you so much, observers, it's only Vorpal Sword and Krint, and I guess to some extent VP as well, that are out towards the east. You have the myth of realizing exactly this as well, saying, you know what, guys, maybe we just wrap hard east on this one, because look at how packed the center and the west side of the circle is compared to how much space you have out towards, I mean, your Graveyard, Minas, down towards Los Leones as well. There's so much more room to maneuver out there than trying to kind of squeeze in on the western side of Picado.
You're right. Just kind of piecing together, aren't they, that actually all these compounds are taken.
I mean, all of them.
And where do you go? Like, yeah, all of them. Like, and because of the flight path, you'd expect more coming this way. But the same team on the other side of things. 0-0 Esports.
Ooh.
It's a transition. T-Bone does back away, but he's on his own. The rest of the team, though, scrambling back to here. Scavenging the car, though. Global Army over the top. It's got the pipeline just to stay into cover. And Cappy, limited ammo, can provide at least some cover, or arguably some pressure to stop them looking over the top. They go looking for the tire. Does get a tire connection.
Thank God for the roof on the vehicle on that one. Maybe that would be what allows them to both get out. This vehicle is dark smoke, though.
Oh, my God.
But somehow, I'm not seeing any of their names in the kill feed just yet. 0-1-0. They were the ones to effectively steal away a top 3 finish from Foot Esports in the previous game. Would hurt real bad to have that happen again if you're a Foot fan or player, for that matter. So good on them to be able to get out of there alive.
Trev. And down. Looking to try and deny Kitchen here. A couple of angles. Hopefully Stoke have some better angles. As you can see through the front door. This is very much early engagement again. Yes, we have a stable map. Yes. Miramar gives us the more flexibility. We've already lost quite a few bodies early on. No one's got the recall in just yet. Well, going to try and defend this compound slightly differently.
Yeah, I think Medibay is going for Respawn now, all the way up in the Cobraria, so he's actually gone pretty far away from his teammates, but of course they're already on the edge. They know they're not going to be in a hurry to get to the circle either way, so might as well tank a bit of blue and get your teammate up safely. In the meantime, Kref, well, they're fighting on all fronts right now, down to 3 already. Subio running in here with a Panzer in hand. That's a dangerous place to be. With a big boomstick.
But he's backed up. He's backed up against the wall.
Yeah,
if he pulls out the trigger, he's gone anyway.
Oh, yeah, big time.
A couple of steps forward, you're good.
You know what? Would one way to nerf the Panzer be that if you take yourself out, you get insta-flushed? Because that's what people are doing right now, right? They pull up in a building, he will do this. Even if he had fallen, it wouldn't matter because his teammate would just come pick him up. But I like to think if you blow yourself up with a grenade like that, you might deserve to also be instantly down too. Maybe that's the nerf we're looking for. Maybe people wouldn't just YOLO into buildings with rocket launchers. If that was a nerf, we pull through. Nonetheless, that's not my decision to make. It's just a suggestion.
Here comes that crash. House goes down.
Oh, the timing.
And they just didn't know, did they? They just didn't know. They both from passed by. That was a great fadeaway and clean up as well. Again, damage behind 66, so was fair enough from the wall. But unfortunately for Kitchen, no more. 1 point from this game. It's currently sitting in 16th place on 4 points total.
Big circle coming up now, and it's going to go south. I mean, right down the middle of where almost the entire server was already sat. Foot now, one of the furthest south teams, if you don't count 010 just out towards the west. So they're going to have a lot of space to maneuver on that southern portion of the circle, but you would have to imagine that even though they have space, they have to group up here.
It's a good sign, Jeff. This is very good. As you said, a lot of these teams are already down here. We're not going to see a mass migration just at the moment. There's 2-2 splits. They are going to start to consolidate. Fuji Sports playing in from that southwest. Vorpal Sworddo on the other side. They're on the split at the moment. As TMO, the myth off. Might be a bit of a myth as they rotate past, using the train to their advantage. They need to get involved, and you'd be looking at this zone expecting there to be hardly any teams, if not anyone, remaining in Los Leones.
Definitely. Beam in the meantime, taking out Mag Negative. He is caught in, I mean, a very important fight for VP because they're split right now. You can see here Lucarooks and Beamy on their own, waiting for the cavalry to arrive. Nixie on his way alongside Correxia right now, but they're having to stall for a little while longer as these sharks are still very much in the water. Krint, they've all opted to pull up on this now.
And they've opted to pull up. Nixie gets the opening note, so Nick's there. Nixie does get that confirmation. That was a bit of a whoopsie-doo.
Oh, he's in it too.
The molly, but he does get caught as well. Initial fire come through, Beamy. Get that confirmation. Lucarooks will be down, so I'll continue. And with Krexy a little bit further away, needs to be cautious. If he does try to cross this, we'll get caught on a little bit of a third-party action. But at the moment, can keep launching the util. Just need to be very cautious. Some of them getting pretty close to Beamy.
The awkward of this right now is they have to get rid of this team. They cannot share this compound with two teams. Other teams will look this way. They'll come in from that east side and make it very hard to play out in the open like what we're seeing with VP right now. They have to make this play, and they know it full well. They get the flush onto Vanos. That should be the go sign for all of them to pull up on this.
Yep, they've gone on the outside. It's just taking that third-party action. If they remain there, they would have got caught at that cross. So, good play from them. See, just waiting for that blue zone to sort of dissipate. The smoke's the same. I need to rush it just yet. They are in the middle. You're right. They cannot share this compound at the moment. Phase number 2. VP have lost 1. So it's Krint.
And again, look at the split in the circle right now, right? I mean, you have Vorpal Sword and the Mythos, the only teams on the eastern half now. The remaining 13 are all west of where this fight is taking place. I mean, that is completely insane. Look at the amount of space out towards the east right now. Everyone else is trapped in these compounds. Their tires have probably all been popped at this point because that's really all you can fight for when you're sat amongst these compounds early on. So it's going to be, I mean, if this circle goes anywhere east over towards the Mythos, we're going to see brutal set of rotations coming through.
Don't do it. Don't do it. We know you're the god of the zones. You're just going to make the call. We're going to see the Myth-Off get the East shift now, and everyone get running in.
The game's going to end on state. Yeah, exactly. He's just going to wipe down there.
Great molly comes out. Krint still surviving as a duo. I think Salik, though, on the inside. Level 1 helmet pretty much spent. More shots there will go. Goes for the pre-fire on the outside, but catches more bars than anything.
Aim your window bar.
And keeps him alive. He's limited on ammo. I think this, on the other hand, though, got a completely different job. He has to stop the breach coming in from VP. It's difficult. They are playing solos. And Toby, give me the lottery numbers.
Okay, so what are we looking at? This is not going to be easy, that for sure. Even more so a reason for this fight to have to come to an end. I love the fact that we're now seeing the push come through. Nixie is running for it, but Negative is down to 1 HP. Correxy will find Salik. So it's just Matt Negative with a Tommy in hand, trying to stay put here, but not going to happen. VP stays alive. They lose Lucarux forward, but they're able to reset now with a good position inside the circle. And look at all these teams now that have to try and figure how in the world do we maneuver through this minefield. It isn't really the field we're looking at right now, more so all the compounds you have to try and rotate through coming towards this east side. Vorpal Salt's in a great position to dislodge this. They should not allow for Win or Die to pull up on their compound, and they won't.
Oh, I think the car gave it away. There was going to be a put up from Levante. Good timing. Vorpal Sword will get on the defense. It's going to be a bit of a minefield here as Win or Die do run the gauntlet. TMO will be happy. There is also worth noting Bushido has got that recall back on, and they are also coming in from the outside edge of zone on the east, so completely free. But again, the only teams really on the east. Everyone else has to sort of position their way through. The likes of Foot Esports, the likes of VP, expect them surely to get some kills from here because teams have to pass their compounds.
Exactly. I loved how Bushido played this one. They had one person set all the way down in Los Leones proper, and then they sent the remaining three over the top to try and get in. And again, this is what we were talking about before. These teams, they have to rotate so wide because there are all these compounds in the valley down below. You have to go over the hills, which means you're driving slower. And at some point, you might as well just hop out of your car and take the fight to one another. But now the circle starts closing in as well. So, I mean, given how far we are from the circle with the fight taking place here, that's really the only path that teams had to get into this circle. And now it's just brutal. And you still have 3, 4, almost 5 teams that haven't made it in yet.
Yeah. Everyone running the gauntlet here. Vorpal Sword, nothing confirmed just yet. They are sitting in a really good spot, centralish towards the zone. If it does sort of donut up on the next zone, they will be really happy, hoping for that field in front of them to be the final place. Oh, but no, Esports though, let's get the res back on. Takes opportunity just to get the med before they get rotating, and it is phase 3, so you can get away from it. But again, a wide rotation out in the blue.
Hive, in the meantime, just said hell no when they saw that circle shift. They ran all the way east over to an extent that you couldn't see them on the map for a good while there. They're only now coming in all the way up towards Graveyard. Still, they've been in the blue for quite a while now. They've waited for one to get through the rest station, but he should be all right in the meantime. As you can see here, 010 still haven't found their proper entry. They are inside circle, but I mean, I feel like you're not playing the odds if you're saying, okay, guys, we can sit here for the next couple of circles, can't we? And, well, the answer is no, because, as you were saying, Mark, the myth of we're just going to vibe in their little concrete towards the east and now almost at circle center.
This is mental.
You said I was the one calling it. This was on you.
Done?
This was your call.
No, I'm not taking any of this. This is you with a snowball that you rolled down. It is a snowball that is gaining momentum at the moment here, and it is going to be dangerous. It goes back towards the east one more time. Win or Die. They run the gauntlet early. They found themselves now in the centre of zone, so that'd be good. Teams now like Foot Esports, like VP, have to think about what they do here. VP in a better position as it stands. Don't have to move just yet. They just need to ensure no one else pulls up on the side of their mountain.
Exactly. They're not going to move either by the time, before this circle closes all the way in, I'd have to imagine. They want to make sure everyone is in front of them. They don't want to have any stragglers playing from behind that could potentially become a threat for them later. They're going to sit out here on this ridge line all the way up until the circle is closed in to be extra sure.
Painful.
Click.
Fortunate. Yep. It's click dry. And I think it's the final player here.
Yeah.
That car is not going to respawn anytime soon. There is no cover to be had as well. And Vorpal Sword looking to put another point on the board. And respawn will tab out in 14th.
Yeah, not so much for them to do. One knows that, you know what we can't do with cars, we might be able to do with parachutes. And well, right now it ain't working. They do get 3 down on the ground, though, surprisingly enough, given that 4 teams were shooting at them. So they get to land, but now they're met with nades instantly after.
Yeah, they've got to deal with it quickly. They actually gets that confirmation. Metabay gets the opening, so a little bit of egg sharing, in a good spot as well. They've got very, very wide splits, so they've got to be cautious now. A lot of teams have taken that wide rotation in towards the blue. Another team that hasn't, well, that's Hypebeast, and this is kind of what we were saying before with VP. They just need to hold here. Yes, they need to move in. Yes, the next line is kind of in that divide on the mound where the road splits north to south. But for now, they need to make sure they haven't got any nosy neighbors coming in from Hypebeast.
Definitely. And, well, we'll see how they end up playing this one as Hive. They've had a hard time so far really getting anything going. Now they're wanting to cross the rope, but they know they have Bushido players over there. They know they have players from Circus Crew in the north side. You can see, I mean, regardless of where they go, as soon as they try and peek one direction, they get shot from the other. So very hard, if not near impossible, for Percentage to do anything. The good thing for them is that Dante is alive, way further down towards the south. But their hopes of regrouping at all in this game is close to none. So now VP and Hype, you're saying it, Mark, they finally meet one another.
They're going to. Had to breach their way in. Here comes the zone. Shotgun in hand. No surprise. There's also a Panzer there as well. Nowick first to be confirmed out. Fuzzface finds himself up on towards the compound, but takes the third-party action. Pomolovo does get correctly down as well. A little bit tit for tat. Now swaps over towards the sawn-off as well. Bit of a standoff. But there's only one team that's going to come out this alive. Zone shifts back towards the top side. A little bit more time, but phase number 5, that packs a punch.
Yep, definitely does. Try to energy drink your way through this, get the first hit off, and then get running. First able to get inside the circle. Knows full well that there's more opponents ahead of him. And this is exactly why, as we were saying just before, that VP had to stay put in the compound. They needed to wait for teams to come this way, but maybe they got a bit too eager for some of the potential kills that were out towards the east. Didn't realize that Hypebeasts were creeping up on foot into this position and got caught by surprise. They have the numbers advantage now, Hypebeasts that is. We'll see if they can make use of it.
Let's face, looking for the breach now. Opens the door. Waiting for the sound cues. Pomolovo is down. Heads up. Taking a lot of damage on the blue, so he needs to get ahead of this one as well. Let's face, does find and step his way in. Unfortunately, Esports will tap out. 13th place for them. You can see on the bottom side of the screen. The Circus Crew are juggling more than one opponent at the moment. And they are putting the damage in. There goes the first opening knock now. On top, the drive his way over. It needs to really time it. Initial damage will go through. Does go for the flash. Now looking for the breach. Unfortunately, again, long distance shots stopping the push.
I mean, we're in phase 5, and there's one building in this circle. That is how barren this is. I know you have the terrain that you can utilize, but there's so many players alive still that no matter where you're proning, if you're isolating yourself from one angle, 2 other teams can shoot you in the back, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Simply so much open space, and Circus Crew will right now have a good high ground position, but they too have opponents right next door.
This is a bit of a juggling act for the guys, though, right? They've got trying to breach over. They're taking third-party action on the other side here. Nixie's trying to do the same. They try and bob and weave, and because it is so barren, everyone is playing out. Unfortunately, VP falls short again. 12th place for them. And then back towards the Circus Crew. Jogo Benito in front. Sees one, sees two, swaps over towards the second. Does get a knock. Draws the attention back towards Nailip, but gets caught with the flash.
If they can clean this up quickly enough, they might be able to push forward because Bushido is going for a rest right now. So if Silas or Marcus can find this flush onto Nailip, that could be gold. And this will allow for Silas to commit to the rest, but the circle is closing in and they're still only on the edge of it. You can see both players knocked on that northwestern or northeastern side. They have to commit to this rest now, and here they will.
On the damage. Time is of ticking now. Bushido does have that res back in. Nope, isn't giving away the tippy toes just yet. Now they're looking for the res. He does have the Panzer. This is why I say drop the Panzer. Launch that over, get rid of the car. That would have caused some issues. Now Bushido's activated again. Now Bushido have got the res back in, and time has run out.
Simply too late, hesitant in their decision making, and cost them way too much. The good thing for them is right now, Kreft would be the only team that can really see them on this side of the circle. They know there is still a hype player alive coming in. But I was going to say they're all looking that way. That's not really the case. Subaris is looking towards the east. They will do some damage, and well, the only thing that's keeping Circus Crew alive right now is the smokes in the car in front of them.
Dangerous. Absolutely dangerous, though.
Reverse.
Zone shift, though. Yeah. Boop, boop. Up towards the sensor, but it does mean there is a high ground elevation in the north. A little bit round where sort of win or die is, but it is complete field chaos, though. That's why we see Vorpal Sword in that southwest corner. They're going to make the run for the high ground. Ref, though, in a position to initially get some firing shots, but they've overstacked him. They're going to completely crash in, and the Mythoff on the other side doing the same to Bushido. There goes the nade, trying to dig him up, but doesn't get the connection.
That second nade could be good. We'll see if he connects with him or not. Nope, able to get over the ridge line. Keda able to find one more before he goes down once again. Same with the military game where it looked to be a 0-pointer. No, sorry, not the military, the one prior to that. It looked to be a 0-pointer, but Keda able to make something happen here. 5 points in the end for Hypebeast. Just short of placement points, but still points on the board.
He has been outstanding today. He has been really holding that team up and been that level of consistency that you want. Zubila has been knocked. Sloy right on the position to cover him. Sword working their way around. One Eye King will go down. The pressure comes over the top. Snort does pack the punch though. Goes down to one. Just be careful. He's going to have to dance the dance. Third party action from the long distance from Hands of Hope, causing damage. Looking to try and get the flashes. Just run out of util. 2 more flashes here. Doesn't quite know exactly where the remaining players of Vorpal Sword are.
If he can get the flush here. Oh, no, wait, never mind. There's one more. I was going to say if he can get him there, there might be a chance for him to get Super Risk back up, but it's not an easy fight, and especially not now that he finds himself in an active 1v3. His teammate can give info across that they're running around down below, but there should be no way that Supi can make an aggressive play on this.
My boy ends Joker Benito in this one, so we'll fall in the placement points here. Grev has to work his way around. Cautious, can't really go for the res, and that sounds like it's actually making a call back. I think more importantly, maybe dropping some util. Yep, there goes the util grab. Gonna be needed. And nothing going in towards that north side here, and it is a little bit barren, despite most of the zone's barren as he crosses over these ridgeline, expecting to come down to the south. He's going to need those smokes to survive, but he's only got one.
Definitely. The issue is, I mean, they've been using a lot of their util for the last 3 circles to even get to where they are now. So I think for everyone, it's going to be low on util. Vorpal Sword, though, able to secure the northwest of the circle. Could very well be a winning position if they get just one more circle going in there. Direction. As they are literally the only team out towards the west. Now everyone else kind of caught out here towards the east-hand side.
Everyone's really caught. It's the ridgeline. Bushido in the middle. Bit of a fire pit. The circus crew again juggling multiple teams. There goes Vorpal Sword. Full dispatch of TMO. Masters dances the dance though. He's got the tricky feet. He does get the knockdown from behind. Arthur will go down. Masters will fall as well. Circus crew, oh no, Vorpal Sword getting opening now, charging over the hills.
They are in such a good position to take this win home, and I love the fact that they're being proactive about it. Don't just sit back and wait for teams to fight one another and then claim the win in the end. No, go out and claim it yourself. This is what we're talking about that we wanted to see from some of the other teams. Go out and make more of these opportunities that you're given. Vorpal Sword active on the ridge line now, looking to get points at literally every opportunity.
Looking to sharpen the steel. They have so much freedom on that north now. Don't even need to overextend. They know the circus crew. They know Bushido has to come over that ridge. That's up. 2 kills against his name here for the circus crew. He's just waiting, maybe hoping for some sound crews from Bushido. Winaldo on the other hand, though, a little bit further around the ridge. Again, in zone, waiting for Hands of Hope, who have delayed quite a bit, actually. They stayed on the outside edge for a long amount of time. That's given him some points, but hasn't given him any zones.
No, it's quiet, at least for now. Hands of Hope, I mean, they are going to be forced to make a move away from this position real soon. That vehicle, though, oh, do they wish they would have had that active.
Oh, what blue zone.
Blue zone nade. More nades being thrown as well. They are expending all the util they have left to work with, but so far, no casualties. Win or die. I'm not sure what they're going to have left to work with come the next fight, but of course, it's a one fight at a time sort of situation for them. They need to get rid of these guys towards the southeast.
They do. Clean. Shido will clear it out. Circus crew will be no more. 5th place for them. They stacked up that blue zone. Really good play from them. The 3 nades that went after that just didn't get the connection needed.
Yep.
And unfortunately for them, they didn't have the secondary blue zone. You can heal your way through 1. You can't do for 2. Doritos will fall from the gods. That's going to be PUBG. That's going to give him some cover. But can they make the gauntlet run from the safety of the shack?
You know what I mean? For Nailcorp, considering what Bushido went through in the early game, how they're being shot at in the open when they've practically just landed and everything was against them. They were in a weird split with 1 all the way up north. The fact that they get 7 kills in a 4th place... That is probably the hardest fought for 11 points we've seen in quite some time.
They have dug a lot of points out of this game. Vorpal Sword still seems to be stronger than the Chaos. Currently on 30. 2 more solos for them to get the conversion for. Neighbor has his number punched here, but it looks like it's going to be taken from the other side. There we go. It is going to be a win, though. Vorpal Sword cut down the opponents in fashion with a 24-point game.
Incredible 14-point win here to... and look at this. I mean, look at the leaderboard there. They were all in the mix. 4 kills across for the 3 of them, and then 2 for One Eye King. Great performance. And they were, I mean, they were in the end in the exact position that we were saying whoever is the winner of the... Hype Beast VP fight will be the one to play that ridge line, get the better of it. But in the end, they both took too many casualties in the compound itself. Warble Sword, smart decision making on their side to push over the ridgeline from across the field, go up, take out Kref at that time, and then secure that ridgeline to themselves.
Yeah, it was a good push from them, and obviously from rags to riches, from compound to safety, we will push it back over to the desk. What did you guys think about that one?
Thanks, Mark. I mean, Mark's posed the question, so I'll just repeat it to the boys. Avenger, what did you think about that one?
The whole game or that one specific? No, I'm joking. Yeah, I mean, this is
I don't know. I was going to say, it's Mark's question, not mine. I don't know.
Honestly, I just want to go through the kind of the overalls of the game. It's such a standard default circle that the teams that should be doing well have been doing well. I mean, you're coming in with, of course, Wobblesoft popping off, but you have Hive that's doing well. You have Virtus Pro still getting 6 kills, even though it's difficult. Nice shot from Layla here, though. That's crazy to get that out of the air, by the way. All the teams doing extremely well. That's kind of coming out. And that's why I'm thinking, once we're done with the next game, we're going to see, maybe 6 or 7 teams that's in the top 8. That's also going to be in the top 8 by the end of tomorrow, to be honest. Like, it's already starting to kind of set in stone who is really in there.
We're taking a look now at that very quick final 4 fight. I mean, Kalaris, walk me through what Vorpal Swords was able to do to claim the victory.
Yeah, well, Toby really hit the nail on the head about that cross on that field, because it could have really gone badly if Hello My Bad, if a lot of Hands of Hope have been able to kind of hit the shots against them when they're pushing up against Kref. But that was basically the winning play from them. If they were to stay down southwest and kind of just sit there and try and play that position out, they would have lost the game. There would have been no way for them to try and make that happen. However, that transition north, really, really impressive stuff. Even Toby's surprised that I'm agreeing with him. It's a world first, ladies and gentlemen, here at PEC4.
We were all pretty shocked, and I think that sometimes when you pass a compliment like that to Toby, we presume that there's sarcasm involved, but it turns out that was a legitimate compliment from Kalaris to Toby.
Yeah.
Wow, what a day we're having here at PEC4. I'm just inspired and amazed. Avenger, I want to talk about Circus Crew because, and the reason I want to bring them up is just because I think they've had a pretty good day.
Sure, yeah.
I wasn't expecting much from them, which is my bad. But I do think that they've had a consistent day, which is going to help them when we see the overall standings and where they sit.
For sure, I mean, but they are in this big old mid-pack of 4th to, I think, something like 13th that are 13 points in between, right? So again, they still have to separate themselves, but they've been consistent. They're not in there. They're not getting, bad games. They're consistent, getting both placement. They're getting kills here. I should see 7 this game here. And for them to kind of set themselves a little bit ahead, they need to replicate what they've done today also and replicate that tomorrow. I'd love to see one big game for them. It's been somewhat consistent. We saw them getting destroyed by Foot early on, but look at that. Now we have 3 teams really setting themselves ahead here with Wobble Swords getting 24 points in that game.
We'll talk about this overall board in a bit. I just want to remind you, if you saw earlier on the overall results where you saw Kreef got a -1 and you're a bit confused, we will update you at the end of this. There is a little bit of a glitch in the matrix right now, but we should have the correct numbers for you at the end of today. But now looking at all of these numbers, Kalaris, it's very close for the 8 teams and for the teams sitting just outside. This is a very tight lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Vorpal Swords kind of joining that top pack, really running away with what Yoga Benito and Win or Die is doing. But beyond that, it's anybody's game. It's very, very close indeed. I'm pleasantly surprised still to see Circus Crew doing the position that they're in. Virtus Pro, obviously, the fight back is on Avenger from this game. A little bit of extra points on the board, but not quite as many as we'd hope, right? With the placements only being 6 points across 5 games, we know that Virtus Pro is probably aching for more.
Definitely need a big game here. 6 placement points in 5 games, where you're getting 6 placement points for second place. That's kind of insane. At this point, I would have expected, if you asked me yesterday, Sam, or at the start of the day, I would be like, surely they would have, 15. They would have won a game. They would have, multiple top 3 places here. But it's just not really come to fruition yet. They're still struggling a little bit. I will say this, though. I've been looking through some of the games. They've struggled a lot with having very difficult shifts against them. So they have to been driving quite a lot, having to be very reactive with what they're kind of seeing. Because when you have 2 back-to-back shifts that's going away from, hard shifting away from your position, I think you're just going to have to, make a move, kind of try to play in, see where we can have kind of a fighting line into the zone. And they're still getting kills here. 6 kills in this last game here. And again, 29 points. One decent game, they're third, fourth place, So it's still not where we're expecting to do, but they're going to need to have a better day tomorrow than they've had so far today.
Okay, so Avenger, I know that this is hypothetical,
Sure.
but I do think because we keep harping on Virtus Pro, it may be interesting for someone watching at home who's a bit more of a casual viewer. In a world where Virtus Pro continues on this trajectory and they're sort of only getting maybe 5 or 6 kills here or there, and say everyone else continues to up their game and they don't qualify for the grand finals, why would that be a massive concern for anyone watching?
I mean, if you're not making it to the next 2 global events, PGS 9 and 10, you are not in there to kind of get points for the PGS points, and you're also not in the finals to get the PGC points. It could throw their PGC attendance come, November, December overboard if they don't make the final. Like, I don't really see them making it without them being in the final and getting in there, getting points. But also, like, you're still looking at a 2-month wait before you're starting your travels towards PGC, end of November. So like it would be a massive loss, both for them, but also for, I would say, global competition, because they've been quite impressive. And also with Corexi, it was supposed to be, a step up. It was supposed to be an improvement. We saw some glimmers of that. Last year's PGC, they were insane. Like, they're looking so good. And if you're thinking you want to win PGC, you're going to have to make some sort of change. If it's not a player change, it could be something else, but they decided it was a player change that they needed.
I mean, they're kind of team that, in theory, could easily rival for a PGS spot at a PGC, right?
Sure.
If you think about it, they currently have 120 points. They're 2 placements away, because it's top 8 from PGS points, that would be able to get directly to PGC, which then, obviously, the rest of the region wants, because they would then get more spots effectively for the region as a whole. However, if you do not make it to PGS 9 and 10 after getting 60 points at PGS 8, 60 points at EWC, that would be kind of catastrophic for a team like Virtus Pro, who has shown that they're able to challenge for some top spots internationally. So, yeah, that'd be bad.
I obviously just like to go off on a tangent and ask random questions, which is what just happened there. And if you like to ask random questions as well, you can do that right now by using this QR code or heading over to X and posting your questions to the talents. At the end of today, we do a little post show where we will answer some of those questions. And if we answer one of your questions, you can win some G coins. So there you go. The most random question you have, throw it in there. Maybe you'll get a chance to get an answer from us. Moving to the final Miramar of today. I mean, it hasn't been the chaos that people are looking for, Avenger, and by people I mean Mark and Toby.
Sure.
Are you expecting a pretty chilled game here, or is it completely dependent on where that circle decides to
I'm
pop?
expecting a new jacket for Mark tomorrow where it says Agent of Chaos, because he surely loves that. That's for sure. And he does love chaos. And I would say it's because he's an enjoyer of PUBG, right? And we've had some fantastic games so far. I mean, with how the playing path is working out and how we're kind of coming into this year, should be an easier game as well. But we've had some pretty forgiving circles today. And that's really my big kind of takeaway, where the big teams that were kind of expected to do well, they have been doing well. Some teams have, surpassed our expectations in terms of Circus Crew, but Foot right now in the middle pack, they should be higher in my book.
I mean, Kyle-Lars, I suppose it's a very obvious answer to this question, but teams probably prefer the more simple circles, if you like, or the less chaotic ones.
Sure, and for a playing path like this, I mean, there's all the opportunity in the world to have in inverted commas, simple playing path, right? So it's not an egregious playing path for these teams to try and deal with. For a team like Foot, for example, a backup drop of Partona and that kind of split that they would go to compared to an Impala. But again, Foot has so many backup drops, like we've seen them go up to Campo Militar on a backup drop as well. And they are a team that should be on the hunt again for more points, considering they're on that barrier. Foot always ends up on that barrier, and sometimes they end up on the worst side of that barrier, more often than not in the past couple of years.
It's our final game of the day here at PEC Fall, the first day of competition, the halfway mark after this. Let's find out how these teams stack up. Toby and Mark are going to take us into game.
We most definitely are, as we will once again take our eyes in the early game down towards Bushido, who last game, despite being almost completely taken out in the very beginning of things, we're actually able to get off to a pretty solid finish. Circle has them now sat dead center. Mark, on the Rondo game, they too had a dead center game where they finished 16th with 0 kills. Are we hoping to see Bushido having learned the lesson of grouping up quicker? Because I am definitely seeing Celtic in a compound right now that while it's not guaranteed to end there, we have seen a lot of circles gone that direction down in that intersection.
It's dangerous with them. I just feel like they're so spread, Toby, early game.
True.
And teams have taken advantage of it. Like, people have got used to how they're playing and how they're splitting. And look, we have to put a question around that last game. They obviously a team knock and confirm, right? It's maybe something was going on, so playing as a 3, but the pressure was applied and they just couldn't get themselves out of it. Find themselves in center area now. Do you look at this game and go, we need to get some good placement points? Let's put ourselves in a position, consolidate early. We can see them on the map feed that they are starting to get into cars as well. So good to see. Lock down a position, play late game. You might not get the major kills, but at least you get the placements to finish off the day.
For sure. And that's, exactly what you're saying. If you can, they're already set in a decent position, 35 points. If you can finish in the high 40s coming into tomorrow, you are... While there are always going to be games you can look back at and think, oh, we could have gotten more from that one, or we could have done this one better. I think high 40s on a day like today, especially thinking back at that Rondo game that could have been so much more, I think you're very satisfied with that.
Yeah, it's that we always talk consistency, and that to us is not a 1, not a 2, not a 3-point game. You need the 4, the 5s
For sure
to look for a top 8, right? So, yes, they are sitting nice on 35 points. They just need to close the day off. And as I said, I just worry that early game they've been split and they've been punished for it. So either teams have gone and done their homework and gone, right, they will neighbor us. They're likely going to be split. And we saw Joga Benito already make the play in the last game and get an early kill from them. So, again, this is see how they kind of react to a zone that they find themselves right in the middle.
Now, we are seeing, as we get an eye on the map here as well, a big concentration of teams out towards that eastern side, and practically no one, so far at least, wrapping in towards the west. Of course, with the plane path leaning a bit further out east, it makes sense, but I'm a little worried for the kind of 3-team cluster we have with the Myth of Win or Die and Kitchen up in and around water treatment right now, while they are all rotating. You can see here, Leosh, he's kind of feeding the info across to his team and said, guys, you might want to get out of your cars, whip out a Panzerfaust and wait this one out because there could be points coming our way and they might just be doing exactly that. It goes down below 1/4 of us. They finds the second as well. The no counterplay gun comes to fruition once again, and just like that, the Kitchen, well, they received an angry smiley from the health department and it has been shut down.
Oh my God, no orders, no appetizers, nothing to be had from Kitchen today. And I feel for them. I really, really feel for them because they've just rotated into chaos here. Will or Die still continue to push forward. TMO surviving the glimpse that was going to be the Panzer that came out from the guys from Will or Die. They're now repositioning here, looking to try and adjust their way in. Sparta, well, in this light space, this season goes down towards the drop though. Jedrox will go down. Bad Boy will put him into the dirt. But also, Jedrox will get Sparta in return.
I was just going to say, is he just the bait? Because look at the positioning of the Myth of, they have 2 players up on the hill, up above, but I'm not seeing them being in a good enough position to really make anything of it. I think had Sparta wanted to do something from down here, go for a few shots, then back off. I think he got a bit too greedy, maybe thought he had a good angle to get a flush on one. In the end, goes down for it. And yeah, I mean, Bad Boy wasn't in position yet, stayed, now is up here, but wasn't quite there by the time that he started shooting. So there could have been a perfect timing and maybe a takeout of almost the entirety of Win or Die there. But a 1 or 2 second mistiming kind of gets him down here. We see the replay. Squeaky was able to survive the initial explosion in that front seat, but in the end, Levante, well, he pulled a bullet through his dome, and that will shut him down.
I love Nipper saw it and he dropped the anchor. I'm like, hell no. He turned from a 1-player car to a 2-person car, got fully exposed.
Yep.
But yeah, Squeaky, he squeaked his way past the initial Panzer. Lucky enough for him, he didn't receive the initial blast, but the spray came through. So they don't have that none. Those are going to be going back for that recall. Now we see TMO. Maybe you're right. Maybe they were positioning their way out for the fight, but they know they're going to be trying to get that recall, and they're on the wrong side, though.
They're going to go for that recall. I dare you. I dare you to go for that recall. Sit still on that block for a couple of seconds, and I will tear your head off. But, of course, there's much more to be played for than a knock. down in water treatment, especially given that the circle has shifted way further towards the west. But I like the fact that we actually got to lead into that fight, because we saw them rotating next to one another, and you just knew when there's so many teams nearby one another and the team leading kind of the rotation race gets the read that they're being followed first, you know a team will do something like that. And Win or Die, I mean, pretty much textbook, did exactly what we expected.
Now, in kitchen, Elska is storing crews, so he could maybe come late, could maybe go through water treatment. Yes, they have already got the recall. You can see Win or Die have a little yellow player there, so that means they are due to come back. Down towards this fight here, Circus taking on the Hands of Hope. The Panzer launches out, doesn't quite get the connection. Marcy's backs off, the M249 in hand as well. A little bit of the Sharks are looming. The Circus crew are closing in. Be cautious. I think the team with the opening knock needs to come from Circus, because the high ground from Hands of Hope and Heroes could be punishing.
That's the issue right now, right? Because they're fighting on the backside of the buildings, and I think Circus Crew is realizing this.
Oh, take that to the face.
Yeah, nothing you can do. I think they're realizing this, that they have Hero up on the top of the hill, so they're just, I mean, as long as we're playing on the south side of these buildings, he can't really impact anything. So great read, great understanding of the situation from Circus Crew to only take the fights from where Hero can't really have a big impact on things. And I think for Hope right now, Hands of Hope, they're better off just bang off on this. I don't think this is him being shot at right now. I think the audio is maybe boosting us a bit. If so, then that's a very loud bicycle parked behind him, as we are now mixing and mashing everything.
Mix and match. Go first, though. Trying to get the confirm on towards Nabat. He was the anchor player, though, for the Circus Crew. Sandstorm, though, perfect timing. We'll just crest past. For Esports, though, on the adjacent side. They're the ones that are crashing in towards Hypebeast that we could hear. So 2 versus 2. Reinforcements, though, coming in from Scav.
I was going to ask, are they fully pulling up on this? They might just be. I mean, they have them in a 2-2 split. Header and Bumbill is still far off of this position. Scav will find the initial knock. Fussface falls as well. So where it hasn't been clean for Fussface for foot today, I should say. It's at least this time around they come in and get the job done without taking any casualties.
Aggressive when you're running long and you're on fire.
Yep.
So take 2. Unfortunately for Hypebeast, they get caught out on the split. Again, a start maybe as they mean to go on. Respawn. They get a kill confirmed as well. They're on a big 2-2 split. 2 of them are in El Pozo, looking on towards Circus Crew, who have collapsed this way. Audemont, though, he's come and returned back for the final 2 games. Now looks on towards that phase compound. And now sees Foot, but AT sees him. Cappy gets a connection. Does make the cross.
Let's see here, Voldemort. Goes for the aggro peak, instantly gets humbled.
T-Bone.
T-Bone from afar. He's way down towards the eastern end of Montenuevo. Actually able to take him down. As we see now, the next circle. Elska has now opted to go for the rest of his teammates. Circle, though, straight down towards Montenuevo. And I think Foot now pleased that they did opt to go for full commit on that compound.
Did they go back? Did they go for a 2-2 split? 80's in the car. He does go back towards T-Bone. Benito. No hold bars, though. Don't mind it's VP. First confirmed will come through. Sees the second. Has to cut the med, though. Doesn't get the damage on correctly, but does make him dance a little bit further into cover. And Simon Wold gets a nade, and Beamy returns the favour.
Oh, not a good fight for either of these two teams, of course, with Diogo Benito set in second place already. They are coming out victorious in this, no matter how it ends out, because Virtus Pro, it has not been a pretty ordeal for them through this day of competition, and if they end with a 0-pointer here, they will have a lot to make up for coming into tomorrow.
So, this is unfortunate for them. Trying to take the fight head-to-head. Diogo Benito, you argue to say they've got the skill set. What you don't need is a third party coming in pressure from behind, and they hit and run 0-0 Esports. Get the kill and they leave.
It's so unlike Virtus Pro. I mean, we looked back at the group stages, and I was looking through the damage statistics there. Their best damage dealer was Beamy in 28th place overall through the group stages, right? That is, I mean, even when the team doesn't fare well, Beamy will always be up there, at least in the top 10 damage dealers, but group stages just weren't pretty at all, and while they are right now inside that top 8 for Virtus Pro, they have, I can only imagine, way higher expectations for themselves, especially here in the last chance qualifier.
Can't take anything away. They've changed the squad up, right? They've changed coach and staff as well. Like, that's not an excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I get that. It's not an excuse, I get that, but you have to factor that in as an option, though. More panzers, Jedrock will get around rocks as he tries to rotate through and pass. Back to VP, though, for me. You've got to give him a little bit of leeway. The zones haven't favoured him. They've had some third-party action. Yes, they're going to need to come back tomorrow and have an explosive 6 games. But if I was to pick out of all these 16 teams, a team that could potentially do it, it's VP. And Krexy gets the initial spray, does do some damage.
Martin, Mark, for being the agent of chaos, now claimed by the desk as well, you're being too kind.
Ah, they're going to have a chaos. That's
We've
why
seen
I'm setting it up, Toby.
These guys got 4th place at PGC last year. They're better than what we're seeing right now. There's no doubt about it. Having said that, though, I too hope that we get to see the Virtus Pro we have come to like and love over the last couple of years be able to step back into it come tomorrow. Because for Corexy, I'm not sure how much more he can get going in this match here.
I don't know. I'm a believer. I'm a VP believer.
You know what? And I respect it. I fully respect it.
I'm a believer. We'll wait and see. Krexy, he's playing sneaky. He's going to throw out a smoke just for a little bit of distraction. I think he's going to try and hope that Jogo Benito makes the push. Doesn't quite see the players. Can hear the footsteps on the other side, though. Does catch the angle. Does the damage. Doesn't get the full confirmation. No, so he will reposition now to use the util. Has to be cautious, though. Goes up for the other side. 0-0 Esports. We have to see him. Now he does make the charge. He gets the angle. Exposes one. A few more to go. But Panzer is inbound.
Jogo Bonito, you do not allow for correct to take this. An individual 1v1 fights, and oh my. Had CC not been there to save the day, Jogo Bonito might have full-on blundered that engagement. You were in a 3v1 and almost allowed one of the best mechanical players in Europe to get 3 individual 1v1s. That should never be allowed. Never.
I'm still a believer. We'll wait and see. That's what I'm talking about. They've just been getting third-party action all the time. The Molly does get the connection. Noddo gets the confirmation. 0-0 Esports looking to collapse in. If you want to take another team out, that's got to be Jogo Benito, and they have the opportunity to do it now. Bomolovo leading the charge with him and Keta now as they will drive the gauntlet. Maybe when you get back onto the 4 wheels, it makes it a little bit quicker. Now towards the middle of the zone. Has played back towards Montenegro, and they've got to be cautious, though. A lot of teams now live in there, and for Esports, though, did and remain as a 2-2 split.
Bill thought he was playing Trackmania there for a second, and therefore he gets punished. 8-Seam able to shut him down right as he gets to cover. So, might be restable. Issue is Keta is in no position to really commit to that rest right now. And as we saw, they did lose 2 earlier. So, does he run across this field to this shack?
No.
I don't think so. No. Bro, just crawl. Safe rest. Safe rest.
He's one shot. He's going for it.
You know what? I respect it. I respect it. Go for it, mate. I like it.
Why not? Keta's a one-man army. Wait and see, though. Here comes the game 6 antics. TMO working their way past and sharing the rotation path as our Bushido team go one way, TMO now go back the other way. Circus storing El Pozo looking onto this one, and Keta, knowing he can't make the run, will opt to take the vehicle and another vehicle for safety, and Pomolovo gets the safe resin.
Well, the rest is safe, but are they safe is the next big question. We'll have to see what's going to happen. For now, they are inside of this shack, and they should be all right for the time being. Win or Die have made their way in and kind of backfilled into Montenuevo proper. Foot is still in their 2-2 split, and I'm not going to lie, Mark, I'm starting to be a little nervous because with where T-Bone and 8C are, that's all good. And yes, they have a direct line of sight to their teammates in the break compound in the field, but there is a lot of teams in Monte now, and if they hear those vehicles start revving up the engines going north, I'm not sure they survive that rotation.
I'm with you. It worries me. It concerns me. Also, concerns me that 0-0 Esports didn't continue that pressure onto Jogo Bonito. So they've been able, as we can see, to get another 2 back. They'll be back to a 4. Where does the team go? Do they have any U2 in the cars or bring in anything with them? We'll see them in a second. Oh, that was nearly over the top of the player. I think he did leapfrog Teemo player for safety. Respawn had to run back to the safety of their compound. It's all well and good being here, but I kind of prefer TMO's position. When you can move about a bit, when you can have a bit of freedom, you might be able to get the kills. The compound, very, very hard to play out when you receive pressure.
Definitely. Let's see, this next circle is going to be a big one. Where are we shifting into Monte once more? Foot Where are you putting your money here? Seems like they're looking to go into the city proper. Now, who saw this? You see 0-1-0 on rotation. You see Yoga Bonito on rotation as well. 0-1-0 has to claim this one. They have a lot of speed coming down that hillside. Are they going all the way across? Flurry, do you stop on the ridge line? Do you continue? Nice, going forward. As long as it doesn't spin out, that is, of course. But a good play on his side. The issue is, the Mythos is doing the exact same thing, but they saw it late. They saw the cast in the fields, and now they're coming in the north.
Yeah, but they would have heard the cars coming in. Panzer straight in hand, just as leading the charge here, waiting for one. Panzer on Panzer! Oh my god, he even launched it first! Here goes one, now with the spray, does the damage though from behind. Bad Boy does get the grenade through the door, out on the other side. So 2 will be down. The rest of the guys though are on the wrong side of the compound. Krafton from the other side can cause some damage here, and TMO get away with it. Fastest trigger to the Panzer.
What is more dangerous than Panzer Fausting is Panzer Jousting. That's terrifying to be running at each other with boomsticks in hand. That's definitely dangerous. Now, the issue is, if this fight doesn't come to an end very quickly, neither of these teams will get the benefit of having this compound. You need to do damage at a distance. You need to try and dislodge teams from going your way. So, let's see if the Myth opt to try and fully push in on this one. They know they have just a couple of players alive on the other side.
We've got a bit of time. They do have a bit of time. Krafton stay on the other side. But the caution of the zone. Did see Respawn full send it past, so Hype Beast still remain. They have found a bit of safety in the compound. Football Sword are in Monty. Footy Sports did their collapse as well. Kitchen are back. See if they can cook something up for us here. But we still have 15 teams. It's very dangerous. Lots of urban, lots of places to hide.
Kitchen alive, but with what to work with is the question. They're down to just 3 now as Elska gets to... You know what, Elska, for your efforts, you rest your teammates in literally the opposite side of the map. They got in, and you might have fallen to blue, but you might be giving your teammates placement points off of having been able to make landfall in the city. So good on you, Elska, for taking one for the team.
Respawn, as I said, they did come from the high ground. They went for a full send. Circus have backfilled their position as well. And here goes the flash. Be careful, you take a POI, you've got to pray that it lands there. On a little bit short here, does back away. Blue zone, only the single. He can step just on the outside, maybe take a knee. A little bit of damage.
Able to stay alive through that. Katie pleased with that. Now gets the deployable shield up as well. So this is actually a pretty important find, given that this is for almost half of Montenuevo proper. Kitchen does get eliminated in the end, so for all of Elska's efforts, not really a whole lot was gained. And luckily, Vorpal Swords will shut them down. Vorpal Swords, a team who I think has surprised me the most through today. I mean, up there in 3rd place right now, and overall just been playing an incredible day of PUBG.
I always worry, because Vorpal Swords are that kind of second-guess team, right? You know him, but you don't really see him in the first stages, and always on the last chance or the second day, it's like, oh, Vorpal Sword are here, and they do really well. This is what I worry about. Well, shotgun in hand, don't have to worry too much. Goes for this second peek, though, takes a huge amount of damage, goes around the corner, catches one, then they stack up and go. They've pushed into a POI, they've pushed into the town, and the zone says goodbye, we're going north. Everyone else now needs to come on the outside. This is the big decision. Foot Esports opted to go for a 2-2 split. They collapsed down towards the town. Now they have to fight on the outside edge. And here comes the rest of the teams, though, as they mass migrate now into the field.
Yep, we'll see if they get to live there or not, or if the most fortified shack in the world gets to keep them alive. But now the Panzerfaust with the nades to follow should be the downfall of Hype Beast. And bada bing, bada boom, down they go. Dakwil, now the new survivor, the new champion of the shack.
There's a shack that's in the middle.
Yep.
Let's see if it'd be king of the hill after. TMO still having problems. They haven't cleared out 0-1-0 Esports, though.
And this is, again, this is... Yeah, sorry, man. This is the issue of it, right? You want to have this position to shoot at all the teams rotating through. You could get so many points from this compound. But because they're forced to look into the compound itself, there's just not a whole lot you can get with it.
No, there isn't a whole lot they can get with it at the moment. A couple of nades go through the door, closes off. Make sure he doesn't receive any more danger from the other side. Goes for the reposition. Going to use the little window. Getting an idea exactly where they are. Bounces off. We get the reload. Gets 2 for the price of 1, no. It's a 1 versus 1. Bad Boy has to react to this one, though. But 0-1 Esports, though, driving forward.
If Flores pulls off this 1v3, that would be incredible. He's looking for more lethal utility. He has 2 nades now on his fallen teammate. He's going to go upstairs again to throw the nade in the same exact position. It might just be. It worked twice. Why not do it a 3rd time? Leosh able to do a lot of damage in the city. We're seeing more of it now as well. As one more nade gets bounced over around the backside. side. Damage done to Bad Boy. Flash to follow. Does he throw the second? If it goes a bit further, maybe. It has them both written on it, but it bounces off to the right. No damage done.
Unfortunate though, doesn't quite get the connection though. Looking for that flash, doesn't go around the corner. Can't quite get the angle to smoke.
Yep.
Not helping here. They are down to a 2 versus 1. Arguably, he's done enough. He's still scrabbling around for anything he can find. Circus Crew still holding that north side, still haven't pushed in just yet. And back to the chaos that's going to become from Monty. Well, for Esports setting up though as Hive. Well, going for the triple nades. Rocks the Panzer to follow.
Yeah, triple nades and a Panzer as well. It's not what you want to be going up against here. T-Bone goes for the peak, instantly met with ears ringing as he falls back to try and heal on up. Cappy is there in the building. Probably you can see the off angle that he's holding. As soon as Schenken peeks the right-hand side, Cappy has that with Organ Hand, but now they push on through. Rocks, Panzer leading this push.
T-Bone springs around the outside though. He's lined them up. The nade does come out. The Panzer, he dodges. Cappy gets 2. The nade goes through. Underran from T-Bone. Expects him to make the run down the line here. But Vorpal Sword were there swinging the steel to cause some action here. Scav has to reposition. He has to try and stop the Vorpal Sword push though, as they are looking to come in last to be surviving, but not just yet.
That's the issue. They're wanting to take this fight on the east-hand side first. The Vorpal Sword has good angles on them. A little bit of high ground helps out as well. Allows them to peek over some of these containers. Look at this circle. Krafton, the only team, the only 4 players in a 30-man lobby that is inside this phase 6.
Chaos. Here we go, guys. For Esports still on the hold. T-Bone bleeding out slightly, looking to try and get the res, and he's getting it in the smoke. They are now back to a 4. Scav doesn't have the helmet, but he is trying to one-man hold a team from Vorpal Sword that have to come back the other way. The zone shift back towards the west. Does Vorpal Sword push in here or disengage? I think the disengage could be the right call.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they should definitely go, look, win or die's way. Because Foot and Hive are kind of occupied with one another. They know that they can't really look their way. I think right now, especially with this not come through, you look west. I mean, this compound that Foot is in right now is not even inside the next circle anyway. So why risk dying for something that's outside circle if you can move over towards win or die on the west-hand side and take the fight to them?
This is all about points. How many points can you get out this game? Rocks looking to get a little bit of elevation. Schengen gets T-Bone here, as Sloyd does get the Levante. Cappy refusing to go down. He packs a punch, not just for 1, but for 2. Presenti presented his face into the org of 556. And Ainty giving him a little bit of reinforcements, trying to get these confirmations. They crawl in for as much information as they can.
Yep. Doing his best to stay put here, and doing so with flying colors. Down they go, out they go, but Foot now find themselves outside the circle too. The jammer packs are running down to 0. They are going to have to trail this fight as well. Vorpal Sword, win or die, we talked about them potentially going for this, and it makes perfect sense that they do, but they have to try and push towards the west-hand side. Issue is all of the teams in the fields now have lines of sights on them. Zabilla, hope so, the top 8 on the flush and 1. 8 kills Cappy, not what you want to see. But nonetheless, here we are with Hello My Bad. 10 kills on the side of win or die in this game, as he's trying to hold off here with an MG3 in hand.
Subila, he's playing parkour mode. He jumps across, though, to get a kill. Now he's all jumping over the top. They charge on in with an MG in hand. It gives you the confidence boost now, backing towards the danger. Slash will fall. 12 kills here for win or die. Hello My Bad, final player for them, but it's not going to be enough. They get cleared. 8th placed for them. Huge amounts of kills for that team. And back to the other side, though, of the chaos. TMO open things up, though, as a nade down towards the Circus Crew.
State just trying to get anything going here. He's alone versus the entirety of Circus Crew, and in the end, he will be seen, and it's actually Nail Quap from afar that is able to take him down solo. Player left alive for Bushido out towards the western side. Saw him over the rock there. So down to just 5 teams. 0 kills still for Bushido. But
It means so what?
exactly. They've not been having it easy this game at all. But hey, you know, 3 points is 3 points. We'll see if Nail Quap can get more. Issue is he is currently outside circle, and yeah, he doesn't have an easy rotation in front of him.
No, he's got a now drop that he can hide behind, but if he can get those big questions, he's the head. The question is, might stay quiet, though. The King of the Hill, that was, unfortunately for Hype Beast, is now in the neighbouring hands. And yet again, only 4 bodies are in the zone. Maybe 5, as we can see Krint, though, sneaking away in on the south.
Now, Krint have been playing a good game in this one as well. I mean, they lost the race towards the compound that we saw Mythoff and 010 fight for. But I think they're actually all right with that, because they've just been sat on that east side for a while, and then when everyone was fighting inside the city and inside that compound, they could filter in behind. And that's, again, I mean, Krint would never have been in this position to begin with, had it not been because the fight in that compound took way too long. Had there just been one team, whether it be the Myth or Uno there, they would have looked out, they would have denied that crossing from Krint. But great reading, great understanding of the situation by Krint to be able to set up on the southern side of this one.
Double swords. Down to 2. 10 kills. Again, another successful game for them. Let's be honest. They've shown us the ways of glory. Circus Group. The additional players just haven't got the kills. They've come in from the north. A lot of the chaos has sort of unfolded from the town, from the concrete jungle that is Monty. And they've got a lot of information here. I'm able to see a lot of the bodies. Now they focus in on Bushido, which is down towards 1 shot. As they move the shields forward for more safety.
Yep, able to creep further forward. And Silas looks for Nail Crop. I don't think that tree is going to keep him for life for too much longer. Oh, there's a deployable shield. We'll give him at least 10 more seconds, as maybe that will keep him up. But he's on the edge of the circle. Awful Sword creeping forward as well. As one goes down, Nail Crop falls to blue. We should be down to 3 teams in just a second here.
Yeah, Awful Sword run out of space here. I can see, unfortunately, Krafton potentially winning it out just from an early rotation to the central spot. They have spread out. They need to keep the bodies up here. Circus Crew, I said before, looking to try and juggle multiple fights. So look to try and pack that shield now back into the car. Maybe make an extension forward. But it's a 4 versus 3 versus 3. As Awful Sword have fallen in 4th.
And we were talking about it coming into this game about how so many teams in that mid-pack were sat just, 4 or 5 points apart. VP, all they needed was 1 decent game and they were top 4 almost instantly. Look at the leaderboard now, with these teams in particular being part of that lower mid-pack coming into this game. That, quote-unquote, just a couple of points jump they had to make is now double-digit. It's getting pretty scary. If you are the likes of Virtus Pro, Hypebeast as well, who haven't been able to pull up the numbers that maybe you and your fans were hoping to do, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all coming into tomorrow.
No, and the mix-up of the teams getting their victories, the mix-up of those points being shared out, especially on the top side of the lobby, has really forced these teams to consolidate down. This last game has felt like a little bit of, you'd say, calm before the storm. I felt like it was storm before the calm. And now these teams will have to just sit, wait and watch as the zone, unfortunately, feels like Circus can be pushed out slightly first. They are still not quite in zone.
Yeah, they have the hillside, and I think Godfer is just exactly outside circle. They have that tree down there, but again, there's simply too many open angles. As we see one vehicle come crossing on over. Toygar says, oh, more cover. I appreciate that, buddy. We'll be sat tight for a bit. Krint now, though, are the ones that have to try and make a play on in, and they're not going to go for it. They can't do it. Look at the team they're sat right ahead of. There's no reason to give those points over to Kreft, who is right behind them on the hunt and most likely will surpass them with their assuming first place finish here.
Well, a calculated move from Kreft might be a calculated victory. Can't see the Circus Crew opting to come off the pedestal. That is going to be the high ground at the moment. They do get the res back in. The Panthers are launching. Maybe it's just a util dump now. Maybe they opt to try and take it. Why not, I suppose? Try and get as many points here on the last game. They are charging forwards, but they are in a lot of danger as the util comes back.
These 2 teams were teams that were driving side by side in the beginning of it. Now they're sat here with Circus Crew trying to get down the bridge line, but great nade pounds off the rock. Takes down Silas. Arta, literally no meds left alive. He's going to run for the blue. Godver, he's not giving up just yet. As I say that, though, he got his flush. You know what? Deny, get outside circle, take each other down, and do not give any more points over. They already got enough. They got themselves a 17-point victory.
Yeah, Kreft, cool, calm, collected. It was a calculated rotation in towards the center. Yes, they did take it away from Hypebeast in the end. But when it push comes to shove, just the Panzer was the nade. It gave them the victory, and they found the position.
Definitely. Win or die, though. 12 kills in this game. Incredible performance from them here, too. Again, comes to be expected from a team of that caliber, especially in a lower bracket situation. But it's also about time. I feel like we're finally seeing them step up to the plate here.
Yeah, we'll step up to play. Very explosive, though, coming out of the town. A lot of people did opt to go for that kind of point of interest. They played in towards the town, and the town was not meant to be. Lots of chaos, lots of action. It was an explosive start, but that's it from me and Toby. We'll send it back to the desk. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Mark. I like how you ended there, saying lots of chaos. Kraf obviously taking the victory in our final game of the day here at PEC4. We are halfway through the last chance qualifiers, and obviously this last matchup. Avenger, I like the names we're starting to see that are consistently finishing in the top half of these matches.
Yeah, I mean, some surprises, but still good consistency from teams with, experienced players on there. Also some new teams, some new mixed teams that have come together just for this PEC that's actually looking like they might have a pretty good shot at getting to the final. So that's pretty awesome, to be honest.
Let's talk about Kraf, though. Kylaris, what did you think about their performance throughout this game?
Well, obviously, another hype beast position taken away from them as they crash into what eventually becomes the winning spot, right? And from there, as long as the circle keeps centering down on their position, should be totally okay. Circus Crew, they were giving a knock or two their way, but as long as they kind of kept them on that rock and kept them kind of shut down, this was always going to be a Kraf win once it was circling on that position. So good to see them get a win off the back of things. I think this pushes them into quite a really strong position going into tomorrow, and they're really not one of the teams that I kind of had on my lips as to be potentially top 8.
So overall thoughts about this last mirror mark, Kylaris? Well, what were your key takeaways?
Well, the fact that, once again, Kraf did get 10 placement points from this, of course. We still have that glitch that you were mentioning before. But overall, I was impressed to see how teams were trying to deal with a very difficult place to actually play, right? Like north of Monte Nuevo, and trying to find kind of a lot of cover in inverted commas in a place that doesn't really have much cover. Avenger is always a bit difficult for this lobby.
I mean, the big trouble is that you have Circus Crew, Timo, Bushido, these guys that are all in the northern side. They are coming into that one spot that Circus Crew ended up being in, and that elevated area, you just have so much space to just shoot at everyone, right? That's obviously what they did all the way through until, I mean, as you said, the old hype beast spot. There are only 2 guys there yet again in a winning spot there. If they stuck as 4, they might have been able to defend from Kraf. But yeah, Kraf was being able to get tons of points here. I think they're going to be in on something like 38 points or something for the end of the day here. So it's looking good for them.
So we're going to move over to the overall standings now so you can see what we're looking at during the halfway mark. But just to remind you, there is a slight glitch in the matrix. So Kraf's points right now are not accurate. We will get this fixed up for you come tomorrow. For now, though, if we take a look, it's quite close towards the top end, Avenger. I think we're going to have quite a competitive day tomorrow for these teams to try and find themselves in the top 8.
Yeah, 10 points just between the 3 teams at the top is obviously awesome. Then 10 points down to Circus Crew. I would say that's the biggest surprise for me, for them to be up there. It's obviously a great surprise. And then on the other side, another kind of disappointing surprise is that Virtus Pro only in 30 points for the day is somewhat of a surprise as well. Hive and Hype Beast should also be currently in the top 8. But yeah, it's our kind of new coming teams coming together and doing great things. I think that's awesome. That's always cool to see. But going into tomorrow, again, we're talking about, maybe 15, 20 more points for Wobbleswords, win or die, maybe even 20 for Joker Benita to be safe. That's scary for the other teams with 6 games to go up against, 3 opponents that's sitting already this good on the overall leaderboard.
Kylaris, if you could lift your crystal ball up and take a little look-see, is Foot Esports going to be able to qualify for Grand Finals?
Oh.
I don't know. I'm scared. Because again, I was mentioning that they're always on the barrier and oftentimes on the worst end of it. And they're on the barrier after one day. Do I think that they're going to be able to do it? I need to rack my brain. Come on, I would like to see them do it for the boys, please.
For the boys.
Let's hope.
Okay, so we're gonna leave the overall rankings on that, and we're gonna move through to our post show because you obviously sent us a bunch of questions and we want to answer them. So this is really fun for those of you that want to learn a little bit more about competitive PUBG or just want to talk PUBG. Let's get right into it. I'm gonna read this first one. It comes from Selco PUBG. They asked, who do you think is the most scary player to fight against from the perspective of other pro players, Kylaris?
That's a tough one. Internationally, I think Himas is a name that always came up. However, I think we're thinking EMEA, right? So I think for a long time, Example was absolutely that guy in our region. But there's a few other CIS names you could probably also throw into that mix as somebody that people wouldn't want to go up against. But I think the easy answer is probably Example, I suppose.
For sure. I think that was always going to be the route everyone was going to go. Avenger, I'm presuming you're in agreement here.
I would say so too, but example is not 2022, 2023 example.
That's true.
Currently. So, but I still think he's up there, just because he has like almost a GOAT status at this point.
Fair points. Okay.
I think
Kyle
our
Lars has
new
an
age.
idea.
Yeah, I think our new age name at the moment might be Hakatori. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like actually,
Yeah.
I think going up against him right now, like when you're watching Navi perform and Hakatori's wherever he may be, bam in the fridge, bam in the refrigerator. I don't know where he is, but no, I don't think people are keen to 1v1 Hakatori.
So Mark's come running into our digital studio to agree with you. So there you go.
Yeah.
He also mentioned Diffix. That's another one. What do we think about that? Avenger?
Yeah, I think Diffix is great. It's just sad that he missed that first couple of lands PGS in the beginning of the year, right? That was really the kind of stage for him to come in and perform, and I think that threw them off a little bit as a team. But considering they made it to the finals, they're now locked in for PGC. Like they're guaranteed to go to PGC. It's impossible for them not to make it, no matter how ever they make it in finals. So that's going to be exciting to watch them at PGC and see how they perform there as a team.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to our next question now. And this one, I think I'm going to throw to Avenger right off the bat because I'm sure he's got lots to add here. So this came from Ellie FPS, and they want to know, if you could design a brand new zone mechanic or item specifically for competitive PUBG, what would it be and how do you think it would shake up the pro meta?
I mean, you could start a 24-hour podcast with me talk about how I think we should improve the circles and the circle settings and the zones and everything. But I think a cool thing with how the zones are and everything kind of revolving around that is that quite simply we could pace up the game quite a lot. And we could eliminate some of this blue zone healing that's kind of going on right now. I think a lot of, even the people that are doing it, I was like, yeah, we should just change it. But right now I have to do it to maximize my points, right? And kind of congest the teams earlier on. But I think that's kind of the biggest thing for me. But it's like something like super nerdy, like make sure that the center of the zone always is, 200 meters away from water. So you always have the potential of having some sort of water in, but not like fully in, where we get these 70% water circles, which I think is kind of too crazy sometimes.
And how do you think that specific change would shake up the pro meta? How would it force players to change?
I mean, if we start with, so I answered this with three suggestions, I guess, but the most important for me would be reshaping the initial size and circle, so this first circle is smaller and then the later circles are bigger, because right now circle 6, 7, 8 and 9, when the kind of center pops, is the teams that are 1 is defined for where the circle goes. But I mean, the circle could go towards the center already from phase 3, and all the teams would be okay. So you make it to phase 6 size, and then it's even game for everyone, right? It's your decisions that kind of put you in there. I think that would be the coolest thing for me.
I kind of agree. I mean, Kyle Lars, you've heard the 24-hour podcasts from Avenger because you've traveled the world together during PUBG. So I mean, are you ready to just let him take over the competitive landscape and make all the changes?
He's had his influences in the past, and you know what? Sadly, he's not bad at it. So he could have another go eventually, maybe one day. I took a sneak peek at this question before and thought to myself, what item could you do? And I was racking my brain. I was like, there's so much already in PUBG. What could you do? And the only thing I could think of in the moment after seeing this question was something like, do you remember the armored UAZs that we had where they had like the things on the windows? Mm-hmm. If there was an item you could find that was like a window armor and you were able to put it on specific windows if you wanted it and things like that and whatever, and you were able to basically either mitigate damage through that specific window, like the front window, for example, on a normal car. That could be kind of cool.
And take the beard
I was
out.
having a hard time.
And then take the beard out, because then you just still have an armor car.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay, moving on. Final question, and I think Kylaris would like to answer this one because I know that you've been in both of these competitive titles. So this came from Mr. Parlek, and I hope I said that name correctly.
Uh-oh.
What do you think about the merger of PGC and PMGC? What will we see in PUBG United?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay. So where do I begin? This is really kind of near and dear to my heart because I've got to do both titles for quite a long time. I once worked a year where I did PMGC and PGC interlaced with one another and had to keep track of like 60 teams from day to day, and it was mental. But I'm really excited about it because obviously I think that it should have been a long time coming. Actually, the two games that are almost identical, obviously there's very big differences in how they actually play out, and you know that PMGC is primarily TPP compared to PGC. I'm very excited to see how it's going to play out. I'm quietly optimistic that nothing goes wrong and everything runs smoothly. That would be nice as well, because that's going to be maybe a hurdle that they have to overcome, because this is unprecedented. This is new territory where finally they are working together. So I'd like to see some cross-pollination from audiences and things like that. That would be exciting too. But quietly optimistic, let's put it that way. I'm excited.
Avenger, can you imagine what that hotel is going to be like with all of those teams and all of those players? Is there a hotel big enough to put everyone in it and
That
the
is the
absolute
question,
chaos?
Yeah, that's really the question. Like that would be so much PUBG in one spot, you know, that you know, at the end of the both of the events, no matter how you're involved as a viewer or pro player or whatever, you would need to go on a 2-month hiatus. And luckily that quite often happens sometimes, right? And it's going to be super exciting, obviously, for both the players going there and everything. But I think you would need 2 hotels. Like you need, you know, 500 rooms, because you also have 2 full production crews, 2 full management in terms of player management, everything. So like it's a lot of people that's going to be involved, and as James said, hopefully it goes well and gets executed perfectly here, because that's a big event to do. I mean, obviously there's events, Esports World Cup, blah blah, where there's tons of things going on, but it's a big show to run, and it's difficult to execute perfectly.
There's like more crossover than people realize. I can't say too much because I kind of know some of the insides of what's happening between this situation and stuff like that. But what I can say is I think people are unaware of some of the crossovers that already occur between the mobile guys and the PC guys, which is actually that some of the most successful coaches that have been in PMGC or PUBG Mobile in general have been ex-PC pros or ex-PC coaches that have gone and said, hey, look, this is the map knowledge, this is how you should approach this position, this is how you should approach this position. And a lot of the mobile guys watch PC because of the, you know, the terrain knowledge and, you know, how, and to watch how those teams are approaching things. So there's behind the scenes a lot more crossover than people realize, I think.
That's gonna be one hell of an after party, boys. That's gonna be something spectacular. I'm sure there'll be some fun stories coming out of there. I will be in the Reddit forums waiting to read them. There we go. We've answered your questions, and if we did answer one of your questions on broadcast, you get some G coins. So congratulations. There'll be more opportunities to submit your questions tomorrow, and we'll try to answer them as well. We are halfway through PEC4 last chance qualifiers, 6 matches away from finding out which 8 teams are going to be going to grand finals. So we're going to let you go now so you can rest up. Make sure you're back here same time, same place tomorrow so we can see who is making it through to those finals like I mentioned. Gents, thank you so much. We'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.